Well, well, well. It's finally happened. Please don't turn off. Vix is on her way in. She had some childcare issues last night, so she's going to be getting in at about 9 o'clock. But for now, look who you're stuck with. Good morning, everybody. How are we? I hope we're well. I'm Ben. I'm normally a producer here. I'm a presenter here today for the first hour, so I'm going to be invoicing for a lot more than I usually get paid. But that's by the by. We're going to start, as we always do, with our early bird. We got a wreath. We got a Pom Pom wreath. What is in the Pom Pom wreath box, you ask? Look at this. This is wonderful. So you're getting some yarn, lovely yarn. These are to make, what are they called, pom-poms? Clues in the name, isn't it? So you get some pom-pom makers, you get some lovely yarn, you get your frame, and you can make this, which is just lovely, isn't it? Perfect for Christmas. Price should be $19.99. It's not going to be $19.99 because it's an early bird, isn't it? So, Ollie, do you have what price it goes to in front of you, or would you like me to tell you? That's correct, $14.99. I've given it away, haven't I? $14.99, please. We've got Ollie pulling double duty at the moment. He's directing and producing, so thank goodness for Ollie. $14.99. That's wonderful, isn't it? Remember, at midnight tonight, the price goes back up to $19.99, but in buying this, you unlock your P&P. So that's just lovely, isn't it? It is nice to have a wreath for Christmas. It is very nice to have a wreath. And you can make your wreaths during the school holidays and get it ready for Christmas. That'd be a nice idea, wouldn't it? Yeah, perfect for crafting with little ones. I mean children. Sewing baskets, that's good. Check out, please, because otherwise I'll never be asked to do this again, and that would be the end of my presenting career. And that would be sad. So, message on screen. Hi, Ben, looking good, hun. Thank you, Jen. I love you. I love you. I don't feel good. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm not prepared for this, I tell you. I haven't done my hair. I haven't had a blow dry. Jay's kicking the camera. Everything's going wrong. Loads of people coming through. This is nice. Thank you, everybody. We are going to leave this with you because we've got a lot to get through. And there's another special little early bird for the last day of Christmas. Don't forget, by the way, this is the last day, if you haven't already, to get your Christmas pin badge for this year. There is a slide, but I'm not going to ask Ollie to get it because he's pulling double duty at the moment, and that's going to take him a long time. So keep coming through for that, and I'm going to tell you what my second... There you go. Look at him. He's not production manager for nothing, I tell you. Last day to get that. Anyway, another early bird we've got is, and this is my fault, there's a story about this. I'm not going to show you how to use it because you don't need to laugh at me. This is the Brother Embroidery machine. And the story is, we had it during the week, and we had single figures. And I thought, okay, it's Christmas, so I'm going to put it on 5 split pays because we only got single figures, and it will sell out, and it's a lovely Christmas deal, and that's fine. And then we got a lot more in stock, and I thought, oh dear, I'm going to have to put that on 5 split pays as well. So I've done it. We sold loads yesterday. We've got limited stock left, and at midnight, the 5 split pays disappears. Otherwise, I'll be in a lot of trouble. There's people already putting this in baskets, I'm hearing. Obviously, no pressure. It's not what this hour's about, but it wouldn't feel right to not tell you about it and to not have it on 5 split pays just one last time. So, message. Morning, Ben. Great to see you presenting. You're doing great. Bev, thank you, Bev. In Doncaster. I got a train to Doncaster once. It was terrible. Not Doncaster, but train. Ben, you're the best. No, you're the best, Carol. Thank you very much. 43 seconds ago. That's weird. I didn't ever know that you could see that. Morning, Ben. It's lovely to see you. To other side of camera. Double pay for you today, methinks. £3.50. That's a lot. I don't think they could stretch to that. Go, Ben, you can do it. One more string to your bow. Oh my God, if only you knew. Thank you. Oh, more. Go, Ben, you're doing great. Silly nanny Jill. Can you be my nanny, Jill? Because... oh, no, it wasn't. That wasn't anything weird, what I was going to say. Thank you, Jill. It's weird. Your inside voice tends to come out when you've got a microphone on them, and you get in a lot of trouble, don't you? Anyway, check out on this, please, because otherwise I'm going to be in a lot of trouble if it doesn't sell out. And I really don't need that on top of everything else today. So I'm going to pop this on the floor. It's going great, isn't it? Let's see today's menu. So thank goodness I'm not on my own for the first hour. I'm joined by Helen McCook and we're doing some brand new embroidery kits. Look at this. This crown is exclusive to us, I believe. First time it's been available to buy anywhere?
Absolutely.
Anywhere. We've also got some amazing tools. Look at the Christmas pudding. We're going to be running through all of these kits. We're going to have some demos and it's going to be wonderful. Then at 9 o'clock, Amanda Little, Christmas Jumper Quilt. We do have that over there, Jill. Oh, we've already got it. Look at that. We prepped. Yes, we prepped. It's beautiful. 2 colorways for that and obviously instructions on their own. Then at 10 o'clock, it's a Sanntangle Christmas with Sandra from Sanntangle. We were both stressing in the green room earlier because we had no presenter and we weren't sure what was going on. And then obviously we got the message from Vix. She will be in at 9 o'clock, so please don't panic. Help is on the way. And then at 11 o'clock, we have Amanda Little back in. She's doing her Down Tinsel Lane quilt, 2 colorways again, and loads of fabrics as well. And then at 12 o'clock, it's a Sanntangle Christmas. And that will finish our Christmas in July. But don't worry, we'll probably have Christmas in August, September, October, November, and December. And next week, Festival of Quilts. That's very exciting. What's even more exciting, I have a guest. Hello.
Hello.
Help me.
SOS. Morse code over there.
Please help. You've been in America, haven't you?
I have. I'm a bit jet lagged. I missed my turning here this morning entirely. That was fun.
That seems to be everybody, doesn't it?
Everybody's having it, yeah. Yeah, I'm about 5 hours behind at the moment, so when my alarm went off, it was very early.
Yeah, it's worse coming back, isn't it, than going over there?
Yeah, a lot worse.
So what were you up to in America? Anything wild?
Yeah, well, no. Kind of bit of karaoke. No, I was there professionally, so I was teaching embroidery for the Royal School of Needlework International Summer School. So I was over in Kentucky, in Lexington, met lots of lovely ladies over there, and we did lots of lovely stitching, so it was all good.
Nice.
So, yeah.
And now you're here to do some amazing Christmas
Some
kits.
more lovely
and
stitching.
a previous sellout kit that isn't
Absolutely,
Christmas, but
yeah.
it's all year round, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So I thought I'd bring a selection of things. So you were doing Christmas in July. It is July still, isn't it?
It is still July, just about.
It's hard to tell.
Just about.
Yeah, so I've got lots of lovely festive things, some of which have never been seen before.
Nice.
And then we've got some tools, and then we brought back the Tudor Rose because loads of you requested that back. And then some lovely gold work. So all sorts of goodies.
Amazing. Well, we best get on, haven't we? We're going to start with some tools. I love this. I've not seen this before, and I'm fuming that I haven't seen it before. It's a tape measure. Look at this. That's amazing. And then is this to...
Yeah.
Oh, okay. That is a lot of fun.
So this is based on some antique needlework tools that I saw. I used to work for an auction house and we used to handle antique needlework tools as well. So I saw some pieces like this that were just so charming and so lovely. And when you work with these tools all the time, it's just nice to have them quirky and a bit more unique.
Yeah.
So I recently got a lovely carpenter in the Lake District to start making me some of these. So the acorn tape measure you've seen before, but it was very popular, so I brought it back for you. So they're all handmade. They're all slightly different woods, slightly different finishes, but you know, same idea. And then we also brought back a seam ripper, so it's a new product for today that kind of goes with it.
Ripper here.
So, and again,
got 2 examples.
Yeah, so completely different types of wooden finishes, but same product. And as I say, there's a range of other things that I'll be bringing out, so you'll be able to build up your own needlework tool set, so these beautifully hand-turned, handmade things. So, yeah.
I love these. I love that everyone's going to be completely unique to you as well.
Absolutely, yeah.
I think that's excellent. And $49.99 seam rippers. They're beautiful. It does look a bit Harry Potter, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
The ripper chooses for wizard.
I should start sending out certificates.
Yes, that would be amazing.
That go with it.
I like that it's handmade as well.
Yeah,
handmade
absolutely.
In the UK, in Britain.
You know, it's that thing as well. I find it kind of slightly odd sometimes when we're spending so much time making a beautiful thing ourselves, and then we're using quite utilitarian kind of tools.
Yeah.
So actually mass-made tools. So actually there's something really lovely about going back to that handmade process when you're making your handmade things. So, so that's the idea.
Yeah,
behind
and I think if you work with quality, it makes your work more beautiful, or it makes the process more beautiful.
Well, just the idea of like, a lot of embroidery things and textile things are very tactile. So actually it makes sense to have the tools that you work with feel nice in your hands as well. We're all a bit kind of touchy-feely for stuff. So they just feel beautiful, they're beautifully turned, and they just feel, it's really nice polish on them. So it just feels good in your hands when you're working with them.
It does feel very nice. I like the weight of it as well. It's very lightweight.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. Now these tools, whenever we do bring them in, they fly. So check out your baskets.
And those seam rippers haven't been seen anywhere else. They're completely fresh to here for today. Nobody's seen them before. So yeah. Amazing. Exclusive.
Remember, you can get, everyone will be bespoke to you as well, because you can't recreate a tree, can you?
Good point.
I don't think they can do that yet. I don't think they can do that yet.
Are you also jet lagged?
No. How dare you? I only live 2 minutes up the road. This is just me. This is just me.
This is you every day.
Yeah.
Lovely. I mean, good.
Imagine living with it. It's a nightmare. We've got more tools as well.
Yes.
What are these?
Right, so that's a needle minder. So
needle minder.
For all of us behind the scenes where we're stitching away at home, we're constantly putting pins and needles in our jumpers, in our sofa arms. And if anyone's got animals at home like I have, I've got cats and dogs, it's not a good idea because you end up losing your needles, your pins, and then you're having to try and find them. So these
Oi!
Wow!
That was fun.
These are magnetic, so they're little wooden, digitally printed with different designs on the top, like little buttons, and then attached to them is little magnets. So you can see I'm using mine. You've got a magnet on the bottom of your embroidery and on the top, and then your needles stick to them so that you don't lose them. So needle minders, and I think you get 3 in a pack, and they're all completely different designs, so completely random.
For $7.50?
Yeah.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Wow. So, and you can do
really
this with them.
Because they're buttons.
Oh. It's like a little bobbin, isn't it? That's what I'd be doing.
But the nice thing as well is they're really lightweight, so they're not going to kind of weigh down your embroidery frame or anything. So.
Oh, I'm hearing that we've got more in baskets than we have available. You will get a random design. They're all gorgeous. Oh my goodness! Look at how many people are in baskets. Wow, that's lovely.
Bright and beautiful, aren't they? So.
Right, check out on those because they're going to go. Message on screen. Morning, lovely Ben. You're the sunshine. Oh, Pauline, stop it. I don't know why you're presenting, but I like it. Neither do I. Hi, Ben and Helen. Those and pickers are so cute. This is Christine. I knew that by the spelling of so. Sounds like you're having a great time together. We're having a famous time together. Aww. Christine, thank you very much for all these messages. Another one I'm hearing. Well done, Ben. Eileen, County Cork in Ireland. Lovely stuff. Right.
Good.
Those are going to sell out. Well done, everybody. We have another. I'm saving this one till last.
Okay.
Now, I know these because I play with these in the gallery. Because they're very fun to play with. What are they officially called?
They're called spool huggers.
Spool huggers.
Who doesn't love a spool hugger? So basically, the idea is that you can put them on your finger and fidget spin with them. But you can also, you use them to stop your threads unravelling on your spools. So I've got so many of these at home because I've got so many spools that we use. So yeah, it just keeps everything tidy, stops everything getting into a nest.
Yes.
So it's all keeps your workrooms nice and tidy and easy.
Good
to
for
work.
Cables behind the computer as well.
Yes.
I've heard. I don't know. I haven't taken any from here to do that. I can tell you that for free.
I often have them in my bag when I've got all my phone cables and everything.
Yeah, they are. They're really useful. They're really useful. And again, just for playing with.
Yeah, just for fiddling with.
Yeah, they're good for good little fidget toys. So they are £3 on the nose. Oh, okay. Jay's given me some thread. Thank you, Jay. You literally, there you go.
Yeah, pops it round, holds all your thread in place, and it's, as I say, they curl back into their original shape. So when you take them off, they're still in the original shape, and they're good for large or small spools. If you've got very big ones, you can put more than one on.
Oh, okay. So, like a double.
But one on either side, so yeah, they kind of on both sides. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly,
like,
and you've got to say that when you do it as well.
Yeah.
I've heard. I don't know these things.
Hulk
I've just
noises,
heard.
yeah.
You do pick up some tips whilst you're here, and that's one of them.
See, there you go.
Beautiful. £3. You can't say better than that, can you? Really? £3.
Yeah, 4 in a pack.
4 in a pack. Beautiful. Messages. Morning, Ben. How lovely to see you in front of the camera. How lovely to see your message on the screen that's also a camera. Ben, don't forget to breathe. You're doing great. I hope I'm breathing. Otherwise, we'd be in trouble, wouldn't we? One more. Morning, go Ben, great to see you. 1 p.m. We'll be here before you know it. Trust me, I'm not doing this until 1 p.m. Vicky will be in at 9, she tells me. Otherwise, I'm going to be very cross with her. Morning, Ben, you're brilliant. To step in so suddenly is amazing of you. Watch out, they'll be making you a presenter too. Well done, you are a natural. Susan in Hampshire. Thank you very much, Susan. They definitely wouldn't do that to themselves. Morning to you both. Great presenting, Ben. A welcome change. Hello. Thank you. I'm going to frame these messages. We have, I believe, one more tool.
Yes.
And this one is lovely. It's in a beautiful box. It's sterling silver.
It is, yeah. So this is a malure. So it's a laying tool. We work generally with gold work, but you can use other types of threads and techniques with it. Canvas work, for example. It has a rounded end at one end and a slightly pointed end at the other, and we use it, as I say, to kind of nudge metal threads into position and then to lay over the top of the smaller end. They're made in the Jewellery Quarter in Birmingham. I've had them specially made, and they are hallmarked.
Beautiful.
And by the assay office here.
Nice.
So, and have my maker's mark on as well. So completely unique. I've only ever sold them here. So.
And it's got a good weight to it as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a good amount of silver.
But again, it should feel nice in your hand, and it has a laying tool. You want it to kind of have that lovely weight to it. You want to have it feel nice in your hand. As I say, it stops you fiddling around with the metal threads so much as well. So, so it should feel like a good tool in your hands.
We could see this hallmark here if Jay can get in on it. There you go, look. Birmingham Assay Office.
Yep.
Best country in England. According to me. I'm allowed to say that. I'm not affiliated with the presenters here. It is though. It's quality, isn't it? And
Absolutely.
It's like we said with the tape measure and with the seam rippers. When you work with quality, it makes you feel better about everything that you do.
Yeah, but I think the thing is as well, with a lot of these things that I'm making them, we have a lot of throwaway culture, don't we? But a lot of these tools that I'm having made, they're kind of things that I've enjoyed looking at in the past. I've looked at the antique pieces and thought about how we want to move forward with them. And they're things that you'll pass on. So it's not throwaway culture. The idea is, yeah, they maybe cost a little bit more money, but they're beautiful for you to work with. But they're also something that you'll pass on to the next generation and that they'll enjoy using as well. And they'll last, beyond your lifetime, if that makes sense.
Well, of course, like 925 sterling silver, it's made 92.5% pure silver for its durability. Because if it was pure silver at 99%, it would be too soft, and then you'd be buying another one. So
exactly. Exactly.
And 925 sterling silver is the same anywhere.
Yeah,
if you buy
absolutely.
sterling silver from Tiffany & Co., if you buy sterling silver from here, it's the same composition, it's the same metal.
I like that you've suddenly become a silver expert. This came
well,
out
I did 10 years of jewellery.
Well, there you go. That's good.
I saw 925 and I thought,
an insight
that's
into
weighty, that's expensive. But yeah, 925 sterling silver is 925 sterling silver, so...
yeah, it's a universal thing, so it's, it's great. And as I say, just the idea, a lot of the ones that you get are brass traditionally, but I just like the idea of having something that's just that quality, beautiful thing, you know exactly what it is, and that you can go away, you can take it to your local jewellers and have it engraved. You could make a lovely gift. And as
That's
I say,
a good idea.
pop it, I know a couple of people who already purchased one of these on the show before have had them engraved, either as gifts or with little messages or their names and initials. So it's just a lovely thing to have for yourself or a gift for somebody else. And I pop a little ribbon through mine because there's a little hole at the top.
I was just about to say, you could pop a little jump ring through there,
little ribbon or a little
to a chain.
kind of tassel.
That would be lovely.
Ready to go.
On two-way split pay today, £60 a month, no interest, no charges to split pay, 1p&p all day, otherwise £120. In fact, that's a point. Shall we have a look at the website just to see everything that is coming up, and so you can have a little look at the kits that we're going to move on to now, because we're 20 minutes in already. Time flies.
It disappears so quickly here.
So click on Watch Live, and then you can send a message, which Ollie is doing. You're doing terribly, Ben. Imagine. And then if you scroll down, you can see both our early birds up there, and then you click on Coming Up on today's show. This is everything we've got available on pre-order. Here you can see the lovely kits that we're about to come on to now. There's that Tudor Rose. There's the George's Celebration Embroidery Kit, Starry Night. Beautiful projects. Then we move on to Amanda's first hour, where she's doing the quilt. I can't remember the name of the quilt. That's terrible of me, isn't it? Christmas jumper. Yes, well done. Loads of fabric by the ½ metre as well that will work beautifully with that. Here's the blue Christmas jumper quilt. And then there's a grey one. And then we move on to Sandra Sanntangle. Then it'll be more Amanda Little and more Sandra. And then we go home. Beautiful. Right, shall we get on to some kits?
I think so.
Because I think it's about time. Which one would you like to start with?
Let's go double the joy.
Double the joy.
Big box.
It is a big box.
Yes.
So, do these come directly from you or do they come
Yes,
from
they
us?
come directly from
Directly from you.
so I'll be
Still
sending them.
covered under our 1p and p, $4.95 a day. So, in the kit, double the joy. Do I have a... There you go. Sorry, Ollie's trying to find, as well as directing, Ollie's doing my job
Oh, bless.
for me. There we go.
Everyone's doing a fab job this morning, though. They're stepping up to the plate.
So, $79.99. Do we have an example of this
Yes, we do.
anywhere?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Hold that up so you can
Oh, that is lovely.
So it's the embroidered panel there. So you basically have all the threads, the needles, the instructions and the fabric
Nice.
in the kit. So you can make it into anything you want. So it could be a cushion front. It could be, it's a good traditional cushion front size.
Yeah, it's
you can make
gorgeous.
it into a hanging. You can make it into the centre of a quilt, for example. You could quilt round it. So a bag front, there's lots of options. So lots of nice textures through there because it's kind of inspired by kind of crewel work, Jacobean crewel work style. Kind of arts and crafts with the period with the repetition on both sides.
I say it's really it's heritage.
Yeah,
it looks like a
absolutely,
heritage
yeah.
piece. It's gorgeous.
So put that down.
Oh, got your 2 needles here.
You do? Yeah.
Got your instructions.
Yeah.
Here's your panel, and then loads of lovely. Yeah, look at the amount that you get in there.
Yeah. There's no stinting on the wool. So
No.
those are Appleton's crewel wool. So it's a 2-ply twisted wool. Traditional crewel wool that we've used for centuries here.
Yeah.
It's a British company that create those.
Nice.
So we know exactly what you're getting when you work with those. So this is the original company and the original recipes that the William Morris used to use before he started his own dye works. And then the fabric that we're working on is British linen twill.
Yep.
So again, we've been using this for centuries. So it's a nice hard-wearing household fabric. So what they used to use for the bed hangings that you see in these stately homes, for example, and the wall hangers they used to embroider on. It makes a lovely kind of sturdy base to work on, and then it's all fully marked on with your pattern. So you're ready to start stitching.
Nice.
So
That's amazing. And it's $79.99, and I think it's gorgeous. Like we say, it really is heritage, and it looks. Well, it's interesting that you mentioned William Morris because when seeing it, it was like, okay, it looks of that era.
that ilk, yeah. It's as I say, the lovely thing about kind of crewel work embroidery is that you end up with this beautiful texture of the wool against the linen, but it's also a lovely range of stitch textures. So we work with really heavily worked areas against lightly worked areas, and then textural areas with crunchy kind of raised areas against really smooth, and you get that lovely balance between the two. So yeah.
It's gorgeous. Really, really nice. And this new to us today.
Yep, never had it here before, so it's
Amazing.
good to go.
Yeah. Perfect for Christmas. Well, you'd hope so, wouldn't you, at Christmas in July?
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll fly through everything that we've got for sale, and then we'll get onto some stitching, because I'm aware that I've waffled on for quite long enough now. I'll put that one here for now. Right, what is the next one we should do? Shall we do George's Celebration?
Absolutely.
Because I think it's amazing. Right, I'm going to bring this over for you to have a look at. Look at this. You told me an interesting story about this.
Yes, so this has never been available to purchase before. The only time I've used this was I've taught this for the Royal Collection Trust at Holyrood, the Palace of Holyrood House in Edinburgh. So it's a piece that I created based on the visit of King George to Scotland, to Edinburgh in the 1800s. And it was a trip organised by Walter Scott. So He had a tartan outfit made out of Royal Stuart tartan, which is what the base fabric is there.
Amazing.
And also he had all these accoutrements made, so the sword, the scabbard, the sheath, etc., the ski and do for his sock. And it all had beautiful engraving on, and this is part of the engraving on that scabbard. So you can see it's the rose of England and the thistle of Scotland, and then the crown. And then you've also got the shamrock there for Ireland. So it's a combination of metal thread work and surface stitching. So, and you know, you've got diamantes on there. You've got all the sparkle and shine.
I want to have a look. I want to have a look at this myself. That's okay. Sorry, this is just for me. Oh yeah, you can see the beadwork.
Yeah.
And then is that French wire that we've got going on?
Yes, yeah. So we've got lots of different metal textures.
I'll show you in a minute. I'm just
just enjoying yourself over there.
it is lovely. In fact, I'll show you on the overhead so we can have a real look around. I think this is stunning.
As I say, the design's printed onto the fabric, onto the tartan. You get your tartan and a base layer to give it strength. And then you get all the threads, all the instruction, the needles and the fabric, and as I say, all the metal threads as well. Every element to complete the piece, basically. The only thing that you need to have is embroidery scissors and also a hoop.
Yeah.
So.
How achievable would this be for a beginner? I mean, not beginner like me, but someone that maybe has dabbled.
If you're an ambitious beginner, you could certainly follow the instructions and have a go. But I think it's something probably more for an intermediate to advanced level. But having said that, as I say, there's nothing on there that's actually particularly complex. And if you follow the instructions step by step, you'll be able to follow through. So it's one of those things that if you're a confident beginner, then just go for it.
Yeah.
So there's as I say, step by step instructions.
It's lovely.
Everything's marked on, ready to go. Yeah.
I think it's incredible, and I think it's kind of heritage work with I'm using the word heritage far too often, but it is that kind of this kind of work with this kind of design inspired by real events.
I mean, the thing is, we have such a fantastic legacy of textiles and particularly embroidery in this country. Word. And I think it's one of those things that a lot of the things that I produce combine, you know, with history and legacy of the heritage that we have and the culture that we have here. And then combining those with the textiles traditions that we've had and that we've passed on for centuries. So a lot of the work that I do contemporary work as well, but a lot of the work I do for kits harkens back to those traditions. So, and it makes a lot of sense to me. I've worked in a lot of galleries and museums presenting things based on portraits and artifacts that bring that history to life for people. So pieces like this, as I say, that have never been available to purchase before, it's really a joy to me to be able to bring them out to people and give them the opportunity to kind of look at that heritage and have a go at it as well.
I think it's stunning. I think they're amazing. I love embroidery work. Before I came here, I like just looking at it because it's just amazing, and it's such a kind of mindful process. The fact that someone has sat and stitched and stitched and stitched, and it makes it special, doesn't it?
The process of hand embroidery, what we do and how we do it, has not altered for centuries. You know, and I love the fact that you can work in the same way, in the same process, with the same mindset as somebody in the medieval period. You know, and it's this idea of kind of just immersing yourself in your craft, and the time just disappears. I set alarm clocks when I'm at home if I need to be anywhere. So I set alarm clocks so that I know that I've got to go somewhere, I have to be in doing something, because otherwise the time just drifts. So it's always the same. Every day's the same. It's really funny because you kind of, if I'm teaching embroidery or I'm sitting doing it myself or designing for it, I kind of get so lost in the process that every day goes so quickly, which is a joy actually. So, you know, I'm so lucky to have something, I found something that I can do and that I can share with everybody. So, yeah.
Getting limited on this now, we are approaching single figures and we have lots in baskets. So please check out on this one. I love that we can bring things like this that you can't get anywhere else, or that hasn't been seen anywhere else. It's such a cool platform to be a part of.
Yeah, and I think being able to share it with as many people as possible, as I say, it's one of those things I love when people have a go at the embroidery, the heritage embroidery and the legacy of that being passed on. But as I say, it's even stuff like the story of the tartan it's on, you know, that's my family on my mum's side are Stuarts, so that's a dress Stuart tartan, so it's a proper tartan. And
you can see, of course, the pattern is on the tartan.
Yeah, it's all screen printed on there, so it's all ready to go. You know,
Easy.
you don't want to kind of get a kit and then have to do the prep. What you want to do is get straight into the stitching.
Yeah, for sure.
Like I'm like a kid at Christmas. I've got very limited tolerance for all the kind of faffing around. Yeah. So for me, I'm like, oh, I want to get straight into it. So, you know, I guess everybody else feels the same way about it. So, well, I assume that everyone feels the same way about it because the embroidery is the fun stuff.
Yeah, that's
so you
the
want
thing.
to get on with it.
Yeah, it's like you want it to be ready to just
ready to rock and roll. With.
We have so many in baskets. We'll be down to 2 left once everybody's checked out, and now we'll be down to 1 left. And now we're over allocated. So it's strange hearing this voice in my ear because I'm normally the one saying everyone needs to check out. Everyone needs to check out. Because you see, it's strange. You see these people put things into, this is a bit of housekeeping now, but you see people put things into baskets and you're sat doing the maths and it's like, okay, so we've got more people that want this than we have left. And then that's basically my job if anyone wants to apply to be a producer here.
Oh, now you're moving to presenting, you know.
Oh, yeah. I'm in the big leagues now, baby. Shall we do the Tudor Rose?
Yes, absolutely,
this sold out, I
Yes, yeah, and people have been requesting to have it back, so hence it's here today. I know it's not Christmassy, but it's a beautiful thing.
I think a Tudor Rose is for Christmas.
Absolutely. Well, for life,
Tudor Rose is for, well, the Tudors.
This is true.
And it is a timeless design, though, isn't it?
Yes, so basically combination of the House of York and House of Lancaster that made the, to the end of the War of the Roses, the marriage of Henry and Elizabeth of York, made the Tudor Rose. So this is, it became a thing at that point. Also in the Catholic faith related to the Marian cipher, so it represents Jesus' mother. So if you are looking for a festive link. So, but yeah, so it's a beautiful thing that you see repeatedly throughout our old buildings, throughout our old textiles, throughout our churches and cathedrals. But yeah, I mean, just a gorgeous thing to look at as well, just so pretty. So you get all the threads, the fabric already screen printed on, you get your needles, your instructions. So ready to rock and roll.
Amazing. It's really popular. It's been really popular. It was really popular on pre-order. Again, we've got more in baskets. It is an amazing price, $34.99.
Yeah. And
it's beautiful as well. So this is the exact colourway that we're going to make.
Exactly the same colourway, yeah.
Amazing. This is going to sell out again. I'm sure of it. It's beautiful. And again, you get all the instructions here. As you can see, you get your 2 needles printed on pattern and all of the threads that you need to make it. It's just gorgeous. It's like you see it and you know exactly what it is.
Yeah, does what it says on the tin, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And I think it's one of those things as well. It's an achievable size. So I think a lot of people sometimes worry about long and short as silk shading. There's lots of different names for it. But it's actually a very straightforward technique. What you're doing is colouring in with thread. Yeah. You know, it sounds like a really basic way of putting it, but that's exactly what you're doing. And then we've got lots of lovely space for the turnovers on these petals. So it means that you've got a little stem stitch edge on them. But the rest of it's long and short, and it's just such a nice technique. So, yeah, it grows really quickly.
We've got 20 people with it in baskets.
Great.
And so if you'll check out, there's going to be, how many people missing out? Oh, dear, too many people missing out. This is going to sell out. I think this will be the first complete sellout of a show, so well done. It's always popular. And it's because it is a statement piece, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's recognisable as well.
That's the thing.
I think it's that thing. I'm thinking about doing a set of the other kind of national symbols as well, because obviously we associate the rose with England, don't we?
Yes.
Apart from the Tudors, etc. But I'm thinking about doing a matching set for the other home nations. So that might be quite nice. We might bring that on at some point.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Have a good set of them. Yeah. So see what we can get round to.
Well, you could. How far do you take it? You could do counties. You could do cities.
Oh, we could do all sorts of things.
I've seen the.
There's not enough stitching hours in the day. We'll apprentice you up. You can start stitching. It'll be great.
Yeah, I'll do the.
Get you underway with it.
I'll do the Kingfisher for Redditch.
Excellent.
Yeah,
lovely.
Be good. I'm sure.
Let's get going.
Tens will go. Right, we will leave that there because it's so over allocated. I will put all of these away, Jay. I promise you. In fact, these came with you, didn't they?
I brought them. I'll tidy them up. Don't you worry about that.
Okay,
yes,
now absolutely. I feel bad. I didn't feel bad when it was.
I didn't feel bad when it was Jay.
Didn't feel bad when it was Jay, no, but now I do. Which one shall we do the Jolly Christmas Pud?
Oh, I think so.
Because I think it's really cute. Look at this.
Do you want me to pass it over to you?
Oh, yeah, I want to see it.
Do you want to see it?
It's gorgeous.
Let's just pass it over. There you go.
Thank you.
It's good to see the scale of it in the hand as well.
I get to look before you. I think the French wire works so well with it. Like I've always loved French wire because it's so tactile and it's it's just fascinating.
So versatile as well. You can do so many things with it.
It's almost like a solid becomes a liquid.
Yes, absolutely.
It's amazing.
Good description.
And all the little beadwork on it, and it's just lovely. It's really cute.
This was inspired by, when I was at university, I went for a little while to university in Germany, and I remember talking to a group of Germans about Christmas pudding.
Okay.
And they thought it was completely bonkers that we had a beautiful Christmas pudding, then we set fire to it. At Christmas, they were like, you do what? And then you eat it, you set fire to it, and
eat it.
Have you already cooked it? And I was like, yeah, it's cooked for hours, it's cooked.
Yeah.
And they were like, and then you set fire to it at the dinner table. I was like, yes, we do.
Yeah.
So they thought it was completely bonkers, and then I thought at some point I'm going to do something based on that. And this is what happened. So basically, I've always kind of had it in the back of my mind, and then I thought, it'd be great to have kind of the fruit represented with metals and spangles, and then we've got all that kind of lovely brandy butter that you put on it, or the cream that you put on it, and then the lovely little sprig of holly at the top that's 3D. So yeah, just a nice combo.
I love it. I love this fabric.
Thank you.
This is really nice, the texture of it.
It's kind of mottled to give you that look at that Christmas pudding as well. So,
it works perfectly, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And you get a cute little frame.
Yeah, you get your little hoop to present it in as well, because I thought this would be great to hang on your tree. So you could actually just hang it on your Christmas tree.
And I have spent, I'm not proud of this, I've spent £90 on a bauble before. And it was a bauble that I went to, it was a garden centre.
Yeah.
And there were about 10 of exactly the same one. So it's mass produced. It's nonsense, really.
Well,
£90.
But you really liked it?
Well, my girlfriend really liked it.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah. It's lovely.
The thing is, though, I do think it's like, I'm very into the Christmas period. So, like, we've got a lot of Christmas birthdays, mine included. Plus, my parents are Scottish, so they do hogmanay as well. So everything's at Christmas. So we'd have a fantastic run-up. So for me, there's things that I bring out every year and decorate my home with that I only see at that period, but it's lovely because it's a walk down memory lane for me. So it's things that I've made or other people have made for me or that I've bought that remind me of a place that I've been to. So, I love that thing where you kind of go and every time you put a thing on the tree, it's a memory that you've had.
Yeah.
So it's gorgeous, or a person made it for you, so it reminds me of that person. So I love that about the Christmas
It takes
period.
over your home, doesn't it?
Yeah,
for
love
a solid month.
I love it.
Like, these things, they come out and they're kind of, you remember them, I could list every single Christmas ornament that I have because it's all got a special place in the home at Christmas.
But also it's like I go to my mum's house and there's things on her Christmas tree that I remember from when I was a kid. And we've all got dibs on stuff. So it's like, it's that thing about, they're so evocative of that time and that lovely time that you spend with your family or your friends or however your Christmas looks.
Yeah.
It's so evocative. So for me, hanging that on the tree or, somewhere on your wall nearby, it's so nice.
And for $44.99, you get a lot in this kit.
Yeah, you do.
Like I've started unboxing it and I've still got bits
It's still coming.
I've still got stuff here. So you've got your fabric, you've got your organza.
Oh, well done.
Thank you. I do listen sometimes. You've got your French wire in 4 colours. You've got your seed beads. Cute frame. Lovely fabric. All of these threads. And instructions.
Yep. Step-by-step instructions.
It's brilliant. And as I said, £90 on a single bauble. Mass produced.
Yeah.
And that wasn't even the worst of them. I couldn't stretch to any more. But
You're a bauble millionaire.
I am. I'm a man of many baubles. Right, I need to get a wiggle on because I want to have time for a demo, and I'm being my own worst enemy because when I'm in the gallery, it's like, hurry up, John. It's like. So we've got 3 kits.
Yes.
Shall we do Starry Night?
Yes, absolutely.
We'll be a little bit quicker with these ones. I'm hearing that this one is priced ridiculous. Oh, come on.
Bargain.
Yeah. I'm not allowed to say that that's cheap for what it is, but
it's very good value.
It's incredibly priced. It's very affordable. Do we have an example of this? Is that this one here that I've got? Oh, nobody help, it's fine.
Arm's not quite long enough. Yeah, so it's metal threads, a bit of surface stitching and some beadwork and sequins. But again, it'd be a lovely thing that you could put on your Christmas tree, I think, or by your Christmas tree. See, if you don't know already, I'm a complete sparkle queen. Okay. So for me, anything at Christmas needs to be sparkly or colourful or joyous. So yeah, that's kind of all of the above.
It's gorgeous. And I like that it's kind of, you can tell that it's been hand stitched.
Yes.
It's got character to it. It's not just a
Absolutely,
perfectly symmetrical.
Yeah, it's charm, hasn't it? It's,
Yes.
I think the thing is, though, it's one of those things that there's so many things that you can buy now that are mass produced.
Yeah, for sure.
And it's just the idea of like, this is a very affordable thing to give as a gift itself, or to make. You've got plenty of time. This is going to be a short project, but it's one of those things that you can actually purchase it today and have it made ready to give to somebody for Christmas.
I think we're I think we're hardwired to notice when something is handmade rather than when something is made by a machine.
Yeah.
You see these kind of intricate details that can only have been applied by a person, and you pick it out and you go, that's worth more than anything else.
Yeah, but I think it's the ultimate gift now is time, isn't it? So I think it's what, you have a finite period of time. So at the end of the day, when you're choosing to spend time on something that you're giving to somebody or that somebody's given to you, that's the most precious thing. So, so whether it's a beginner's level piece or an advanced level piece, I just think it's thrilling when somebody's thought enough of you to spend that time on you.
Yeah.
So
sure.
yeah.
And at $17.99, that's just. I can't say anything more.
Bargain.
That's a bargain. That is a bargain. Check out on that. There's loads in baskets. Right. Ollie is saying we have one left. I have two left, Ollie. Yes, I have Stag and Squirrel and Out of the Blue. Shall we do Stag and Squirrel? We've got single figures of these already.
So I brought this one because always nice to have kind of cosy wool work to do during the festive period, the Christmas period. But also it's beautiful size for like a small cushion front. You could make it into a panel, etc. But also the Stag, you could put that lovely red nose on it and make him into a bit of a festive reindeer. So he's interchangeable. Could be
the colours are beautiful. Look at that. Oh, I love that flower at the top.
So
That
this is
gorgeous.
Jacobean style, so 17th century, based on the chintzes and palanpurs from India.
Yep.
We think of it as a very British thing, but it's a fusion, so it is very British in that sense.
Yes.
Inspired by other places. But also we think of this as the kind of things that you see the bed hangings in stately homes, so that kind of thing. So yeah, but they wear beautifully, so these just get better and better with age. So the linen twill base, the apples and crewel wool again, and you get the full instructions, the needles, everything's ready to go.
I love this. I absolutely love this. I love the colours. The colours are gorgeous. This is my palette.
Oh, is it?
Yeah. I love the kind of rust summer light blues, and then you throw in a bit of the sages, and
I'd love to say I knew, but
Well, yeah.
Serendipity.
This could serendipity. That's also my favourite word.
Well, there you go. We're doing well this morning.
Well, yeah. But again, single figures, we've got more in baskets than we have double figures in baskets, single figures available, and we only have 15 minutes, so we're going to move on. But please check out on that because it's gorgeous. That is, you're not supposed to have favourites, and I'm not going to say anything else.
Leaving it there.
I'll leave that there. They're all lovely, but that's the loveliest. And the final one, Out of the Blue. Much like my presenting career.
It's going well, though.
Well, we haven't swore yet, so
I mean,
although
that's
there's still
always
time.
good.
There's still time.
It's one in the frame here. Do you want me to pass it over?
Yes.
Lovely.
Thank you. Oh, I like the idea of framing them.
Yeah, so you can frame them, but you can make them into panels, box tops, etc. So, but again, you're working with gold metal threads here. And then we've got a little bit of a plique and some beadwork.
That's really
so
lovely.
A bit of a nice combo, a good introduction to gold work, this one. So, and as I say, you've got step-by-step instructions. I mean, it's just a nice colour combo as well.
Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Yeah.
It is gorgeous. It looks very regal, doesn't it? It looks expensive and opulent.
We associate, good word.
Thank you.
We always associate metal thread work with ceremony and kind of the kind of ostentatious kind of...
better word.
Even better. It's like we're spewing out the dictionary this morning. We're just inspiring each other. So, but yeah, so it's that kind of ostentatious display. But again, I'm a complete sparkle queen, so for me, I love anything that has that glitter and sheen to it.
Yes.
So, but you've got plenty of threads in here, all the threads, all the fabric, everything's marked on, all the instructions that you'll possibly need. So yeah, good to go.
It's lovely, and you can see everything that you get in here in a strange display by me.
It's, yes.
It's different, isn't it? There you go, look. That's what you get. You do get so much though, and I haven't even got the and the needles. Be careful with these because I have grabbed the fabric many times because I didn't know they were there. And I keep forgetting every kit pretty much I've got.
Yeah, I've parked the needles in the fabric, so
Yeah.
they're ready to go. So don't stab yourself first. Not a good way of starting your embroidery project.
Right. Will you make one for me?
Well,
or a bit of one?
Yes, let's go for it. So, right, let's start with French knots. I know it's one that people quite often kind of worry about. So, pop your thread in the needle. I'm using a double thread here. If you want a bigger French knot, you add more threads. So I'm wrapping around the needle once, holding it onto the shaft of the needle, going down to virtually the same hole, but not the same hole. Pull the twist to the face of the fabric and then come down. So you can see you get a lovely French knot. So we're able to replicate that. Normally with this, you'd go round the outside edge first, create the form, and then you'd fill in the middle. Because if you start in the middle, you'll end up only kind of getting in a bit of an amorphic shape. So as I say, you'd work around the edge doing French knots like that. Trellis. So the way we start our threads, you're going to put the knot on the top. We're going to do 2 small stitches, nice and small and tight, on or next to each other. That's called the waist knot technique. And then what you're going to do is you're going to come up in that line. You always start and stop in the same way, and we're going to put it somewhere where we know we're going to cover later on, which is the paint lines, so that we're confidently going to cover that. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do a trellis. So we're going to work across the shape, going to go through the thread at the other edge, and then you're going to use the needle to help you decide how big a space you want. So I want it slightly bigger than that, so I'm going to go nice and big, and then what I'm going to do is use the thread to help you get a parallel line, and then go through that thread at the outer edge. So you're going to go all your stitches in one direction, 45 degrees from the centre out, and then you're going to do the other. And you can see again, I'm using my needle to help me get my spacing and my lines parallel. And I'm using a long thread on the back as well as the front, which helps you again to get the parallel because the tension of the stitches sit in the same direction. So you'll go in all one direction.
I love one direction.
And then you'll go all in the other direction. So, so you can see you'll get little diamonds that are created.
Oh, nice.
So just going to get my spacing, and the gap between the rows in one direction is the same as the gap between the rows in the other direction. So as I say, you should be getting nice even spaces. Those will then be held down. So once you've filled all of those in, you put a tiny little stitch over the top and it holds this in position. So as I say, I'd do all of them in one direction normally, and then all of them in the other direction, and then do all your holding stitches. Okay, and then you can put stem stitch down the central line, and then you can do your outlining stitch as well. So let's park that one up. Scroll stitch. Now this is one I've never demonstrated on TV before, so it's a nice one. Let's get that thread out of the way. So I'm using a double thread again. So what I'm doing is it gives you this lovely scrolling stitch, which does what it says on the tin. As I say, you lay it round in a circle, go down on one side of the line in the circle, up in the other line. You can see I'm holding that loop open, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull. I'm just going to use my needle to help tension that stitch. Can you see you get that lovely scroll? So it's a really pretty effect. So you can see the stem of the main piece is all scroll stitch, and it's in slightly different tones of brown as it goes down the shape.
Oh, yeah. It starts to kind of ombre, doesn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So you get this lovely effect. And when you get to the end of a line, you'll just go down on the outside of the stitch and it holds it in position. So it's a really lovely
yeah, that's gorgeous. You can see how it goes from the light to the dark.
Yeah.
That's amazing. The attention to detail on just the way it's put together.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean that's the beautiful thing. As I say, you get lots of different opportunities in embroidery to kind of use different colours, different shades, different textures. So it really kind of creates a lot of chances for you to create some beautiful things. And then I'm going to do a whipped wheel. So you do spokes. I've gone to a single thread this time. All the instructions are in the book. I'm creating a star with my stitches. And then you pop a holding stitch over the centre so it doesn't roll around when you're trying to work with it. And then what you're going to do is you're going to come up in between the spokes, anywhere in that shape. And then you can either use a tapestry needle, or I tend to use the blunt end of the needle. And then you're going to go back over one spoke and forward under two, consistently going round the piece. And it gives you a very textural berry effect. So the berries are a bit of a mixture. So they're a bit of satin stitch. There's some whipped wheels, which is what we're doing now. There's woven wheels. There's French knots. So there's a real range of textures in there. But I always think this is such a pleasing stitch when you work it. All you do is you keep doing that. So back over one spoke, forward under two. And it basically fills in. So you'll just keep going round and round and round, filling in until you can't squeeze your needle into the space anymore. And it just gives you a really pleasing finish. Also reminds me a bit of an ice gem or a kind of sea anemone, the kind of crunchiness of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Kind of texture, really crisp.
Yeah, it's very pleasant to look at, isn't it?
Yeah. So as I say, with crewel work, that's one of the lovely things. So you're working with crewel wools, it feels like it builds up relatively rapidly. And particularly with these bold, bright colours, it's just a real pleasure to do, particularly as the kind of nights get darker. I know it seems strange to mention that in
They are,
July.
though. They are. The last couple of mornings,
That's
at kind of 5:30, 5:45, it's not been as light as it would normally be, which is, well, it is what it is.
Well, you see, it's that whole thing about, you know, working towards the solstice, isn't it? So, like, my birthday's the winter solstice.
Okay.
So it's kind of longest night, shortest day. But it's that thing, I always think it's really interesting when you're kind of working towards it or away from it, because it's the light just starts to, you start to notice the changes, don't you?
Yeah.
So, but these bright, beautiful colours would just be so lovely to sit and work. You know, can you imagine as well, like this might be something that you're buying as a Christmas gift for somebody. You imagine kind of sitting in January and working with all these lovely wools that feel so nice in your hands, and sitting with this, and it's the lovely thick linen twill, and then these bright colours in your kind of living room or wherever you're working them.
Yeah.
It will build up so beautifully.
See all of the colours that you get in the kit here. Look at how much you're getting. It's ridiculous.
And as I say, they're all kind of top-notch quality. This is the type of fabric and threads that I work with on commissions for stately homes and you name it. If anyone's asking for crewel work, this is what I work with.
What I get. Wow.
So there's no different levels of standard of quality. You know, I think if you're going to spend your time on something, you want to make sure you're doing it beautifully and it's going to work well. So you want to work the right thing. So you can see this is just built up and built up and built up, and then you get that beautiful kind of texture. So it's a really nice thing to be able to create.
Yeah.
Have we got time to do other things, or are we?
Yeah, we've got 5-6 minutes.
Excellent. Let's swap out to a bit of long and short then.
Just on this kit, once everyone checks out, we're going to have 2 left. So just be aware of that. And there's more people putting it in baskets as we speak. As we speak, yes.
So the Tudor Rose. So we were talking about long and short before. So long and short, I think it's a bit of a misnomer. I think it should be called long and longer personally, but I think needle painting is quite a good name for it. So so what I'm going to do is I'm working. You come up over the outside edge. So you can see I've created a split stitch here. To give myself a nice boundary, and it gives you a nice firm edge. You come up in the space and you go down against the outer edge of that split stitch. And what you're going to do is you're going to do stitches that are varying lengths on the inside of the petal, and are all finishing at the split stitch on the outer edge. So you're going to work doing that. Try not to make the longs all the same, and try not to make all the shorts all the same. And so you want a variety, because otherwise you end up with ridges appearing.
Okay.
So you want to try and balance that off. Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to work like that to fill in. And we're starting with the lightest pink on the outside, and we're working towards the inside of the petal, getting darker and darker. And I'm using 2 strands. You can use 1 strand at home if you want to. It just takes longer. It's up to you though. As I say, I use 2 on my sample, and it sits beautifully and fills in quite well. But as I say, if you prefer a finer blended effect, then use 1. You can see I'm just building up. So you can see a nice irregular finish there.
Yes.
So if I just then bring that out of the way, we can then swap into the medium colour.
Oh yeah, I didn't notice we were free.
Yes, there's 3 shades in there. So
See that here.
yeah, what you do is you reverse direction with your stitch. So what we're going to do is we're going to then go split a stitch and travel forward into fresh fabric.
Do we have any stock left of Tudor Rose, Ollie? No, Tudor Rose completely sold out.
Wow.
Again.
It's very popular.
The graphics that are in are for the Christmas Pud, which is also in danger. I'll just show you that while we'll carry on stitching this.
That's
because
all
it's
right.
nice to watch. But here's the Christmas Pud, which the graphics are on screen for at the moment. That is also in danger zone with how many people are in baskets.
But you can see with this, I'm then going to work into the darkest shade and take it down where the other petal finishes. But you can see you work through all your different shades, splitting a stitch, making sure that you're at irregular heights so that you don't create ridges. So you can work all the way through your colour palette and you'll get that lovely shaded effect. Have I got time for anything else, or are we?
How long?
Let's quickly do...
A couple of minutes. If you could do one in a couple of minutes.
Oh, speed stitching.
I just don't want to get off air. That's my addicted here now.
Now you're addicted
so
to
you
it.
don't have to suffer for
Let's look
much
at
longer.
how you're creating these little loops in the Christmas Pud. So what I'm doing is you've got this beautiful bright check in your pack, so this bright red bright check. And what we're going to do is we're going to cut a length of it about, let's say about 1 centimetre. I've got a double waxed thread in my needle.
Ooh.
And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pop that on the needle. We're going to go down into near to the same hole. That's going to make this, I'm just going to use my malure, that's going to make this loop over. So can you see it loops over?
Yeah.
And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my thread to then hold that in place. So I'm going to come up on the outside of it, go down on the inside, and it just holds it into that loop shape.
Oh,
so it looks
nice.
like the little kind of bits of cherry and things that you find in your Christmas puddings. So,
And you wouldn't see that, would you? It's
yeah, so I'm going to do another one there so you can see what we're up to. So here we go again. So another pearl of the metal. Go down to the same hole. You're essentially doing a lazy daisy or a detached chain stitch. So you can see it bends over itself. I'm holding that tight underneath, the working thread tight underneath. Then you hold it in place. You see?
That's amazing.
So you get those lovely little cherry effects. It's really sweet, isn't it?
Yeah, it's
So-
lovely. I do love this. I think it's just such a it's such a cool design. Like, I think it's adorable.
Thank you. Yeah, and then we've got the little faux pearls. You've got different sizes in there. So I've got a nice small one, double wax thread again. I would generally suggest, because you don't want your beads to be moving around, so put your little stitch on and then look at the width of that pearl and come fractionally less distance away from the previous. Then pop your new pearl on, and then you want to take it down, and then I'm tucking underneath. So my needle's at about a 45-degree angle to the fabric, but by tucking underneath the previous pearl, it brings the new one towards the old one, and it really sits snugly together, and they don't have any movement then, so it's really nice and firm.
Amazing.
So, yeah. So I think that's possibly all we have time for.
That is all we have time for. But this has been an experience.
Oh, thank you. Well, I'm very glad to have been on with you.
I'm so glad it was you, because as you said to me before I could talk about embroidery.
Oh, I could bibble on about embroidery all day.
And I thought, okay, good. Before we go, I just want to warn you of this one, because It's very, well, I'm knocking things over now. This is incredibly limited. This was, what was it?
George's Celebration.
I was going to say Arthur. I've just had Arthur in my head. Because I've been watching a programme about King Arthur. George's Celebration, it's incredibly limited now. Once everybody checks out, it's gone. This is the only place we can get it. So,
Yep.
yeah, please check out your baskets. Thank you, everybody, for your support this hour. I've needed it. Vix is now here. So Vix will be back after the break with Amanda. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You've been amazing.
Good to see you. Thanks for joining.
Check out your baskets, and we will see you after this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers, by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Every day our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Oh, hello. Thank you so much to the team. Lovely Ben, who took over the first hour. Helen, I promise I'm not avoiding you. Lovely to see you. That first hour was amazing. Well done, everybody who managed to get those gorgeous embroidery kits. I'm so sorry that it's taken me so long to get here. I've had a real nightmare of a morning. The girls had their jabs on Friday, and they've been all out of sorts for the last 48 hours. And well, they did actually say to me, do you want to do it separately? And I was like, no, we'll do the twins both together. And actually, yeah, been all out of sorts. They've been up all night. But anyway, yes, we're all right. We're okay. Anyway, next time I have twins, I'll have learnt the lesson. I know what to do better when next time I have twins. Anyway, I'm joking. Right, so, Amanda, it's lovely to see you. Happy Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
Last day of Christmas today. Last day of Christmas. We've got the Christmas Jumper Quilt. Is this a brand new design from you?
It's brand new today, yes.
It is brilliant. Brand new pattern. I love this quilt, and honestly, wait until you see the price. It is amazing. I think this is going to be a quilt kit that you bring out. It's always nice to have a Christmas quilt, I think, that you bring out year after year, snuggle under.
What made me want to start quilting was to make that heirloom quilt that comes out every Christmas, yeah.
Oh, this is it when you're watching your favourite Christmas films, when you're snuggling under Christmas, Christmas Eve. This would be lovely. Do you have a favourite Christmas film?
There's a few. We like Miracle on 34. I know it's an oldie, but that's still a good one. Jingle All the Way is cheesy but good.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, crikey.
I love them all.
I'll say, yeah.
All Christmas films. So, your Christmas jumper quilt. Now, we've got it in a blue colourway. We've also got it in a grey colourway. But, Amanda, you've also put in the back of the instructions, if you do get pattern on its own today, there's loads of colour options, or if you want to make it in your own fabric going forward, once you've made it in the lovely blues. In terms of construction, is it something that, you know, we're all going to be able to do? Is it something you need more of a...
It's probably a confident beginner.
Yeah.
Just purely because some of those little squares are small, but there's absolutely nothing tricky about the techniques. It's just that you're working with smaller pieces of fabric.
Right.
But if you're confident with that, then no, it's good for anyone.
Should we start with the blue colourways? Should we start with the blue? This fabric is beautiful. Now, you've got 3 metres of your white. Look at the price. It is $69.99 for your whole quilt kit. 3 metres of your background. And look at these fabrics. These are new as well, especially for this quilt. The little gonks, I love them. They are so cute. You've then also got the little robins. No. Right. So, sorry, Stuart said yesterday about the difference between a gonk and a gnome. Do you know the difference between a gonk and a gnome?
Is a gonk just a Norwegian Santa
Maybe.
dressed up gnome?
Well, Stuart said that you can't see their eyes. Gonks, you can't see eyes.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true.
I perhaps thought that they hailed from Norway and they were sort of some Santa-ish.
Let's go with that. Let's go with that. So you've got your gonk. You've also got, look at these beautiful robins. I love this. 1/2 metre of every single one of these, by the way, as well. You've got your Santa gonks. Oh, no, you can see their eyes, actually. So little Santas. You've then got your Dalmatian dogs. In the snow. How cute is this? Holy, tiny little robins as well. These are adorable. You've then got all your bunny rabbits in the snow with snowflakes and scattered snow and their big puffy tails. Absolutely amazing. So they're all, oh, in fact, actually, you get a whole metre of this one.
Yes, so if you're going with the kit, you are sort of restricted as to where you position each fabric, just because you do need, I think, about 75 centimetres of one particular fabric compared to the others. But if you were using the pattern with your own fabrics, then, you know, sort of depending on what...
So they've overcompensated really and given you more fabric
Yeah,
with this one.
you've
So you need
definitely
about
got
75 centimetres, but you'll have some left over with this one. So you'll have plenty of the rabbits, which you can make some lovely little accessories with. You've then got your Dalmatians, your Santas. They are amazing. And what I love, actually, is it's not necessarily... Obviously, it's the Christmas jumper quilt, but I think this is more wintry.
I'd say you could bring this out sort of...
November.
Yeah, day after bonfire night.
Yes, exactly. After Halloween, I'd be thinking, right, I'm ready to start Christmas now. This is gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. And lots of these elements you still are going to see within your piecing, aren't you?
Yes, again, I've done this one as a panel, and it's slightly... The size of the quilt is correct, but the size of the images are slightly small. So, yeah, you will definitely see bigger. When we start to make it with the real fabrics, you'll see larger pieces of pattern.
Right, if you want the kit, it's 6 whole metres of fabric and your all-important instructions for $69.99. We've now got less than 30 of these kits. Please don't wait, it is the last day of Christmas. And this is why I'm so pleased we do Christmas in July, is because projects like this, you do want to make sure that You've got it already.
To start. You've not got to rush. Yeah, you can start making it now. Set yourself a schedule so that it's bound and ready to go for Halloween.
Yeah, absolutely, for the day after Halloween. Just so you know, there are still pin badges available. Anybody that's shopping with us this morning, 1 per customer. You'll get the Sewing Street Christmas pin badge. Has Sandra got hers? I think she has.
I think she put it on Dobby. I'm not sure.
Dobby's got it on. She's got all of them. She's got all of the Sewing Street badges that we've ever had. So if you are a collector of those badges, go for it. Now, there is loads of you in baskets, just so you're aware, there are less than 25 of the kits. This is a really weighty bit of instructions here, Amanda.
We've gone new style. They're printing the instructions in-house for us now. So it's really good if you can't see like me, because it's super size.
Oh yeah, they're different to your instructions they were normally. These have all been printed in-house, so you've got full A4 instructions.
A4 instructions, which hopefully does make it better for customers to see the images and the words, really.
And so, look, you've got all of the images, step-by-step instructions on every single block. And I actually think you're going to come back to use some of these blocks again in cushions, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could incorporate it into other quilts. Excuse me, I've got a frog in my throat.
Full Christmas jumper quilt instructions, and then alternative colour suggestions.
I quite like I mean, I've done it here just in solid colours, but you could use solids or any Christmas-themed fabric that perhaps sort of from a distance reads red or reads green or blue. It's not necessarily got to be Christmas themed. If you just wanted a winter quilt to bring out, you know, once the clocks change, just something to throw on the settee, or you know, sort of in an evening. And if you backed it, I know you've got some backing fabrics, but if you also backed it with flannel, that would be lovely and cosy.
Yeah. So how big is the quilt, the finished quilt?
It's 50...
Does it say in the
I think
page?
it's 55, 55-61.
Yeah, so it's a good sized quilt, 61 inches. Perfect to be able to have on the back of a sofa or at the bottom of a small bed. Just $69.99 is a fabulous price for the amount of fabric you're getting in there. Amazing, right.
It's branded as well, isn't it? It's nice.
Oh, it's designer thick, fabric,
thick fabric.
Lovely. Right, let's go on to the grey colourway. Similar fabrics again. Are they from the same collection? Or
They
are they
are. I think
different?
one was called Winter Wonderland and one was Winter Moon.
This is Winter Moon. Oh, I've got a feeling this is going to be very popular. 3 metres of your background, 3 metres of your white. Do you have enough to be able to bind it as well, Amanda?
Yes, so with I've popped a fabric key at the front.
Okay.
And fabric E is the one that I chose to use for the binding. Now you could, I think it's just fabric A.
Oh, you've done it for both of our kits.
Yeah, so
brilliant, thank you.
Fabric A, you've you've got to keep that one in the same position throughout, purely because that was the 75 centimetre requirement. But you can swap and change with B, C, D and E. So if you wanted to see more of the Dalmatians, pop that in place of one of the others and use another one as your binding.
Right, okay, brilliant. So what's this collection called, did you say?
I think this one is Winter Moon.
Oh, look at Winter Moon. You've got the beautiful robins. These are slightly larger scale print. And the moons are lovely in the background, aren't they? I think this one you get a whole metre of as well.
Yeah.
That's your one that you get a metre of. By the way, we also have Winter Moon by the half metre as well. So if you do want to do a bit of a collection of stockings or sacks or Christmas decorations, then you've got a chance to do that. So you've got your robins here. Look at the dogs with the post box. Oh, this is adorable. This is amazing. You have got then all of your little reindeers with the post boxes. They're half a metre. The owls. A owl. And you've got the lovely trees as well, which is gorgeous, isn't it? So this is, again, your more sort of frosty version. They've called it grey. You're still getting the same white background colour, and then you're getting all of these half metres along with your main robin fabric. You get a whole metre of that. Still $69.99. Instructions are included as well. Full instructions. Loads in baskets. Just so you know, if everybody checks out with Down Tinsel Figures, this will sell out today. It is our ultimate Christmas quilt of 2024. The best price quilt that we have available for you, without a doubt. For a big quilt as well, 61 inches. It's a big size quilt. And you've got Amanda's demo today as well. So any questions that you have, get in. Now, instructions are also available on their own. Now, this is really exciting. What sort of, do I need to have half metre yardage to be able to do it?
No, so the way that I have written the instructions, I put the exact amount that you need plus 2.5 centimetres or an inch just for straightening the grain. It's just purely done in halves and ones for ease of cutting at the warehouse. But yeah, if you're working with stash fabrics, you can get by with less than 50 centimetres if you know, if you're really struggling to eke out your fabric.
Oh, get ahead of the queue. It has gone wild in the aisles. If you want to get the Christmas Jumper Quilt instructions on their own, if you're thinking, do you know what, I love these colour options, I'm thinking, yes, I've got fabrics in my stash. I'm pleased that we've packed as many of these as we can, but this is your chance if you bought any Christmas fabrics in the week.
Yeah, they would all mix and match. I've got in mind, you know, sort of the Fair Isle jumper.
Yeah.
And you know, I've stuck with them obviously because they were the fabrics that were given to me to work with. But I think it could work with anything.
I think like pinks and greys would be nice.
Oh, that would be lovely. Yeah, for little girls.
Yeah.
Yeah, a pretty quilt. Yeah.
Pretty Scandi colours. But the traditional red and white or the reds and greens, you could add some nice golds in there. We've had some gorgeous Christmas fabrics this year, haven't we? Just £9.99 for your full instructions. As always with Amanda's instructions, they're very, very thorough indeed. And you've got time to make it before you want to use it, before you want to bring it out at Christmas time. So just £9.99. Keep going through for all your instructions. We had hundreds of these available. I've got a feeling that they are, again, going to be a sellout. Now, from the Winter Moon collection, there's two panels that we just want to show. Obviously, some of the half metre fabrics are underneath us on the web already flying out. We'll come to those in a bit. But from that same collection, we have got a few stocking panels. This one, well, this is a stocking panel, and then we've also got an advent calendar panel. So if you do want to do a quilt and then you're matching stockings,
they would look really good, wouldn't they?
This is brilliant. Now, if you want to include your own fabric, you could make 4 stockings there if you want to back it with your own fabric. Or what I'd be doing, if you said the Winter Moon's available by the half metre, I'd get that one, back it with this.
Yeah.
And then you've got 4 stockings. I mean, you've got 2 complete stockings, front and back, but I'm just thinking if you do want to make sure you're, if you are thinking, right, I want it to go further. I mean, you could embroider onto these and all sorts of
You could, yeah, you could put some wadding and then just, you know, sort of echo around the edge to almost sort of emboss the image of the owl and the rabbit.
And this doesn't go to waste, by the way. Once you've cut it all out, keep this fabric because this is lovely.
Yeah, that could be used for, I mean, it's perhaps not big enough, is it, to use as a light? But yeah, definitely it would come
Yeah.
for another project.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
£14.99. So you've got the hare or the rabbit, then you've also got the little hedgehog, look.
Sweet.
I love this winter moon. A hoglet. A hoglet's a baby hedgehog. Look at the little... I thought they were robins with their heads in the snow, but they're not. They're acorns or something, aren't they? This is so lovely. Then you've also got your robins. The artwork's beautiful.
It is pretty, isn't it?
And then you've also got your Dalmatian dog talking to the robin under the moon, the winter moon. £14.99. I mean, that is brilliant for designer Christmas stockings, isn't it? I'd embroider someone's names on them. OK, that one's brilliant. If you do want to get ahead, yeah, fantastic. You've also then got your advent calendar panel. Oh, this is... And what I love as well is, when you think of advent calendars, you might instantly think, obviously, of the children and more novelty ideas, whereas this, you could fill it with grown-up bits, couldn't you?
Ferrero Rocher.
Oh, yes.
Bit of Thorntons.
Oh, good idea. Ferrero Rochers. I'm thinking little miniature gin bottles or something, couldn't you? But look, you've got that gorgeous artwork at the top of your advent calendar, and then you've got your pockets. Now, it's so easy to do. What I'm going to do is I'm going to spin it round onto the overhead so you can see these fold lines. And these are all extra applique bits down the side. Have you made with one of these panels before, Amanda?
Not this particular one, but I've made advent calendar panels in the past, and they are really good because as much as I love a Cadbury's calendar, they are a little bit...
Yeah.
Yeah, whereas this, you like you say, you can fill it with anything, can't you?
And they're really easy to construct, aren't they? Because can you see they've got the little marks on the side here that say fold. So then you would fold them up to the... Where is it that I fold them, Amanda? Do I fold them right to the top of this line?
I would fold it so that you've still got the grey visible, yeah.
Yeah.
So that it sort of looks like a grid.
And then fold that again. That's where the fold line is. And you literally fold and stitch.
Yeah.
And then you've got your lovely little pockets to be able to put all your treats. Look, you've even got little labels here. I've got a lovely label with a robin on, post box, and then these are all extra applique elements, which you can put onto all sorts, can't you?
Which is nice.
Loads of baskets for your advent calendar, just £7.99. Right. What are you able to show us with the Christmas jumper then, Amanda?
So I've got... there are 2 blocks, so hopefully we'll have time to go through those 2 blocks. And if there's time left, I mean, these are very simple, but we'll carry on and do some of the checkerboard pieces as well.
Fabulous. Main graphic's going to be for the blue colourway, the most popular at the moment. Fabulous. Okay. Right, so where should we start?
Let's grab... So if we start then with the first block, which is what I tried to make it look like was a snowflake. So we're going to make 8 of these blocks. In the instructions, everything is labelled, you know, sort of fabric A, B, C, D. All you've got to be mindful of is fabric A pretty much has got to remain the same because that's the 1 metre there. So this is the block complete. And then if I bring in the individual units so that we can, you know, sort of break it down and simplify it a bit. And that little tiny dot of Dalmatian in the middle.
That's so cute, look.
It is sweet, isn't it? So if you wanted to see more of the Dalmatian, you could swap that out with one of the other fabrics. Anything that reads 50 centimetres is movable. Right, so that is the block exploded to simplify it. So we've just got 4 of these quarter units and they're all identical. So once you've got going, once you've made one, it really is easy to chain piece and speed through them. So if I just gather those up and we'll start to make one.
Would you recommend cutting out one and doing a block first before you start chain piecing them all?
I think if you're relatively new to patchwork, perhaps that would be a good idea. But if you're confident, I tend to, it's the bit of the quilt process that I least enjoy, yeah. So I would do all the cutting, you know, and pressing and best pressing if that's what you choose to do. I would just do that all in one go so that then you can get onto the nice relaxing part of the sewing. Right, so we're going to make, oh sorry Mike, shall I move?
You're all right. You're all absolutely fine. Yeah, I think Joe's just waiting.
I'll pop that there, shall I, just so that it's ready to go. Sorry. There we go. Right. Is this table higher than the? I feel like I've
Oh no, yeah, maybe we're smaller over here. I don't know if they are technically a bit higher.
Perhaps it's just because I've got my trainers on today, and you maybe come in heels in the past, but I thought, crikey.
No, we're both little, aren't we?
Okay, so let me check. One of those, and some strips. So we're going to start off then, and we'll make, let's bring this back in to see. We've got just our plain square, just set that aside for 1 minute, and we're just going to make some half square triangles. Now, what I will do actually...
What's your preferred method of half square triangles?
So I'll show you the way that I like to do the half square triangles, and also a way of speeding up the cutting process as well. So what we'll do is mark on, so we've got our squares pre-cut. Actually, shall I get a smaller ruler? Is that perhaps better?
Oh yeah, we need one of those little I Love My Quilting Friend rulers or something, don't we?
Tiny little, I think I've got one.
You got a small one?
I've got one in here, I'm sure.
Have you, Ben?
There we go. Okay.
Look at these little, I like the little
dinky ones, yeah. So we're just going to draw a diagonal line across on the wrong side. I know I'm sort of using the white here, but if I were drawing it on the print, I would be drawing on the wrong side. Diagonal line from one corner to the other. That ultimately is going to be our cut line, and we're going to sew 1/4 inch either side of that. So pop our pieces right sides together. If you want, you can just place them onto the machine as they are. Sometimes though, it can just be helpful just to anchor the corners so they don't start to shift. I think if you've got, you know, a bit of a base on your machine, it's fine. But sometimes if you've taken off your free, you know, made it into a free arm, it can be a little bit difficult to keep it smooth. But a couple of pins and that should do the trick.
So you're right sides together with this, yeah?
Right sides together, just matching each corner as best you can. These triangles are going to be exact size, so it is worth just taking a few minutes just to match them up, because there's not really any wiggle room, you know, sort of if you end up a bit skew-whiffed, you might struggle then to make them into the block. So we'll take these to the machine now. Am I all right to just move this?
Yeah.
A little bit? And we're going to sew 1/4 inch down either side of the drawn line. I'm just going to leave the machine on 2.4. You could lower it to 2, but perhaps wouldn't go any lower than 2. Sometimes I'll leave it on 2.4 just because if I need to unpick, it's easier. If you've done tiny stitches, it can be impossible sometimes. So no need to backstitch.
Yeah, because some of the machines, they default to 1.8 as a piecings.
I think, is it 680 that does that?
Yeah.
And that's lovely if you're doing paper piece, you know, foundation paper piecing.
But it's very short stitch.
But it's nigh on impossible to unpick without marking your fabric.
Just so you know, there are now less than 20 of the main kits available. If you do want it, it's £69.99. Way more than 20 in baskets. In fact, there's now 17 remaining if you want one. You're getting 3 metres of your white fabric, full instruction sets, the most affordable Christmas quilt kit we've offered of the week. So if you do want to make that heirloom Christmas quilt, you've got designer, beautiful brand new fabrics, full-size quilt. The one behind us, that Christmas jumper vibe is gorgeous, isn't it? Are they lovely? They remind me of very John Lewis-esque. Christmas advert. I love them. £69.99. And I like that they don't suggest an age. They don't... Yeah, we just need an acoustic cover to go along with it, don't we? Da, 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 da. That was the one, wasn't it? What other one?
I can't remember. Was there some trouble with last year's one? I can't remember now.
There was some trouble, like scandal.
Or was it Marks and Spence? Someone, I think, withdrew their Christmas. I can't remember now.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, I love watching the I love bringing out all of the Christmas adverts.
Okay, so if I were at home, I would just continually piece. So I've got a huge long chain of these, but just so that I'm not spending ages doing that, I'll just trim the threads. Before you get happy with your cutter, just check that it is how you expected it to be. Now, because these are going to all be made in the same way and just rotated round, things are going to be upside down and
So don't worry about direction.
No, don't worry about direction, and I think just that makes it look a little bit more quirky. So, a way to speed cut your triangles, if, say for instance, I'd got a row of 4 or 6, just pop them all one on top of each other.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Pick a line on your cutting mat and put that drawn line, your cutting line, on your fabric along that line. Grab your rotary cutter and then you'll need a longish ruler. Obviously, the more you stack, the longer it becomes. And just pop your ruler onto that drawn line. Now, you're going to have to put some pressure on here because you don't want it to, because you've got sort of uneven layers, it can be a little bit wobbly, so put some good pressure on it. If you struggle with that, sometimes you can get a handle, like a suction.
Oh, yeah, you can, yeah. Like the shower handles.
It's just a shower, yeah, like a disabled mobility aid. They can really help, but just real good pressure and then just score all the way through and they're all done in one go. But if you've got half a dozen, that's, you know, sort of sped up that process quite a bit for you. I will press these now, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
So we're just going to press.
Any particular way that you're going to press them?
We'll press to the dark side. If I can, I'll press to the dark side. Sometimes, as we move on, I am going to just press some seams open. It's entirely up to you. You know, sort of whatever you prefer to do, and depending on what colour background fabric you've used as well. If you're doing one from Stash and you've picked a darker background fabric and there's no risk of any shadowing, you could press all of them open. You could press to whichever side. Right. So there's some half square triangles.
And are they the right size or do I need to trim them down?
So these now are the exact size that we want. So you just do need to take your time and just try and stay on the line and keep things accurate, because there is really no wiggle room for trimming down. I'm trying to think if there would be. Yes, actually, you've got 75 centimetres. You only need 75 centimetres, but you've got a metre.
Okay, yeah.
So you could, if you were, you know, sort of not so confident with your half square triangles, you could cut it a little bit bigger, just so that you've got enough there wiggle room to trim down. Okay, so we only need 2 of those for now. So we'll put that one there, and that one there. And now we need to make this little 9 patch block. Let's move that out. So we'll bring, now I'm not sure if, I don't think I've made those up. I've got loads of strips, but they all look the same when they're bundled up. There we go, that's it. 1, 2, 3. Right, so all I've done at home, I've not actually pressed them yet, is width the fabric strips and just sewn them together. We want 2 backgrounds sandwiching one of the fabric A.
Okay.
It's all in the instruction. I'm just trying to, pattern fabric. Then you've got 2 background fabrics together and a pattern fabric.
Yeah.
And then 2 background fabrics. Now, you could be thinking, why has she bothered piecing that? That's a lot of faff. But if I bring the unit back in, I do think it's worth it. It just gives you those extra seam lines that just give it a little bit more, you know, sort of interest, and just also help keep everything in line, so you've got those diagonal lines. Plus, when you come to quilt, you could follow those lines if you're going to do a crosshatch or whatever. So we'll just quickly press these open. I only need the ends off them. But what I would have done at home if I'd had more time, I'm going to press these to the dark side as well. If I'd have had more time at home, I would have pressed these as I went, but as usual, everything's just done in a rush.
Do you always press them from the reverse first?
I tend to, yeah. I mean, if I was doing it at home, I would have pressed one at a time. So I've got one here that's a 2 strip, yeah. So this one, if I were doing it properly, I would just sew 2 pieces together, press them flat.
Just so you know, head to pre-order. Can I show you where it is for anybody who's after any of these fabrics by the half metre? We will run through them before the end of the hour, don't worry, but they are absolutely flying out. I have got a feeling people are going to be making all sorts with these fabrics. Have a look down, have a look on the coming up section, and then there you will find, look, the Winter Moon Robins. Is it just the Winter Moon? $6.49, fabulous prices. We do have some of the Winter Wonderland range as well, but not much. See the pine trees, for example, if you want to team that up with, all of them will go with the, obviously with the stockings and the advent calendar to back them. $6.49, cut to order, by the half metre, and then these are our Sanntangle fabrics coming up with Sandra, who's eagerly awaiting in the wings. We'll get onto those in a bit, but if you do want any of these ones, by the half metre, go on through. I am shocked at the price of the quilt, I must say, $69.99. You know when you buy a box quilt, I'll just go back to when me and you, Ben, we're there with the Fabbies quilt, and we do a quilt hour, and every now and then we might do a reduction. And if we take a quilt of this size under £100, it is crazy. It's so, so busy. So to be able to have a huge quilt with, I mean, this isn't just a page of instructions. It follows your hand all the way through. Loads and loads and loads of instructions. All your fabric that you need for the front and the binding for less than £70. Just so you know, we're close to single figures now. So if you do want the blue colourway, that's your main graphic. And we are, if everyone checks out, I think that's it. Completely gone. Oh, there's going to be 7 people missing out once everyone's checked out.
Okay. Right.
Thank you, George.
So we've got our strips now, and we just need to cut a segment of each one to make a block.
All the measurements are in the pattern.
All the measurements are in the pattern, so just try and make sure that you line, you know, sort of you're following the lines on your ruler to keep everything square.
Is this a similar method to how you do your checkerboard blocks?
This is exactly the same,
Okay.
yes. So I'll show you.
So it's not loads and loads of tiny, tiny squares. You make your strip sets, cut
You
them
make
down.
your strips.
Oh, makes life a lot easier. Because a lot of people will look at those squares and go, oh,
Yeah.
they're so tiny.
No, so the checkerboard, it was literally just a strip of pattern, a strip of plain, and then you just top and tail them.
Yeah.
And then on this one, it was 2 patterned, 1 plain, 1 pattern, 2 plain, and again,
Yeah.
alternate them. I've pieced these together, I've pressed towards the darker fabrics, and what I will do is press these pieces open.
Oh, because there is a lot of bulk otherwise,
just,
isn't there? A lot
yeah,
of seams.
just to make it lay flat.
Okay.
But that's your choice. If you're not too fussed on, you know, potentially having a bit of shadowing, press them to one side for a speedier finish. But just to prevent any
come to your right slightly, please.
Yeah, sorry. To prevent any possibility of shadowing, I would choose to press those centre ones open.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, makes.
If you're working with a white background fabric, so I'll just square these up. I didn't take the ends off those.
Who is it next door shouting? It's very noisy
Oh,
next
so
door,
they're getting
isn't it?
excited, aren't they? Are they connected to what used to be the old gallery?
No, they're all in there. They're all in
Oh,
there.
right. Sorry, I could do, when I was trying, didn't do a very good job, did I? But when I was trying to press some of the fabrics, they were going absolutely wild.
Oh, you
in
can
the
hear
old gallery.
that's
yeah.
jewellery maker.
Oh, was it? Yeah, they were getting
They're always
really,
going wild as well.
excited, yeah.
If Carol's back off holiday, yeah, you will hear
Right.
them.
So we're going to piece these together to make that corner
Wait away
unit there.
anyway, see. Sorry, they're all just saying how loud they are.
So because we've pressed these towards the darker fabrics, they should nest nicely. And I always do put a pin in just before that intersection, just so that it doesn't shift. I'll put my glasses back on. And just slide those against each other just to nest them. And then I'll pop a pin just in the end as well, just to make sure that that doesn't end up short. And again, these, once you've cut them all out, you can chain piece these just to speed things up.
Now less than 10 of the kits.
Crikey. Everybody's obviously planning ahead.
Well, this is it. We don't do Christmas now until sort of, you probably won't see many Christmas shows, not dedicated Christmas shows, until sort of November time. And then you might think, oh, well, you know, I've already made my quilt, or I've already got what, whereas this is a perfect time now to be thinking if there is, this would be a nice one actually, if you know there's a baby due or anything towards Christmas, this could be the special quilt that then, like you say, comes out year after year. But it doesn't have to just be in more sort of, well, these aren't just children's fabrics, are they? They're more wintry, they're cute, they're lovely, but they're not screaming noddy hold of Christmas,
No,
and they're also not babyish.
Yeah, I mean,
a lovely designer fabric.
The Winter Moon especially is sort of your classic Christmas card images.
Yeah,
isn't
it is. It really is. I love this fabric. It's Winter Moon. It's from, is it called Nutex? Susan Wheeler
always
Designs.
Unsure how to pronounce. I mean, well, I don't pronounce anything properly.
But they're lovely quality, aren't they?
They are. So they are nice quality fabrics.
Which one? Tell me which ones are doing well on pre-order, Ben. Which ones are selling fast? Dancing Gonks. Is that the one with that we can see their eyes? The Dancing Gonks. The dogs is about to sell out. Is that the one in the Winter Moon? Look at this.
It is the post box. Yeah, it is lovely, that one.
What would you be making with this? What about like a nightshirt?
Or even a Christmas stocking for your pet, couldn't you?
Oh yes, Christmas placemats. Make yourself your Christmas pet blank. You know, like a pet. Susan, Alice and Marion's done a a dog bed pattern or a cat bed
Bandana.
pattern.
Dog bandana.
Oh, Christmas dog bandanas. Yeah, just getting half a metre at £6.49. Especially making to sell. Doesn't need to just be for your pets though. They're lovely. Even little Christmas decorations or, yeah, super cute.
So these I would press open. Just quickly do that. There we go. So just press those open and then they just go into that top corner.
Yeah.
And then all we do is just, there's no, you know, sort of seams to match on this section. Just right sides together, sew along there, right sides together, sew along there, and then just join those two together. And then the only seam that you've got to match is that centre one. And if you've pressed towards the darker fabrics, they should nest as well. So then you've got your finished block. How will we be doing on time?
We're all right. 1:45.
So what we're going to do here.
What size is the finished block of this? Is it 10?
No, it's a 13-inch block. It was a bit of a head scratcher.
Yeah.
Because the Christmas present block, that was the tricky one for just to make everything finish as symmetrically. So I wanted 4 across, but I also wanted those to end in the same fashion at both sides.
Yeah.
So I had to do a bit of jiggery-pokery with the measurements to get it to...
Yeah, because they're nice big blocks, aren't they?
They are, yeah.
They're really striking. And is the Christmas present block 13 as well?
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. That was the tricky one. The others I could have done any size, but it was trying to get something to match with that.
So you could make 4 of those and have them as a table runner or make them into like placemat coasters. Couldn't you make
Absolutely,
just one of
yeah.
those blocks and
Yeah.
have them as coasters, as placemats?
Yeah, yeah, just...
I love
and
that
even
block.
put a row of checkerboards to either side to get a rectangular placemat.
Yes. Once you've got this pattern, then you've got your present, you've got the lovely snowflake, you've got your checkerboard idea. There's loads in here. You know, there's lots of quilts that are fantastic that have a block that is repeated and it looks great and it's the positioning and it's the fabric selection. But the fact that you are getting all of those different ideas there is brilliant. Another fabric that's about to sell out, by the way, is the Winter Wonderland Dalmatian. I don't see as many Dalmatians anymore. I remember a girl I grew up with, she had 2 Dalmatians, and I love them. They're lovely, aren't they?
I mean, that's sort of a Christmassy film, isn't
It
it?
is, 101 Dalmatians. Yeah.
Does
Yeah.
it begin at Christmas? Or I'm sure there's sort of a Christmassy, because they've got that sort of little street, haven't
Yeah,
they,
they
where
have.
they live,
It's
and it
all
always looks...
wintry.
Yeah.
I love the little robins. They're tiny, they're gorgeous, the little detail, and all of the sort of twigs and the snowflakes in the background. The artwork is lovely on those. I think you'll really like that. And they're so cute with their little hats and their scarves on.
Okay, so all I've done there is just sewn that pattern square in between 2 strips.
Okay.
Press the fabric to the dark side, and this one I'm going to sew to the side of one of the blocks. I'll just put a pin in the end just to keep that still, but the rest I will just hold as I go. Actually, we'll do that one, just save cutting the thread.
Amanda, do you have an embroidery machine at home?
I do. I've got a sewing machine that I can add the embroidery unit onto, but I think I've probably only used it once. I need to take some time out, I think, to just, you know, play.
Yeah.
Because there's always sort of a project or a customer quilt. There's never any time. I can't remember the last time that I actually sewed for me.
For pleasure.
Yeah, which is awful, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
So that one's on, and we'll press, I'll just finger press for now, but we'll press towards the patterned fabric just so there's no show through there. That one on top, and same thing. Now I want to try and get cracking with some dressmaking. That was sort of how I started all the years. It was dressmaking. And then when we bought our first house, we needed curtains and window blinds. So sort of went down the home furnishings route. And then when kids arrived, then sort of the quilting started. But I would like to get back into my dressmaking. And maybe even just revisit my YouTube as well, because through lockdown...
Oh, yes, you so should.
Yeah, through lockdown I did some videos, but then as things started to get back to normal, there just wasn't time, but I did enjoy it.
Anyone who gets Amanda's instructions, there's all details of how you can find your YouTube.
Yes.
You're going to start putting more videos on, aren't you? And uploading more to your websites and things.
I'm redoing the website. I had a website, again, all through lockdown, had a website through lockdown, and when it came to time to renew it, they sort of get you in with a cheap starter deal. And then when it's time to renew, it's like trebled. And I didn't, to be honest, need it, because I was just offering the quilting service. I wasn't actually selling anything. And I was paying for this, sort of all singing, all dancing, WooCommerce website. So I just left it. But as the quilting, the majority is word of mouth, sort of local people. But I do quite a few postal quilts now. So, people contact me and send them through the post.
Yeah.
And then we email and FaceTime to choose patterns and threads. But I've got no sort of point of call, I suppose, sort of on the internet for people to look at patterns, look at prices. So I've sort of neglected.
You're getting it all back and running though, aren't you?
That's the aim. I would like to, sort of before Christmas, just get, just a bit of order, when you just feel like you're just running around.
The Little Quilt House, if you want to follow on social media or on YouTube, Amanda's going to be doing more. If you get the kit, you get the pattern. Pattern is also available on its own at £9.99. There are still chances to get that. It's the new pattern as well that's printed here in-house, so it's in A4 size with lots of images, lots of text as well. And of course, as always, extremely thorough to go through all of your construction of your block.
So what I will do, I'm just looking at the time, so perhaps I won't sew this bit yet, but all that I would do is bring that down. These are going in, those are going out, nest those, match the ends, sew across, and then just exactly the same there. But if it's okay with you, shall I move on quickly to the next block, just so we've seen a little bit of that? So this is the Christmas present.
I love this block.
This one is really easy. It is just straight lines. You've got no half square triangles. There's the block completed. And again, if we just break it down.
Ben's just running all of these graphics, by the way, for the half-metre fabrics. Look at the hares and the owls at £6.49. They're all really limited, by the way.
So, there we go. Now I've just got...
I didn't know there were any of the robin left. I thought you said the robin had sold out. Oh, is this the Winter Wonderland robin? The Winter Moon robin sold out, but the Winter Wonderland robin, there's limited amounts.
So we've got, whereas in that first block, in the snowflake block, all of the, sort of middle segments are the same length. These are slightly different lengths. And we've got a centrepiece there. Now, I think I'm going to have to cut some pieces to show that, or shall I just show how this goes together.
Yes,
It
please.
really is straightforward. We've got a centrepiece there.
Yep.
Move these out of the way, bring some fabric in. Centrepiece there. I knew that I'd forgotten to cook something out, but I couldn't remember what it was. Here we are. So top piece.
Half the stock of the advent calendar and half the stock of the stocking panel, just in the 30 seconds that we showed it of both, all half the stock gone. I can't believe that advent calendar was only £7.99. Is that right, Ben? That's really good.
It is when you think how much you pay for an advent calendar,
Especially
really.
one of these,
with-
you know, ones that you've got all
Yeah.
your nice plush things in.
Yeah, and you can refill it with, you know, good quality
Yeah.
things, can't you? Rather than
Personalised things. Fill it with sewing bits.
right. So that's going to be the first. This bottom section. So it is as straightforward as sewing one to the other. Actually, I might just pin that this way just so that we can see, and just sew the top portion, because that's a little bit more, not complicated, but there's just a few more steps. So that, literally just 3 strips for that bottom section. The top section, we want those. All your measurements are in your.
Yeah, sorry, we're making you rush.
No, it's okay. I should have. You know, when I was packing everything up last night and thought, I feel like I've forgotten something, and obviously I'd forgotten to to cut these pieces out. But it is really straightforward cutting and straightforward piecing. And there's very little wastage, as you know, if rather than just cutting fresh strips, you can use some, you know, if you wanted to save on fabric, you can cut into your leftover strips. But you've got more than enough fabric to complete the quilt, whichever way you choose.
I know I wasn't here at 8 o'clock, but I heard about Ben's sneaky early bird. When? How? What? I have no idea how on earth he's managed to get this as an early bird. Go on, tell me the full story, please, because this is not normal to have an embroidery machine as an early bird special. This was on with Bex and Sandy. Sandy was demoing it. There were single figures of them, and Sandy was demoing it. Ben thought, because it's Christmas, considering we've only got single figures, I'll put it on 5-way split pay, and that will be an early bird deal. Hayley's in Cape Verde at the moment. She's on holiday. So Ben said, right, do you know what, evidence will be gone. There's less than 10 of them. It's, you know, that was back on the 23rd. Anyway, a couple of days later, Ben come back in. He says, and there's more stock that has landed. We're going to get into so much trouble for this. But if you want it, we've got to erase all evidence to happen again. It is in single figures. It is the Brother embroidery machine. It's the last day that it will be on 5-way split pay. It's the last day. So if you do want to split those payments, £119 and 80 pence, £599. Watch the show back from Sandy on the 23rd. It will have to come off split pay at midnight tonight. Ben will make sure of that. It has to come off. Otherwise, he's going to get in so much trouble. No, thank you for that, Ben.
They're good. They're the brother embroidery machines.
I actually like that it's separate because you said about a combi machine that you can add onto your sewing machine.
Yeah.
If you're busy sewing, it might get a little bit neglected, but if you've got one that you can set up and it be embroidering whilst you're sewing.
Yeah. Yeah, it is really handy, especially if you're making gifts for people,
Yeah, or
because
making
you
to
can
sell.
personalise.
I've got a friend who doesn't even sew and she's got an embroidery machine and has a
Just does-
fantastic
yeah.
living doing, personalised
Yeah.
sweat tops and
Yeah,
bags and all
you
sorts.
could buy them in wholesale,
Yeah.
pre-made, and
Yeah.
just embroider the logo or whatever.
Especially at Christmas time.
Yeah.
We are literally about
In
to run
seconds.
out of time.
Okay, so that there. That
Just
there.
pretend you've pressed it all and yeah.
But again, super simple. Hang on, that way around. Turn that one upside down. And then all it is a case of 4 units. Oh, I've moved that across there now. So I would sew those 3 together
Yeah.
to make a row. I would sew the centre portion to make a row. Press the seams towards the middle, press the seams out so that they nest. One at the top there, and then that one that I've destroyed as I've puffed it down. But these would be sewn into
Into
3
segments.
rows and
Yep.
then together. And then that one across there and then across there on the top.
Brilliant.
And
Oh,
the
I love it.
checkerboard is just checkerboard.
It's all in the instructions, don't worry, it's all going to be there. Thank you ever so much,
That's
Amanda.
okay, you're welcome.
Check out of your kits because there are literally a handful left, especially of the blue that we were working with. Don't go anywhere because we've got Sanntangle eagerly awaiting in the wings. We have got the most amazing fabrics coming your way. Seriously, stay tuned. It's Sanntangle Does Christmas right after this.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your App Store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. It's our last day of Christmas in July, and we have the amazing Sandra from Sanntangle here today. Have you got your pin badge, Sandra?
Yes.
You've ordered something.
I am on the first date. But to be fair, Dobby's wearing it. Sorry, Tommy. Dobby's wearing it. He's actually doing quite well today. He's not got a hangover. He's all good.
Oh, good.
He's
still hiding behind
your
the
badge,
quilts.
Vicky.
He's got my badge on his hat.
He has.
Look at him.
Yeah.
So it's the last day today to get your pin badge as well. If you're, a little bit slow on getting your pin badge, go for it. Today's a really good day to get involved because we've got loads. Now, it's the first time that we've done a Sanntangle Christmas show since you've been designing and printing fabrics.
Yes. So this is my first Christmas fabrics. Doesn't look Christmassy, but we'll explain it, and it is. But I didn't want to do it in your face Christmas.
Yeah.
Because you want to have things like this from the end of November all the way through to like mid-January,
Yeah.
don't you really?
Absolutely. Now, we've got the 2 quilt kits that are behind, which we will come to, but well done if you've already got ahead on those. As always, with Sandra Sanntangle shows, it's busy from the second we put everything on pre-order. So, we also have some amazing panels. Now, I was just looking through these instructions, like, and you can make that, and that, and that. So, getting the most out of your Christmas panel, we'll start with the red. You get your red panel, which I'll open out in a minute because it's absolutely ginormous. But then you also get a fabulous set of instructions. Now, this is to make all of your table settings and gifts for your guests as well. So, within here it says, the panel, as it stands, will make 4 placemats with a pocket for cutlery, 4 coasters, a table centre mat, and 6 gifts for your guests. But if you want it to make more, then why not add some of the plain fabrics for linings, and then you can make double the amount. So, I mean, we're talking amazing value.
Well, absolutely. I mean, they're all here. They're all made up. I mean, imagine a placemat like this, up ready for your guest. Cutlery in here.
Fabulous.
And then, of course, you've got your coaster. But don't you want to give them something really nice? You've got a needle case. I mean, look at
Oh,
Put a little bit of felt in, a few poppers, and they're so easy to make. A glasses case.
So this is much better than the crackers
A
that I...
drawstring, but yeah, well, you could fill this with sweets. You could put things in a little purse. You know, you could add your little clip. You can use this all year round. You've got a little pocket. You always got to have something for pens and pencils. But I've used the fabrics inside. Very luxurious for Christmas, of course. But as you say, if you want to actually make 2 of these,
Yeah.
you can use the plain fabrics on the inside and this on the out. And then look at this, because we've all got diaries and things.
Yeah.
Pop your pens in here. And you could attach this to your bag or with your diary. And you've got, they're just the gifts. And because they match,
Yeah.
that's what I like. And so you remember the fact that you were with somebody on Christmas Day, you all sat down, you had these lovely placemats, you all sort of, you know, worked with it. And then you take home a gift.
Yeah, I love that.
How lovely is that? And it's very quick, and we've not got much time at Christmas. We all know that. You could make all of this in a day.
If you're hosting, how fabulous would that be? But also, if you're going to someone else's house for Christmas, you can say, "I'll take care of the, you know, the table decorations, and
exactly.
place settings."
Yeah,
that would be so lovely. Right, I want to do the unveiling of this panel for you because I just started unfolding.
I
it,
know, yeah.
And I was like, I need to show everybody.
You might need me
this.
to help you hold it.
Are you ready? So look at how much fabric you're getting here. So the panel literally opens out again, opens out again. Obviously, you're thinking when you're making all these gifts, Sandra,
I'm coming.
come on in before I destroy this Christmas tree. Here we go.
Here we go.
Look. It is absolutely huge. And do you know what I love? If you were to go out and source each one of these fabrics,
Yes.
it's going to cost.
Well, of course, and you know, you always want these lovely sort of little placemats. So rather than actually you have to do all the quilting, I've actually already done that for you. I've actually done all the squares ready. So all you've got to do is stitch down them to put a little bit of wadding, and it looks like you've pieced them all.
It does.
You
Oh,
could
that
have
is
it either
brilliant.
way, couldn't you? Could
So
have
you've got
this
4 of the placemats all
Four of the
there, ready
placemats,
pieced.
they all match, yeah. You've got 4 coasters, and then, of course, you've got all your gifts. I mean, your table centrepiece is in here. There you go, it's like the square here. So imagine having something on this.
Yeah.
But again, if you wanted to, you've got a front and a back of that. You could do the plain on the back, and you could have 2, and they match.
Yeah,
I love
honestly,
everything
that is
to match, I
brilliant.
really do. But I don't like to spend hours and hours doing the work if I can help it.
Oh, absolutely. This has helped everybody. Maybe even if it's your first purchase with us today, if you've never bought from Sanntangle, this is such a brilliant way of buying, getting yourself a good, and it's really lovely quality cotton as well. We'll bring you the complementing fabrics as well coming up because, as we said, you can then make double the amount. So if you're saying, well, I've got 8 people round at Christmas, that's fine. You can then back them and
take the measurements of each of the pieces.
Yeah.
Because then you've got your instructions. If you wanted to make a purse or a little bag, then you know what
that's
size your fabric is.
that's
that
so
you can
kind of you as a designer
do the rest
to
of your
say
things.
that.
But that's it then. If you've got instructions, you don't want to use them once, do you? You want to use them many times. So, yeah, go for it.
The instructions there as well. This is your red tonal fabric. We'll just flash this on very quickly. If you do want to double the amount of projects that you're doing, we've literally matched in the correct colours to go in with your lovely Sanntangle Christmas panel. The 4 different shades of reds and burgundies for £14.99. 2 metres of fabric there, which is brilliant to be able to line or to back your table centres. Fabulous. It's not essential. You'll be able to still make all the projects with your panel, but if you want it to go even further, amazing value. The blue panel is flying out.
Oh, now you sort of think of it, we've called it on social media as fire and ice.
Oh, yeah.
Hence the quilts, we did say, which do you prefer, the fire or the ice kind of thing? So this is the ice version, isn't it?
This is what you got to remember as well. Sandra has a huge social media following, so lots of people who have spotted these already were in already at 7:30 this morning when they went on to pre-order. And look, you've already got all of your linings and all of your patchwork already done for you, even with a lovely matching coordinating border. Matches in with the linings. You've got lovely fabrics that aren't, like you said, screaming Christmas.
No.
It's subtle. You've got the lovely baubles, details in different scales of print, but it's something, as you said, you could have out over the whole of winter.
Well, absolutely, yeah. I mean, I could have done just winter, but it's nice when you're doing a Christmas show and you want Christmas to have Christmas. So you've got that lovely little hint of baubles all throughout. but I say they're not completely in your face.
£35.99. Look at the size of it again. It is absolutely huge. All of the fabrics that you're going to need for your placemats with your cutlery holders, your coasters, and all of the gifts to go with it. The little bag, the purses, the toiletry bag, the diary pencil holder. You've got all of those lovely gifts that are all going to be matching within for just £35.99. Fabulous value for money. And your full instructions. Now, the quilt kits. Before we go into demos and things, I just want to make sure everything is underneath us on the website so that you can fill your boots and go for it. Oh, do you want to do the blue complementing bundle, Ben? Sorry, there you go. Here's your blue complementing bundle. Remember, as I said, everything is here laid out on the back of your instructions. So if you do want to make 2 of your centre mats, remember you've got a centre mat here and a centre mat there, so you can actually use your own fabrics or this bundle here for the back or the lining on your other little gifts, and then you can make double the amount. It makes so much sense, especially if you haven't already got blues in your stash. Go for this bundle today. It's £14.99. It's going to go a long, long way.
Can I pass these to you, Vix? Well, these are actually some samples that one of our friends Angie's made. And if you don't want to make the products that I've made, you can use the pieces to do your own little bits. So these are kind of similar, but it's just really nice that you can do your own thing. And of course, she's added little beads and things to it as well. So don't think it's completely just me and you've got to follow what I've told you to make. It's not the case at all. I've given you ideas, but go ahead and do your own thing.
And look, she's put lovely beads on there. She's put some glitter.
Fabric paint, yes.
That is such a good idea. I'd never have thought to do that. And that looks so effective, doesn't it, on the blues?
Absolutely.
And look, she's made a little pouch, maybe put your little crochet hooks in there, or you could fill them with all sorts. You could put a gift voucher in there, couldn't you?
Yeah, so, you know, you've got those, you've got the structure, but you've got the freedom as well, if you want to do lots of other things.
Who is it that you said that's made these?
Angie.
Angie, shout out to you because these are beautiful.
Yeah.
And this isn't actually adding any of her stash other than the beads and, you know, the little icons.
Yeah, everything.
She's used the fabrics that are included onto the panel and just used them in a different way. Oh, this is lovely, isn't it?
Yeah. So, you know, she's actually...
She's done this.
Yeah, gone to town and put the fabrics together, whereas on the panel, you actually stitched down. It looks like you've done that.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking of speed.
It is.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you said, use the panel as you wish. You've got oodles of fabric there, plenty of fabric there. That whole blue Christmas baubles fabric panel is just $35.99, and it does come with the instructions, doesn't it?
It does, yeah. And I know we've on the picture there, we've actually got the red instructions with the blue panel. The instructions are the same.
Yeah.
It's just that I only made the red ones, so that's what you've got photographs for.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's the same instructions. It's just that it shows it red on the front cover. But
and look,
you'll be fine.
They're all photographed beautifully. It's exactly the same as you said with the red. It's the same layout. Now it is time. Are you ready? The quilt kit.
Oh my God! Do you know? Thinking about, I've gone very abstract here, so I feel I need to explain it. We've talked about baubles, and that's the theme that I've gone for. So if you look real closely, you can see that you've got the hanging threads.
Oh, yes.
And then you've got your baubles.
Oh,
so very abstract, you know it's there and it all fits in, but it doesn't sort of shout Christmas bauble.
No.
You've got these wonderful little baubles in here. You've got the holly, tiny little baubles here, and then you've got those wonderful sort of sprigs in the darks and the lights. And of course, and the true nature of Sanntangle, it has actually been hand drawn to start with.
Oh wow!
I've put the fabrics together. I've printed them, and actually I made both of these. So I've been a bit busy, but I just needed. I did the red one, and I needed to see it. I needed to see the blue one, and I think looking at them side by side, they're divine. It doesn't matter which colour you go for.
Yeah.
The back of this one, if I just sort of flick it around, I've actually used that lovely sort of violety fabric to do that. So that would be, you'd need 4 meters because you're going to have to put it together. But with this one, I used lots of bits and pieces. So it's actually a reversible quilt. So if you can see that, I used lots of different of the fabric. So if you wanted
That's
to flick
great.
it, you could do that. So
That
you've
looks
got
amazing.
options again there, depending what you want to do. Of course, the backing isn't in the kit, but the borders and the binding fabric is. So.
Brilliant. Now, £119. Let me show you all these amazing fabrics because, as Sandra said, it is on split pay as well. It's on two-way split pay today, which is brilliant. Interest-free payments. You're getting so much fabric in each of these, by the way. These are like big bolts of fabric. Again, loads. You're also getting this with those amazing hollies. You're getting your baubles. You're getting the large, lovely different baubles as well. And you're also getting your instructions. Now, it is on split pay. It is, can I say here, already at the most amazing price. It really is. But, Sandra, you said you drew the designs.
Yes.
You print the fabrics. You design it all.
Yeah.
And therefore, you can offer our customers, unmissable deals.
Yes, that's the
Unbeatable
idea. Yeah,
prices.
it's nice to do that. Of course, we're a business; we've got to earn a living, but it's nice to give you something that I'm not overcharging. If you know what I mean, it's all about working together. I've always said, me and the Sanntangle community, we're a team, and it works that way. So I try and bring things as affordable as I can. There is a lot of fabric in there. A lot of fabric.
There is a lot of fabric.
So
are you ready?
You are probably going to have a bit extra, actually, to make cushion.
Fabulous.
Which I'm going to demonstrate in a minute, so you see how it works.
We're not closing there. Everybody who's checked out already, well done, because
Thank
you're
you,
not paying
everybody.
£119. We are so proud to be able to have this under £100. Still on split pay. Not even $99.99, Ben. $89.99. This will sell out if you've got it in your basket. It's $44.99 on split pay today. Full instructions, which we will talk through as well, because you've got this very sort of...
Yes, there's a reasoning behind this,
Okay.
actually. A couple of months back, I did a Bargello quilt.
Yeah.
My fabrics, which is
Yeah.
going to the Festival of Quilts tomorrow. Really? I know! But that's nothing. And I want to do my own Bargello quilt, and I want to bring you with me to do it. So this is an introduction into how you would actually create that kind of quilt.
Right.
So when you look at those instructions, normally I'm very, very detailed. These instructions are detailed enough, but you don't need many because it's very, very easy to do.
Right.
And that's the whole point. I'm not going to fill it with words if you don't need it, and loads of pictures, you don't need it. Once I've demonstrated, you'll look at that and you'll think, oh my God, how easy is that?
I understand. Yeah, brilliant.
And then next year, or maybe Christmas, I don't know, I'm going to be bringing a Bargello. So, yeah, I'm just building you up to it. So it'd be lovely.
Just so you know, there are 17 remaining. I'm just going to call them, tell you all. There are loads of you who have got it in your basket. $44.99 a month on split pay, $89.99 for the amount of fabric. I can't even tell you how big these fabric panels are, look.
Yeah.
You are getting so much fabric.
Absolutely.
Each of these
Yeah.
prints
And it's
are also individual.
Well, they are, yeah. It's quilting weight cotton as well. It actually derives from America. We actually have it shipped over from there.
Oh, wow.
And then we use it because they use that for their quilts over there. So if it's good enough for the American quilt
quilters.
market, it's good enough for us. So it's just wonderful to work with. And I have actually used it to make shirts. Not this
Oh,
particular
yeah.
fabric, but the actual fabric
Yeah.
in a different style. I've actually made a couple of shirts out of it. So don't think it's just for quilting. You can use it for all sorts of things. It's beautiful to work with.
$44.99. Use that split pay option as well. You're getting all of these prints. You're getting your holly, your larger baubles. I love the colours as well. This lavender, this soft lavender. This is what you've used on your borders as well.
Yeah,
isn't
yeah.
it?
It's just that little hint because if you look through the blues, you start with that really dark blue and it just sort of works its way down. And I could have gone any way, but I think the nice soft purples really sort of bring that little bit of that ice kind of feeling to it, doesn't it?
Amazing. Everybody who's got it in their basket, well done. I can't guarantee that you're going to get it because there's now over 30 of you who've got it in your basket and there are less than 15. Be quick if you want it. Be quick. You do get full instructions as well. We also have the red colourway. I'll come back to the blue. I'll let you know once that's sold out. Okay, the red.
Now, the reds. We have to have reds
I
at
was going to say,
Christmas, don't
I am
we?
the sort of person that actually goes to Trentham Garden garden
Oh, yeah,
centre.
no, Trenton Gardens, very well.
And I go into the lovely garden centre, they always have the most amazing Christmas displays, and I see all the different colours, the lavenders and the golds, all the pink, and I always, every year, stick to my colour scheme of
Yeah,
red.
I know,
Red,
yeah,
and
absolutely.
it's classic. Oh, surely, well, you've done it now with the blue. You're going to have to match the price again, aren't you, Ben? Instructions, look, if you love that traditional red colourway, $89.99.
I know. And look at the reds in that.
They
That-
are
the
sumptuous.
red sprig fabric is just beautiful. You know, and when it comes off the printer, you just get this mass of colour.
Yes.
It's just divine. And I have actually used that darker red quite a bit in this design, which, of course, it's not a block that we perhaps know. I actually drew it. So
Yeah.
I was like, I knew what I wanted, so I actually, got the squared paper out as you do, and
Yeah.
this is what I want kind of thing. So that's where the chart came from.
Yeah.
So it's not that it's not out of a
No,
box
these are
or
all
anything like that.
hand-drawn. It's
completely-
absolutely amazing, isn't it? This isn't, AI generated like, lots of
not
things
at all.
are nowadays.
No, every one of those has been drawn and then obviously put together as a swatch. But then you've got that lovely sort of peachy colour.
Yeah.
Works with it.
It does. I
Just
wouldn't
isn't it?
necessarily think to put a peach within a red Christmas quilt.
Yeah,
and
but
it
it's
really
just
works.
warm, isn't it? And it just goes from that dark red all the way down to that very, very creamy peachy colour at the other end.
I love this.
I'm a bit proud of this one.
I'm not surprised, and so you should be,
Look at
because
those.
it's absolutely amazing. The amount of fabric, honestly, it's quite deceiving when you see it all folded up, but you get so much fabric in here.
Yeah.
It's a big quilt. The finished size is 70 by 53.
Yeah, I've actually put it on the front of the paperwork, and it's on the inside as well.
70 by 53. I mean,
Yeah.
it's absolutely, there you go, 70 inches by 40, by 54, in fact.
Yeah.
So it is a big quilt, isn't it?
Well, it is, of course. And do you know what? I know we don't worry if it's a little bit shorter, a little bit smaller or bigger. It depends on your machine. It depends on how
Yeah,
much seam
your
allowance you
piecing.
take. But as long as you use the same machine and the same seam allowance throughout, it's going to be absolutely fine. You've not got to worry about matching. That's just gorgeous, isn't it?
I love this one. This
All
is
those little
so
holly
warm
baubles
and
and
rich.
things. It's lovely.
So lovely, so warm, such a beautiful, rich colour. True Christmas reds for me, and it is absolutely amazing. $44.99 on split pay. It is very, very busy, very busy. I've got a feeling both of these quilt kits will sell out before the end of the demo. Okay. Should we do a little bit of a demo now whilst you're going through? And then we can come back, because we've still got panels to bring you. We've got fabrics by the half metre.
Excellent. Can I just borrow the instructions just for a moment?
Of course you can.
Because then I can sort of show you what I'm doing as I go.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, here we go then. So when I say that, you look at it and anything that we do, when you come to class, you don't know what you're going to draw. You get a plain piece of paper and you trust me. With this one, it's the same sort of thing. We open it up and you think, oh my goodness, I've got a chart. What's this? This means that if you want to, you can photocopy this, because I've done it as a separate thing. And if you really want to, you can colour in all the numbers, and then you'll see where it's going. So then you've got copies of it. But putting that to one side for a moment, it tells you how much fabric you've got or how much fabric you need if you're going to use something different. It tells you about the strips, and it says some tips before you begin, so it gives you a little bit of a hint. So if you've never done one before, this is giving you a little bit of a hand there to sort of keep your lines straight. And I've got all steps. It's literally 7 steps all the way down, and I've listed everything you need, and I've also put your fabrics here at the top. So when you actually get your fabrics, the first thing you do, because you're going to give them a little bit of an iron, you're going to fold them in half and then in half again. So you've got the salve edges, so the white bits up the sides.
Yeah.
And then you cut strips. All these strips are 2.5-inch squares.
Yeah.
So you cut strips. So here we go, strips of fabric. I'm just going to move that out of the way a moment.
Do you have a stripology, Sandra? Is that?
I do, yes.
helpful?
I'm very careful these days, because I did damage my finger with a rotary cutter.
Oh, I know, yes.
And I have actually completely shot the tendon on the top of the finger. It's still very sore. I actually did it at the beginning of May, and I can still feel it. It's really still very painful.
Oh my gosh.
But I still use a splint at night, but I don't wear it during the day.
So are you completely avoiding rotary cutters?
No, I still use a rotary cutter, but what I do have, I have got a chef's glove because
Wear a boxing glove.
yeah, I've got a chef's glove because, of course, with the chef, a certain gloves. I mean, I tested it. You put a knife through it, it doesn't go through. So I've got that, and I've got guards on all of my.
Yeah, I suppose you know those like.
Please be careful. Don't. Yeah.
Those friction guillotine style things are good, or
Yeah,
stripologies.
and
they're
do you
in
know
a
what?
groove.
Keep it sharp. Keep your rotary cutter sharp because if
Otherwise
it's
you
a
end up
blunt
slashing
blade,
it.
don't do it. It hurts. Don't do it. Anyway, so what I've done, I would cut all the strips. It tells you how many strips to cut. So you see here, I've got lots and lots of strips. Okay, and then it tells you here. Look, step 1, cutting the strips. It tells you what they are there, how many you need of each fabric. Step 2, and it says A rows. So if I look at my A rows, I've got quite a lot of A's. So it says A, B, A, D, E, D. So you can see the pattern. So for this particular one, you need fabric 3, which is this one, times 1. So you pick up your fabric 3 times 1, whichever that was, and then you're going to stitch it to fabric 4 times 1. So here, look, say this was fabric 4, you would actually get this one and stitch that one to that one. And then it says fabric 2 times 4. So you'd find fabric 2 and you'd get 4 strips and you'd stitch them together.
Okay.
That makes sense enough?
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
going to stitch that because that takes time, and I've got a couple here. So you see here, look, I've got one that I've stitched them together. Okay? So I've got a row. You see how that's sort of forming a pattern?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay? So once you've got this, you would press it. Ideally, all your seams, it's been in the car and everything, all the seams one way if you can. So
Okay.
we don't open them like dressmakers like this.
No.
We're going to do it this way, and that's going to help you sort of match the seams if you want to later. And then from here, you would actually cut out, so if I line that up again nice and level, you would cut 2.5-inch strips all the way across. And that would give you strips that look like this. So here you go, look in prime time. I have planned and prepped, look at this, strips like this. Now your strips, you would have 18 of these little shapes.
Okay.
And what you do, you take one strip and then you'd stitch it to the next, which would give you your full row down.
Right.
Okay, that easy so far?
So is it constructed like that then, in rows?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay.
So this strip,
Is the first one.
well, yeah, I mean, I've only got half of one here, but
I'm with you.
this strip, it would be the first one.
Yeah.
You would then stitch that strip to the next strip, and you've got your full row.
Oh, so it's not in block.
No,
It is
then you
all
put that
strips.
to one side, you do all your A's, and I always put a clip on, label my A's, then all your B's, and so I'd have them all lined up, so I've got them. And then what you would do is stitch them together. So I'm going to do a little bit of stitching here. What I have done is I've done a bit of a cushion. You see? Got
Oh, because you
cushion
are going to
going.
have some fabric left
Exactly,
over, aren't
so-
you? You
so
can do a
I've-
cushion as well.
Yeah, so I've looked at my little bits and pieces that I've got left, and you can see here, and this is where, you know, we talk about bargello. Bargello is about moving fabrics to give you shapes. So this is starting to sort of give you that little bit of an idea. That's where we're going with it. So you can see how it sort of moves up and down, but it's just stripes. Look.
Literally
Just
strips of
stripes.
fabrics.
Yeah.
You're not having to piece each and every
No,
one
not at all.
individually.
So you see how I'm doing it. I always have them in rows so I know exactly what I'm doing.
Yeah, good idea.
And the great idea is if you've got, say, for example, this one, I'll stitch this one together.
It's probably about more sort of getting yourself a little bit organised with it, isn't it?
Just a little bit, yeah. But you've got your chart. You can tick off as you're going.
Yeah.
You'll have them all. Do it systematically.
Yeah.
And honestly, it's not going to take you long.
If you've
So-
got one of those friction pens that are highlighters,
Yes.
use one of those, highlight it, and then you're going to be able to use the pattern again. Just rub them
Absolutely.
all out, or, you know, this is brilliant. Right, just so you know, there are over 30 of you, and there are less than 10 kits in the blue available. I would check out now. It's a 70-inch quilt for under £100. Need I say any more? 70-inch quilt from Sanntangle, where you're getting designer, hand-drawn, you know, these are all amazing fabrics. Bespoke Christmas quilt for £89.99, which is brilliant. I know everybody who loves watching to the end of the demo, but please, I don't want to rush or pressure anybody, but this will have sold out by the end of the demo. So this is your call, your final call to check out. It's £44.99 on split pay as well. If you click your split pay option, you don't pay any interest on those 2 payments, and it just means that you can spread the cost over the next 2 months, which is brilliant. I love it. I can't get over the fact that it's under £100 and it is a big quilt.
It's a big quilt, absolutely, yes.
Have you got your long arm quilting machine all set up now, Sandra?
How do you think these have been done?
I know that you said you've got it and you were waiting.
So I've got a little bit of gold droplets on there to represent baubles. So I've got some gold paint on there. And this one's set up and it's done little blocks of snowflakes.
Love
so
that.
it's, yeah. Absolutely. I am very, very lucky that I've actually got one. I really am. But I don't think I could do this and I could do it as quick if I didn't have this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you don't have a long arm quilting machine, it's still manageable on your domestic machine.
Well, it's certainly, of course it is, because it's all in strips and you could actually stitch in the ditch, so you could go round these baubles.
Yeah.
What would be really pretty, you could go round it in a different colour.
Yeah.
And then it would really make those baubles stand out. So that's really nice.
Oh, imagine if you got the new embroidery machine. You could embroider on those panels, couldn't you? Well,
So many things.
Those are lovely size panels as well, that in the future, if you want to reuse it, they could be photographs of people.
Of course, and if you wanted to make it even bigger or smaller, you could actually just do sort of half of it or put it in and all sorts of things.
Or applique
So,
onto them. I love it. Morning all, just love Sanntangle material. Had to buy all of the red quilt, the fabric panel and the fabric pack. Thank you for
everything's going to match though. That's the lovely thing, isn't it? Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, just at the end of this, can I just show this little bit? Is this okay? Because what I'm doing is I'm going down. I'm actually matching my little stitches, but I'm not sort of getting really sort of bogged down with it. So I've got this one matching. And then this one, I've got my finger on it, or you can use clips. See, I'm not worried too much about that one now. It's going to be close enough. And then stitch down it. And then when I get to this seam, I can stop, and then I can line up the next one. So, although you think, oh, I've got to match all them seams, what's going on with this? It's too much. It's not in that sense. So let's just open that out and have a quick look at it. So I've done that all the way down, and you can see, as long as, I think the main thing is getting this, because it's quite bright against the dark, is getting this seam matched.
Okay.
The others, it doesn't really matter so much, but you can see there how you're starting to get them together. Once that's pressed, then what I would do, because I've started at the top and gone down, my next one, and this is really important, and it says it in the instructions, you'd put these two together and you'd start from here and stitch.
You'll find otherwise you might get a bit of banana ring going
you will.
on.
It'll end up curving like that. So from one side down and then the other side up and then down and then up. And that, honestly, that will make life a lot easier for you. Okay.
And at home, would you do the full strip, the full
I
length
will,
of it?
yeah, just go for it.
Yeah.
Absolutely, yeah. If you feel you can't, you could always do the half and then stitch half to half.
Yeah.
It, honestly, as long as you follow the grid and you keep it within those numbers, you're absolutely fine.
Amazing. We've changed to the red graphics now, by the way. If you do want the blue, that's about to go. Both the kits are very, very popular indeed. Don't forget you get your instructions and all the fabric that you need for the front. Whilst you're doing some pressing, we'll come back to you in a minute, but
No, that's
you also
fine.
fly through some of the fabrics by the ½ metre as well?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Let's do the reds, because these have been really, really popular. So if there's any of these that you love, get ready. So, shall we do 07? This one is in 0. Yeah, that's it. Thank you, Sandra, for making our life really easy by putting our stickers on as well. So, now because you print them, you also do to order. So, once your name goes through to Sandra at midnight tonight, you'll know that Kath or Sheila will have ordered 1.5 metres and you print the metre
We'll
and a
print
half
the
of
metre
it.
and a half, so there won't be any gaps in between. It'll be a full piece, yeah.
Fabulous. So this is what ½ metre, for example, looks like. This is designed, printed here, and just £8.49. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it, that it is hand-drawn, turned into fabric. This must be a real pinch-me moment for you.
Absolutely.
As a sewer and a crafter.
I get excited about all sorts of things, just like all you crafters do out there. And when you sort of see it, first of all, you see it sort of drawn, and you see it on the computer, and you think, oh, it could look good, because you do like a swatch. And then when you see it printing, you're like, oh my God, This is just, I get so excited about it. I could stand there and watch it, and you're like, no, stop it, you've got other things to do. But absolutely love it.
If you do want to make extra bits and bobs, if you're thinking of Christmas stockings, Christmas sacks, if you're thinking of extra cushions to go with your quilt, if there is a certain pattern that you've got in mind, make yourself your own little kit, because all of these are now available by the half metre, £8.49 a unit. So now we've also got, I love this one. This is, I think, my favourite, the holly.
Beautiful. What you will find, the holly in the red and the holly in the blue is slightly different.
Oh, right, okay.
And that's because I wanted it to be. Sometimes it's nice to have something a little bit different, isn't it? And so you've got those little quirks that you wouldn't get in a fabric that has perhaps been mass-produced, because they just changed the colours. So I actually changed a little bit of the design at the same time.
You can.
So absolutely, absolutely.
Honestly, the quality of this is beautiful. It's going to wash really well. It's going to press beautifully. It's going to stitch together really nicely. It's quite sort of a tight weave, actually. So it is going to really press so beautifully. This is your holly leaves, Christmas reds, £8.49 half metre. Everything has been selling on pre-order, as you saw from the messages we've had coming in. I know lots of people wait for Sandra's shows because I know lots of you love her quality. Obviously, when we're lucky enough here to be able to have our printing, but it makes it so special when a designer comes in and says, look, these are my hand drawings, I've printed it as well. It's literally not going through any other middlemen, it's coming then to you. Amazing to support a small, you know, independent business.
Yep.
£8.49. Like you said, it's working as a team together. I know so many people that come to you for classes, for workshops, have the tutorials online. You do lots of online content.
Yes,
and it is almost then that giving back. Like, right, I'm going to support you. I'm going to get your fabric because you do so much for everybody.
Well, then I love to see what you make with it.
Yeah.
Some of you will make the same, some of you won't. And then when you put it out on social media and suddenly you think, I recognise that. And then it's, you know, how you do it. It's just lovely. Love it.
Oh, definitely tag Sandra in it.
Yeah,
tag
absolutely.
Sanntangle in your posts if you make anything. This is your baubles. Do you have an angel policy? If I make anything with this, am I able to...
You made it.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's like any other fabric, yeah.
So you're happy for us to make to sell? Amazing.
Make to sell, yeah, please do, that's fine, yeah.
Or for gifts for people, for making for charities. This is lovely.
Oh, it's really pretty, isn't it? Again, you've got that little hint of peach coming through. And it's just a really pretty fabric. I actually kept to 6 colours.
Right, okay.
That was it. So I chose my colours, and then that's how it was sort of portrayed and put together. But even those baubles, I mean, if you are a tangler, you could look at those baubles and you think, oh, I could actually draw that, I could see. So you could actually do that to match.
I love them. They were always three-dimensional, aren't they? And I love the light, the shining on them. The quality of the print is amazing. You can see the colour looks exactly as you designed it and as it should.
It is, yeah. And you look at, red is quite a notoriously tricky one to print, and you look at the reds and they are very much there. So absolutely, the darker colours are just lovely to see.
£8.49. I'm being told the red is the most expensive to produce as well, apparently.
It does use a lot of ink, but you're worth it.
Then, let's stick with the baubles. This is the larger sort of scale. Again, slightly different design. And you can see in the background, you've still got your holly. There's the little nods to Christmas without it screaming Christmas at you. It's really lovely.
Yeah. If you look closely, you just think, it's Christmas. And that's what you want. It's just that hint, because you can dress it with all sorts of things.
Absolutely. If you do want to make extra table gifts for people, if you want to make your own gift wrapping, I've actually just got myself an eco gift wrap book, and it's all different tying techniques with fabrics and different ways of using gift fabrics. Just £8.49. I mean, then somebody is going to definitely keep it and use it again if you're making all your lovely gift wrap from cotton fabric. £8.49 for the baubles. I'm whizzing through these. Don't worry, they are available. Have a look underneath us. We've literally got 15 minutes left of the show. I have no idea where today's going. This one's amazing. They don't necessarily have a direction to them.
No, I do that on purpose.
Okay.
I think sometimes a One Direction fabric has its moments, but if you don't really need to have it going in one direction, don't, because you sort of restricting what you can do with it.
Yeah.
This one came about because it's more about those like translucent glass type of baubles.
Yeah.
So you'll notice that some of them cross over each other and they look as though they have got that little bit of frosting on them. And of course you've got those lovely stripes, which again is reminiscent of like the cords and the beads that you hang them with. So it's nice, I think, to see where the idea came from.
Yeah, originates. Well, we don't get the chance normally to talk to a designer about that.
So it's a real pretty one. That, and the baubles are a little bit bigger, so it's a little bit more prominent in terms of the actual design on that one.
That's important as well when you're designing quilts and designing quilt collections, is fabric collections, is to have the different scales of print, isn't it?
Yes, it absolutely
adds lovely interest. That is beautiful. Like you say, those gorgeous sort of glass baubles overlapping as well and the light shining on them.
Yeah.
Then we also have finally your sprigs.
Yeah.
Now this doesn't necessarily have to be Christmas, does it?
No, it doesn't. And this one is we've done this one in 2 colourways for this. So you've got the really dark red and you've got this creamy peach.
Yeah.
But you look closely and you've got those reds in with the sprigs, so it was a perfect match, really.
Yeah, like you say, you stick to 5, 6 colours through the whole of your.
And they are your mixer fabrics or your blenders, aren't they? So they would actually blend with anything else that you've got as well.
And if you've got any of the panels, if you've got the quilt kit, you know it's all going to mix and match together, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Right, then we also have the blues. The blues by the ½ metre. Don't forget, these aren't panels. These are going to be cut. These are going to be printed and cut to order.
They are, yeah.
The one that's on the top here is the most popular, this dark blue sprigs. Again, this is all hand-drawn, isn't it?
It is, yeah. You look at all those little sprigs and things.
Yeah.
And it's not just a case of drawing a line. You've got to do an outline because that's how it colours, and then you've got to match it together and create the pattern. And there's a lot of work that goes into it. You'll be quite amazed at, I think it's just a little sprig with a bit of colour. It's not quite like that. But I enjoy doing it.
Oh, well, Sandra, I mean, to put together a show like this, the preparation, not only in making the samples so that you can see the finished quilts and the different ideas, all the different makes, but it's also instructions, you know, planning of quilts and things. Also, the fact that designing the fabrics, drawing it, sorting it all out. So absolutely fill your boots. Go for it now whilst you can. This has been months and months in the planning. It's finally on your screens and you can make the most of it for £8.49 a ½ metre. There is absolutely nothing to think about. They're beautiful. But once again, this doesn't necessarily just need to be for Christmas. I'm thinking of lots of projects. This would go with lots of your lovely Liberty blues, and blues are always popular. Yeah. We have the holly.
Again, this one, you've just got that slightly different hint with this one compared to the actual red one. So if you look at the baubles in it, they're a little bit different, but they're nice.
£8.49. I love this blue. It is good, gorgeous. Are you fire or are you ice?
Well, this is it. See, this is probably why I've made both, because I can't make my mind up. But I mean, I do have a lot of blue at home. So a blue one might be there, but then of course, you know, you could bring that red one in as well as a complementary to sort of, you know, it's Christmas, you throw everything together, don't you? And if you've got one on one end of the sofa and one on the other, it doesn't matter, does it?
Absolutely. Oh, they're lovely. These are your 2 most popular Christmas colours, I would say, though, aren't they? Whether you're going for your icy blues.
Of course. Blue and silver is just beautiful. Again, you've got those lovely baubles. You've got that little hint of, they're not white, it's sort of a silvery grey kind of colour.
And look, don't forget, you can embellish to your heart's content.
Of course, absolutely. A little bit of paint on there, things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at them in projects if you're thinking of making little pouches with beads and ribbons.
Yeah. And then, you know, all over your dining table as well, you've got your little placemats, which if I get time, I have got a little demo.
Oh, fabulous. Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll absolutely get to that. But just showing you how you can incorporate these fabrics into your projects. By the ½ metre, just £8.49. I'll quickly whiz through the last couple of these and then we can squeeze in another demo. We've got the larger scale baubles. Once again, this is the one that's got those lovely transparency to your glass baubles. Here, look, can you see? Absolutely gorgeous.
Lovely, isn't it? It's they're larger baubles, but they're subtle, if you know what I mean. You've got that lovely colour in there. It's just, it's just Christmas, isn't it?
And I love your background of this as well with the stripes.
Bits of snowflakey sparkles in there and things.
Gorgeous.
Really pretty.
£8.49.5 metre. Keep going through for all of these. I know that you are finding these underneath us on the website anyway, but just to make sure that they are listed there for everyone. We've got 2 others. This one's your sprigs again in lighter blue. So we saw the dark blue. This one's very, very versatile. This one is now in the lead, actually.
Oh, it's so pretty. And it isn't white. It's got that slightly subtle silvery grey to it. So it's not just a load of sprigs printed on top of the white. You've got that colour on there as well.
And you've got lots of depth because, look, can you see that there's the shadows?
Yeah, and some are crisscrossing over each other as well.
Yeah, it's all layers upon layers, isn't it?
Do you know, I know it sounds really crazy when you think of those sprigs because you work on a swatch a certain size, and I've actually computer placed every single sprig where I wanted it. And I mean, that's a little bit of OCD detail, isn't it? But every single one I've placed as to where. So if it crosses over, I meant it to. Because you've got that depth and that sort of distinction.
I love
going
that.
on
Every single detail has been thought of, obviously. You've also got this lovely lavender. This is so pretty. So pretty.
Yeah, that's what I quilted the back of the blue quilt with.
Right.
That one. Because again, if you want it to, if I show you again.
So how much, remind me how much we're going to need to back the quilt?
I've used, it's 2 metres in length, but of course you've got to have double.
Yeah.
So I've had to get 4. But then you've got plenty left over in a sense that you can back your cushions with it. You can add to your panel and things like that. So you get another project. And because it's not seriously like Christmas kind of thing, you can use it with other things for winter.
Oh, absolutely. Beautiful, £8.49.5 metre. Right, they're all now listed. Go for it. There are still a few remaining of the quilt kits. I have no idea how, because we've been way oversubscribed since about 10:10. How many have we got left, Ben? The blue colourways on your screen. Less than 10, I mean, really, really low quantity on those. There's 25 of you who've got it in your baskets. You're getting every single one of the prints as well in that whole collection,
every single one, all 6, yeah.
All 6 of the fabrics are included within here, and you're also getting your instructions today at $89.99 or $49.99 on split pay. Full instructions included. There are now 31 people in your basket. So if you've just tuned in over the last 15 minutes, there's now 6 remaining. Check out on the blue. In the red, again, I think single figures. If you do want the red colourway, your Christmassy red that's hanging behind Sandra, you get all 6 of the prints. It isn't just half a metre of each of these. You're getting oodles of fabric there.
You are, yeah. You get 1.3 of 2 of them, and you get a metre of the others.
Wow.
And that gives you spares. Because you're cutting strips, you're going to get spare strips, which means you're already sort of done with your cushions if you want to do that with it.
Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely.
And your Christmas baubles quilt available as well. All today, $89.99 with your 2-way split pay. Only way of getting the instructions is in the kit.
It is, yeah, it is.
This is it now. Again, very, very low quantity on each of them. Right, do you want to do a little...
Yeah, I've got a little bit of a placemat here because I know
Fabulous.
if you've not stitched before, you think, oh, how does this work then? And I sort of touched on the fact that I've actually placed all the different fabrics together for you. So again, you've got a bit of a little beige yellow feel going on. But that makes life easier because then a little bit of wadding on the back. And you can see what I've done. I've not done every one. I've chosen 2 squares and then I've stitched down it. 2 squares, stitch down it. So I've got lines to work to.
Yeah.
If it's a little bit off, it doesn't really matter. That's part of the fun of it being handmade. And then I've stitched around the board around the outside. So it now looks as though I've got little pieces that I've stitched together. So doing my little piece of something to sort of hold my cutlery in. Now I'm left-handed.
Yeah.
And I honestly, I haven't done a left-handed one here, but you've got the option to.
Yeah.
It says in the instructions how if you want it to do that. So I've actually done the same thing with my little pocket here. I've actually put a bit of wadding on the back and I've stitched down and I've got my back piece. Before I do that, I want to put myself a little strip. So I've made a strip look. I've cut a little bit of piece out and I've folded it on both sides like this. It's a little bit longer than the actual pocket. That just means that if you sort of You put it on and it moves. You don't need to worry about it too much. And what I'm going to do is take it to the machine. And again, look, I can match it up with the lines. See, which one do I do? It doesn't matter which way. You can choose. Let's go that way. So I can match the edge, look, with that top line there.
Yeah.
So again, it's all straight stitches.
Yeah.
It's nothing scary about it because you can then work along. If you want to pin and tack it first, you can.
You're a newer sewer. This is so impressive as well, isn't it? To be able to have them all round, you know, your kitchen table at Christmas time.
Yeah, and, you know, people look at it and think, oh my goodness, this is lovely. And you're like, yeah, I made it.
I know.
And you're like, really?
As you've given us the permission to then, you know, take the measurements of the panel,
yeah,
make them then for Easter, make them then
for
birthdays.
Absolutely.
You've then got your sort of instructions of dinner parties for all occasions.
Yeah, and it's nice, isn't it? Because then you can actually make it fit your decor. I mean, my kitchen's open plan. It leads into the living room.
Right, okay.
So, you know, at Christmas times like that, you want everything to match.
Matching, yeah.
Your dinner table is the same sort of thing. So see, look, I've got a little strip across the top now.
Uh-huh.
And what I'm going to do is take my other piece and I'm going to put that one on the top.
Just bring it to your left slightly.
Sorry.
Thank you.
There you go. So how does this work then? Because what I want to do, I'm going to stitch across the top, but I also want to stitch across one side because I'm going to turn it around. Only one side, so I'm going to do those two bits. And I'll sort of then, it'll sort of, it'll make it clear as to what I'm doing with it. So again, it's straight stitching all the way along, and the instructions do go through this. Oh, stop, there we go, that one. And across there. So it's not difficult, and you know, if you actually think, well, I've got to get 4 done and I've got 2 hours, you can actually batch produce, so you could do all of these bits, then all the next bit and all the next bit. What I would do then, little pair of scissors, and I'm going to trim that corner off because I don't really want any bulk in that corner bit there. And then just to sort of aid that, if I take a little bit off there as well, you know, just sort of chamfer it or taper it off, then you've not got your thickness. There we go. So you've got that.
Yeah.
And then when you turn it the other way around, you've got this.
Nice.
So you see this is open.
Okay.
And that's just because that's going to sit on the side. It's going to get stitched anyway, so there's no point doing it twice. So what I'm going to do then is take my front piece of my little placemat, and this is going to be sitting here. So you see, look, I've got that lovely sort of seamed straight edge there because it's going to be in on my little placemat. A couple of clips. And again,
sorry, Sandra, I'm just working out how many projects you've got on this panel.
I think there's, I did work it out. I think it's the 17.
So it's 4 placemats,
4 coasters.
4
That
coasters.
makes 8.
Your table mat.
Yeah.
Plus 6 gifts.
Yeah.
9 plus 6.
Yeah. And I worked
15.
it out, I think. Yes, I'm sure it's 17. I think 17. And I worked it out. If you don't include the coasters, I think it's about £2.50 a project.
Oh, that is amazing.
That's
And that's if you just use your panel. Now, if you
Yeah.
go for the option of getting coordinated fabric or fabrics from your stash at home, you can double that because you get enough to be able to back your centre mat, you get to back your placemats, you're going to back or line all your projects.
Yep.
That is so good.
There's a lot in it, isn't there? A hell of a lot in it. And it's unique, it's a bit different. And how many people have ever had all their placemats, all their finishings, and then said to people, do you know what, we're going to bring out dessert and we're going to bring out a nice little glass of Prosecco, only here's your gifts.
Yeah.
And you go, oh my God, they match.
Yeah.
How cool is that? And you're like, yeah, because I made them. That's lovely. I've just top stitched down that one there because that's now held in place, you see? And then, of course, clips are brilliant. If you've not done it before, it means you don't get stuck with a pin.
Yeah.
You stitch from either side. So once I've done that, you've then got your back piece. You might decide to use a plain piece and use this for something else. Turn that over, and then you would stitch. Let's just put that clip in. You see it's holding it in place, like so. And then I would stitch all the way round. You'd leave a little bit of an opening so you could turn it round. And once you've done that, if I bring one of these in so you can see it, here we go. You end up with that. Let's just take our coast right. So you see that's your pocket look. Oh, sorry.
Okay, yeah.
for your cutlery. Just fits
Love
in there
that.
nicely. Of course, if you've got a left-handed person, you could put that side, so you just turn it around. It looks like you've stitched and quilted. And I've got a little bit of a top stitch all the way around, so I didn't need to hand stitch my little seam in the top there. And it looks like you've actually spent all the time putting those fabrics together. You pocket in there, your little coaster then. I'll find my little coasters. Look, you could just leave it in there, have it either way.
Oh, that's so lovely, isn't it?
Yeah, and then you coaster out, you can use that. I mean, it's just beautiful, isn't it?
Oh, I'm so excited. For anybody who is hosting Christmas, this is a must. Or if you are going to somebody's house, it takes the stress off them having to think about their place settings. If you say, look, I'm going to do table decorations. And then if you say, oh, like you said, I've also done gifts that match.
I know, it's so cool. How nice would that be? They'd keep them all year, they'd use them, and they go, oh, remember when we had this last year? What you'd have problems with is next year, how would you actually top it?
Exactly. That's the thing. You set the bar then, haven't you?
You have.
Because then when you have a rubbish load of crackers that have
You
just
go to somebody else's house, don't you? You say, well, I did this last year. What are you going to do? You
exactly. $35.99 for a massive panel with so many projects and your instructions. It is brilliant. It has been a jam-packed hour.
I know, thank
when
you
you
so
do
much.
Christmas, you don't do it by half.
Well, if you're going to do it, you do it, don't you?
So anybody who hasn't yet had chance to log into their account or get involved, you have got chance to check out. Now is the time to do it. I don't think this has ever happened, actually. The amount of people have come in through the hour. And we still have availability. I cannot believe how jammy you are. Honestly, normally you would have missed out a long time ago. So I'm a great believer in fate. And if you just logged in or if you just tuned in, then you still have chance at this. Grab it whilst you can because it is the last day of Christmas. This is your chance to be able to do the most beautiful Christmas quilt. If we have any stock left at midnight, it will go back up to $119.99. This is your on-air Christmas deal with your Christmas pin badge, free Sewing Street Christmas 2024 pin badge, $89.99. There's 35 in baskets. There are less than 5 quilt kits remaining. This is supposed to be £119. We didn't just get it to $99.99. We've dropped it to $89.99 with a 2-way split pay, $44.99 a month. That sort of strip set Bargello technique, which you can watch back today's show to see how to do it. You get all of the gorgeous fabric, over 1 metre of each of these gorgeous fabrics, and it makes a massive 70-inch quilt. 70 by 54-inch quilt is massive. Right, in a moment we're going to be going to a break, and I've got a feeling that all of these are going to sell out. So yes, be quick. There's the red as well. It's the same instructions, but this time with the red. Oh no, you do get a red set of instructions.
You do get a red
actually.
Because I made both.
Thank you very much, Sandra.
Photograph on. Yeah, you get both. Red or blue. Yeah.
The attention to detail throughout everything.
I know.
The Sanntangle HQ love their attention to detail.
Yes,
I tell you
they
what, you are getting the most amazing quilt kit, stunning fabrics, great instructions. Everything is thought about. It will be sent straight to you with 2-way split pay. £44 on split pay today for a huge Christmas quilt. And you've got time to make it to then enjoy the festivities.
Yep, absolutely. It's not going to take you long to make. It's going to be, I don't know, a weekend, I would
Brilliant.
say. And then the panel, Saturday, if you're going to go for it, Saturday and Sunday, another weekend.
Yeah.
And you've got everything sorted. I'm not one for spending loads of time at Christmas on other things.
Yeah.
And I could be sitting having a glass of Prosecco. You know, it's like,
Absolutely.
get it done. It's very quick and easy to do. All straight lines. And you're all set up. It's going to look fantastic, isn't it?
Thank you so
Thank you ever so
much.
much, everybody.
Loved it.
Thank you.
Right, check out your baskets. I've never meant that more than I do right now. Please have a look and see if you've checked out, if you've forgotten about it, if you're watching the demo. Amanda Little's back after the break. We've got our Tinsel Lane project. Stay where you are. We are back in just a couple of minutes. Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street. Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 AM till 1 PM on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Every day our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches, and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Hello, welcome back. Are we ready to go down Tinsel Lane with Amanda? Oh, I love this. When was the last time you went down Tinsel Lane? This is gorgeous. I love this quilt.
It's nice, isn't it?
It's really, really lovely. And the fabrics are beautiful. I mean, this is a huge quilt.
It's I can't remember now. Is it about 76?
76 square.
Yeah.
So tell us about the quilt, how you designed it, how is it constructed?
Okay. So Jess said that the Annie Downs fabric was due in, so would I like to work with it? Yes.
Yes.
And she always wants me to try and split it into 2 different colourways. So once I'd sort of decided what fit best with what, I wanted to keep it simple, but I wanted it to still be eye-catching. And I do like a little bit of either go symmetrical or asymmetrical.
Yeah.
And I just like those sort of pops of half blocks and 3/4 blocks, you know, sort of just jutting out from the borders, the sash. So, yeah, it is a really straightforward block and quilt to construct, but I do think it's got an appeal to it, even though it's simple.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, it doesn't look like a simple quilt, does it? They're my favourite kind of quilts. Well, when you look at them and you think, oh, it's taken me on a bit of a journey of lots of different blocks and different shapes that you can see, but actually, simple to construct is great. And it just allows you to appreciate these beautiful fabrics. The size of the pieces that you've used means you see all this lovely... So this is Annie Downs fabrics, which I have not seen for ages.
I'm sure she's done things, but yeah, it does seem as though there's a big gap between collections for her. But she always does a really sort of whimsical Christmas collection.
Anyone who loves like Lynette Anderson, you will love Annie Downs fabrics. They were amazing. Right, so we've got 2 kits today. We've got the grey and we've also got the cream. So I'm just going to shimmy your iron just quickly. Shall we do the grey? Because that's what's on the wall behind us. Now, we have got this loads of you who have already put this in the basket, by the way. You're getting your full instruction set from Amanda, and it's got all of the breakdown of how to construct the block and how to construct the quilt. The border's lovely. I've never seen a border like this before.
It's really simple. Because it's always difficult, there's never sort of enough fabric to be able to do a huge border, but incorporating blocks into the plain fabric in the border, I still think gives it a real nice look, but makes it, you know, sort of less heavy on fabric.
Oh, it's gorgeous. And then look at these fabrics. It is beautiful. Now, I don't think we've ever had this fabric available individually by the half metre. It's brand new in, worked especially with the kit. The only way of getting it is in your quilt kits. So you are getting... We've got 2 panels, but we don't have any of these by the half metre, so if you want them, go for it. Look at this with the teacups. Ready for your hot chockey, ready for your chosen tipple at Christmas. You get loads of this, by the way. I think you get a whole metre of that one.
So, yeah.
And then you get half a metre of your lovely sort of wreath, holly. Look at that. I'm indulging in this, by the way, because this is true, beautiful, you know, designer fabric.
I think they called that one snowflakes.
This is
a bit more like a snowball.
It is. It is. So this is all Annie Downs for Henry Glass. So you know the quality. Anybody who's bought Henry Glass fabric before, it's super, super soft. The little crosses. I'm opening all these out because they're amazing. If you've got them in your basket, check out. Then this one.
I want to say poinsettia, although it doesn't particularly look poinsettia, but I can't remember what the name of that one was.
Is it called Daisy? No?
Similar.
Sure. Similar. Then you also get a whole metre of your baubles. That is amazing. Then you also have your berries and another one of these, but it's a different colourway you can see in the sort of terracotta. It's really lovely, muted tones of Christmas, isn't it? Really homely.
Yeah, cosy feel.
And this is the full kit for the quilt that is behind us. It is beautiful. £118.99. Henry Glass, Annie Downs, £118.99 or less than 60 on split pay. £59.49 on two-way split pay. Well done if you've got it in your basket. Keep checking out. We started with fewer than these. Then we do when we normally launch box quilts. So absolutely make the most of these whilst you can. It comes in another colourway as well. Similar feel, similar vibe.
I think the fabrics are the same print, just in a different colourway.
Oh, that makes it nice and easy as
Yeah.
well when you're working from
Yeah,
your
working.
instructions. I love that one. Is that the panel?
Yes, so at first I thought that it was a panel, but it is yardage. It does go all the way top to, selvage to selvage. So there's no wastage. But it has got that panel feel
Yeah,
to
it
it.
does. And I love that, look, all of these little elements have got the stitch lines round. Oh, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. I was just wondering if that's the one that you were talking about, Ben, when you said that you have a panel. Oh, and you also then get an extra metre of your grey fabric. And obviously you get your instructions. Less than £60 on split pay today. Full kit and instructions for that price. It's brilliant. Then we also have a second colourway, which is, let's have a look.
So that's the sample.
So that's the one.
That's the one,
My
yeah.
mistake. Sorry, I was saying the one that on the wall was with the grey, but this was the cream on the wall. Look, there we go. This is amazing. Right, so you have that beautiful fabric. It's so whimsical, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's got a really lovely feel. The cream.
But timeless again, I don't think it would date.
I think it's going to go with any of your decor, Christmas decor. It's not going to go out of style, not going to go out of fashion. It will come out year after year. But it's got a real fun feel to it, without it being novelty.
Yeah, it's tasteful.
Very tasteful. Reminds me of, there's a shop that's open near me called Magical Story. Do you have one of those
No.
near you?
Is it
No.
a franchise?
I think it is. I think it's a chain. I think they've got a few of them now. But it's... Have you? You got one in Redditch? It's lovely. This reminds me of Magical Story. It's a really, really lovely Christmas homewares shop, and all of these lovely colours are beautiful. You have two of this one. This time we saw earlier on the cross, but this time in the charcoal. Your snowballs. Poinsettias, looking more like poinsettias in this colourway.
Yeah, I'd have to check. I'm sure, sort of when I got the list of fabric names through, there was one called poinsettia, but I thought, oh, doesn't really look like a poinsettia to my eye, but
Yeah.
I'm not the best gardener.
This one's lovely, isn't it? You get a whole
It
metre
is,
of
yeah.
that. And the teacups. And it has also got the lovely little delicate dot in the background. Your baubles as well. Stunning quilts, £118.99. I tell you what, you've got plenty of choice today, haven't you, in terms of your Christmas quilt, which one you want to go for. This is a really, really stunning luxury quilt. £118.99 for your beautiful fabrics and your full instructions, along with that amazing Henry Glass collection. Brand new in today. Now, we also have... Do you want to do those panels on their own, Ben? Instructions on their own, more importantly. So, instructions on their own. Talk me through how it is that you like to work instructions then.
Okay, so for Sewing Street, I usually get an email from Jess with some suggestions. Sort of we've got a fabric drop due in, and usually she wants two colourways. So I think actually we've got, between the two quilts, the whole collection.
Wow.
So it's a comprehensive, sort of fabric collection. And then I've to try, if I can, to keep it a half metre or a sort of solid halves, ones and halves. So at that point then, when I've divided the fabric into two different piles that I think will coordinate, I then have to start thinking, right, how many stars can I get out of this? How many square, sort of breaking it down, and then just start to, sort of play about with blocks until I find a layout that looks good to my eye and works in both colourways. and then just start sort of cutting and measure it. You know,
There's a lot of work that goes into it.
It probably takes a couple of days to, you know, one day to write the instructions and one day to actually sit doing all the
the maths.
The maths.
This is the great thing about buying a kit, though, is that you don't need to work out, right, how much of this fabric, what do I need? It's all in the kit for you, the right amount of fabrics. But you do also, if you're getting the instructions on their own today, you give the exact amounts of fabrics that you're going to need, don't you?
Yeah.
So you can start to make your own key out.
Yeah.
£9.99. I mean, look, you're getting all of your key here for the two different kits.
Yeah, colourway, I've listed what I've used where.
Brilliant. £9.99 for your full instructions. They are flying out. There's loads of these in baskets. Plus, you're getting all your construction details. It's nice in A4, actually, isn't it? Anybody who's struggled to be able to see the
I
print.
must admit, it is good to see it larger scale.
Yeah.
For me as well.
Fabulous. Less than £10 for all of this. And I think it's going to be one that even outside of your Christmas fabrics,
it would work well with any collection, I think. It doesn't need to be Christmas.
Yeah,
I mean,
imagine this in your Tildas. Or...
overly... I know it is Christmassy, but it's not sort of full-on novelty Christmas. But yeah, it would work in any fabric.
Yeah, nice in your William Morris or your Liberties or your Tildas, Caifs. It's going to work well. Just then using your background fabrics, letting your favourite designer fabric sing. And just £9.99 for your instructions. Right, shall we quickly do these panels and then we can dive into a bit of a demo. Now, when you say panels, is it the ones that we were looking at, these ones? Because I haven't got them individually on the desk, so I'm presuming it is these. Now, even though I know that you said... So, generally, as a designer, what makes a difference to having a panel or fabrics by the half metre?
The way that I've used them is just sort of as a focal piece in the centre of each block.
Yeah.
And everyone is, you know, they're not fussy cut. You just cut them as they... So you've got sort of half a tree there and bits are sort of chopped off.
Yeah.
But it just draws your eye, I think, to what would be just a plain, perhaps boring piece of fabric otherwise, and to have to do less piecing. I just think it's, I don't know.
They're going to be cut like this, by the way. They are going to come to you as is here. So it isn't going to be cut off for half metre. They're already in half metre pieces. £8.49, they'd make lovely stockings. You could cut all of these out if you wanted and have them as little tags on gifts.
Yeah, you could, applique them to another project and perhaps piece a block if, I don't know if any of the Tinsel Lane fabrics are available individually, but you could do a pinwheel block or, you know, just put another fabric in the centre and keep that for a different project if you preferred.
This is actually even bigger than half a metre. It's 0.6, it's 60 centimetres. Amazing. 0.6 of a metre for £8.49, and then it also comes in the other colourway, which I love. It's like this. If you've got misty blue in your collection, you know, our solid misty blue, that's the exact background colour of this, I would say, to my eye, but don't quote me on that. It is that. Is this misty blue, in fact,
well,
or
is
that
sure,
grey?
it's slightly different.
It is slightly different. I think that's misty blue. It's lovely with this. And look, you've got all of your elements, which again, you don't have to necessarily think of this as Christmas, Christmas, Christmas. There's lots of elements that are lovely for more wintry projects. That's beautiful. And they're not just repeated. There's some that are, I think, repeats, but they're different colours, aren't they? Trying to find an example or face in different ways.
Without anything, and then there's a Santa with a list
with a
and a
sack. Yeah. So they're all slightly different, aren't they? I'm trying to look if there are any others that are any repeats, really. Teacups, but they're different teacups or different sizes. No, brilliant. £8.49 for your panel. They are the only ones. You can't get any of the others by the half metre. So if you do love this, remember it is available as a panel today. Right, we're going to jump into a demo because we want to try and give you as much time as possible, Amanda. What are you able to show us today?
So we'll do, it is essentially the same block.
Great.
If I perhaps hold that up, it might make that a little bit clearer to see. So that is the block.
Yeah.
and then it's just a combination of different fabrics, and then we'll do some half blocks and a quarter block, but it is really straightforward, and the pieces are nice and chunky this time, so perfect beginner's quilt. You know, you're not going to be fiddling with teeny tiny squares.
Brilliant.
Okay, so I'll just bring that across, pop that there. Actually, shall I show? Sometimes it's nice to see the back as well, just to see the way that the seams are going. You know, sometimes you can just press pause, can't you, on the playback and see which way the seams are going. So I'll bring across the bits.
And which colourway are you working with this time? Is this the grey?
So yeah, this is the grey colourway. So if we just break that block down so it's a little easier to see. So we start off with that centre panel piece, and then we're going to pop on. Now, I ummed and ahed about doing flying geese for this, but just because of the length of fabric that you get in the kit, it didn't quite work. Plus, as well, when we come to do the half square blocks, you only want a half square triangle.
Right.
And there again, you're just wanting a half square triangle. So I thought, no, we'll stick.
Yeah.
You know, if anyone's watching thinking, like, why hasn't she done flying geese? There was a reason, because we're going to be doing half blocks and quarter blocks. I just felt it was better to stick to the one method all the way through. So if we lay these out, and you can see how it starts to build together. There we go. So if I spread those out a bit, you'll see.
Nice.
And then just one 4 patch in each corner.
So you're doing your half square triangles the same method that you did in the last
as before, yeah. And I can show you those in a bit more detail, perhaps. The only thing you've got to keep in mind, you know, your orientation. You want the actual fabric, the patterned fabric, to be radiating out. Don't, you know, sort of pop it there because it spoils the, or in my eye, it spoils the look. So that is the exploded block, nice and easy. So if we just start now making each of those units.
It's another big, lovely block, isn't it? They would make really nice cushions as well.
And it is a big quilt. I mean, we've got a king, and it's fitted, you know,
King-size
sort
bed,
of, it doesn't drape over, but it fitted, you know, sort of corner to corner on a king-size bed. So it is a nice size.
So it starts with strips.
Yeah, so it starts with, so I'll show you these a little bit slower than perhaps that I rushed through in that previous quilt. So you're going to just cut your yardage. I don't pre-wash. I do like to best press or starch. Just makes it a bit more stable, stops it fraying as much. And then we're just going to cut our strips, and we'll pop one strip on top of another, right sides together. And I'm not going to pin, I'm just going to let this go through. Just 1/4 inch seam allowance all the way down. I might actually need another bobbin, but
Another bobbin with thread on?
Yeah.
You're running low. Are you playing bobbin chicken there?
I think I am. We'll see how it goes.
We get another one, it's fine. Joe can bring you one. Just so you are aware, it is on split pay. Both kits on split pay. Instructions also available on their own today at £9.99, which is brilliant, isn't it? When you're looking at such a big quilt, I mean, it looks like you're almost seeing like secondary patterns as well coming through, aren't you? That's what I always think when you see one block. It tricks the eye sometimes, doesn't it? That you think, how is that constructed?
I mean, you can. The way that I've written the instructions, you pretty much got to stick to the colour combinations that I've put. But you can swap the blocks around. You know, if you'd rather have sort of the dark crisscross fabric in the middle, you can sort of move the blocks.
Right.
But the actual blocks themselves need pretty much to stay in the colour combinations that I've listed in the instructions.
Running low, Ollie. Running low. is this your full width of fabric that you?
Yeah, this is full width of fabric. And we'll just whiz down. And so in a perfect world, this is how I would piece at home. I would just do one seam and then press, you know, for adding on more strips. But I've never found it problematic to stitch from in the same direction. You know, sometimes people will say, oh, stitch one downwards, another one upwards, so that your fabric doesn't rip. I've never particularly found that to be a problem. But I do usually starch.
Okay, that
and I guess that can just stabilise it.
And so you're not pinning at this point at all,
I'm
are
not
you?
pinning. I tend to pin if I've got anything with an intersection. I think I'm probably an overpinner.
Yeah.
But something like this,
You can stop with the
I
needle
will
down.
just, if you've got the needle down function on your sewing machine, I would just pause and then just, you know, make sure that everything's nice and flat. Lay that on top. You can, you know, sort of just manoeuvre it round. I don't pull, I just, you know, literally just let it go through of its own accord. If I'm sewing at home, I've usually got, it's like a little T-bar shaped thing that you see that these screw holes here in your needle plate. You can put, I've not got anything that looks like it, to be honest.
Don't worry, it's fine.
But it creates sort of like a ledge that you can just guide your fabric across. And if it's flat cut fabric like this, it's perfect because you know you could sit there and your eyes could be somewhere else and it will just go through. It does become a little bit trickier if you've got dog ears. If you don't chop your dog ears off, they would get in the way. But I just use this. I can't remember, a seam guide or a seam gauge, I think it's called. And I know that you can get them for a Janome because my mum sews with a Janome. And the Janome is interchangeable, I believe, with the Alma.
Yes, it is. I think there's lots of the machines that actually come with a seam guide.
Yeah.
Seam gauge.
Yeah. So I'll just chop that off at that point. Could I grab the iron, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
There you are.
Let's pop it round. So what I would do, if I were doing it, you know, sort of properly at home and not rushing.
Tele-sewing.
Well, I'll try and do it because it's a more straightforward block. I've perhaps got more time to show. I would always press to set the seam, just to sink the stitches into the fabric.
Just so you know, throughout the show, underneath us on the website very soon, there'll be loads of different fabric collections as well, because it's the last day of Christmas. So if you've got the instructions on their own, I would be checking everything you can underneath us. Ben's going to be loading through some little sneakies for us, because this pattern, if you're just getting this at $9.99, then there are going to be loads of other fabric collections, because I appreciate, obviously, if you're thinking, right, it's, you know, out of your budget or different fabric choices were available, then if you get your instruction set individually, this is going to work with any fabric.
I can't see it not working with anything, to be honest.
Brilliant.
Whatever's your
Watch
taste.
this space. I'll let you know when it's all loaded. He's just rummaging through the last week of Christmas goodies, as it is the last day today to get these amazing deals. The gorgeous Henry Glass Annie Downs fabric is brand new today. You can't get it outside of this quilt. You can't get it outside of this collection. It's £118 for the whole shebang. And you're seeing the whole collection across the two colourways, which is great, isn't it?
Thank you.
Just £118.99 or two-way split pay.
I've not got a ruler, is the one.
You need a ruler, is there not one along here?
Crossed onto the other counter.
Where did it go across to?
Sorry.
I'm just looking all over my set to see if we found one. Did you take it away with you, Amanda?
No,
Did Jay put it away? We tidying up. There's your full kit breakdown on your screen. You're getting the panel. Then you're also getting all of your instructions and fabrics.
Thank you.
That price.
Lovely. Right, so, yeah, and I've just pressed towards the patterned fabric. I just found that that worked quite well throughout. So what we'll do, just neaten. I could be twirling this round, couldn't I, this fancy?
Oh, yeah, you could.
Oh, no, I've not got the twirly one now. I thought I'd got the twirly one still. So we'll just trim off that little bit of selvage and then chop these into segments.
Have a look on pre-order. All the fabrics now loaded. So what we have done is we've been a bit naughty. I haven't been here for virtually the whole week of Christmas. You can see, oh, Jason Yenter, Lewis and Irene, build up your own quilt. Everything of Christmas, that's the whole Peace and Joy collection. Oh, that's a good price, less than 80. So if you're thinking of doing yourself a lovely quilt, using the instructions on screen, or if there is something you want to make, there's holly berries and linen look fabric, multi-Santas, Christmas trees, metallics. $3.99? What is that price? Right, that must have been like from a clearance show. Crazy, crazy low. They're all limited, so if you want to get ahead, whilst you watch it on the app, whilst we're demoing, we'll put them... Oh, I love that Fa La 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 collection. That is lovely, the Lewis and Irene. There's more Christmas tree panels there, 12 Days of Christmas. If you just got instructions, as hundreds of you have, instructions available on their own, we just thought we'd put through the last of Christmas fabrics. There they are, £9.99 for your Down Tinsel Lane, which is the instruction set that we're looking at today. Thank you, Ben. This is going to work with loads of fabrics, isn't it? What would be your personal choice? What colours are you going to go for with this?
I must admit, I do like this. I do like the cream version.
Yeah.
I'm not one for, you know, sort of really sort of bright in your face fabrics. I think I do tend to do more sort of neutral, soft, sludgy colours. Probably a bit of William Morris. I do like William Morris. Especially, it would be a classic one then, it wouldn't date. I'll just quickly show you. So all we're going to do, I've pressed to the patterned fabric, and we're just literally going to make a 4 patch. So one on top of the other, nest, you know, there's a little ledge there, it should just slide onto itself. And then I like to put a pin in just before that junction, just so that I know it's going to stay in place by the time I get to the junction. Yeah, I like, there's Three Sisters at Moda always do a really nice Christmas, or in the past have always done a really nice Christmas range. I can't remember what their fabric range is called for this year. I know that it's out because they all tend to come out, don't they, sort of June, July time. That would be gorgeous. And they do, again, you know, sort of a panel style, a motif panel style fabric that you could use for that centre block. That's, I don't know if have they had that on Sewing Street? I'm not sure. Sometimes we don't get the fabrics that America do. You know, sort of.
Maybe that was with Presenter Ben.
I don't know.
Presenter
but
Ben.
That would be a lovely collection to use, and that's a traditional, you know, sort of oldie worldy style Christmas fabric.
Presenter Ben got a lot of fan mail today, by the way.
Did he?
He did. He's had calls to the call centre to let him know how good of a job he did. He's going to be stealing my job. He's gone home now, Presenter Ben. He was good looking though, wasn't he?
So all I'm doing is just, I pop I can keep the loose ends together with my fingers, so just pop those under the presser foot, get a couple of stitches in, and then just sort of pull the end of that fabric so it's nice and smooth, not stretching, just, you know, making it smooth. Stitch up as close as I can to the pin, remove the pin.
Oh, well done, Amanda.
And then I need to put my glasses on, I think.
Have you been watching Sewing Bee? Do you get really anxious when they're sewing their pins and cutting towards themselves? Oh.
I've not watched because we were away. We've had a couple of weeks off. I mean, we were in Scotland, so we could well have watched the TV, but we didn't. So, and I know who's won, but I've not watched the last couple of episodes. But I don't know. It just didn't hold my attention maybe this year like it's done in past years. I don't know why. But we will make an effort. I mean, Barry will watch it with me as well. But yeah, there is something you think, oh, crikey. I don't know what the brief was this year because they all seemed quite basic, don't they?
Yeah.
Perhaps they'd gone back to basics with it being was it the 10th?
Yeah,
was it an anniversary year? Yeah.
It is 10th anniversary, isn't it?
But yeah, some of the stuff, you know, sort of compared to years gone by, did seem more basic.
Did anybody spot Stuart in the first opening one? Because they did a bit of flashback.
Yeah.
Spotted young Stuart.
Yeah. Right, so we've got a little bit of bunting there, so just separate them.
Who was that in the gallery, Ben? Was that somebody coming into the gallery or were you just talking to myself? Oh, it was you.
So we'll just pop these down. Now, because I'm using the grey, I'm just going to press to set the seams and press to any side, to be honest. It's not going to show through.
Okay.
If you were pressing with the cream, then you perhaps would want to press... I'll press these open just so... But you don't need to necessarily with the grey. Or you could spin your seams if you wanted to. I'll show you one of those in a second. I'll just do these first.
I know it wasn't allowed, but I think Ben has actually found some of the fabrics by the ½ metre. He said, I have. I'm going to do it. We were told it was only available in the collection, but there are some of these fabrics that are really gorgeous that if you want them just individually, look, there you go, there's the snowball fabric. It's on screen, brand new. It's called Snowflakes, but I'd say it was Snowballs.
I'll say it looked more snowball than snowflake to me.
Yes, grab that whilst you can. What are you looking for in the
I'm
basement?
just grappling for my unpicker just to show you how to spin this seam. If you...
Oh, can I say, I just love your little Fortnum and Mason ribbon you've got on your fancy scissors.
Well, they were actually sewing quarter.
Oh, were they?
Scissors. They were, you know, when Butterick did all these vintage
Yes,
tins and whatnot.
I do.
And I did order and pay for them. But and they're really good. I don't know why I should be shocked, but they're really good. They cut to the point. And then Neve went shopping to London. I mean, this is a few years ago now. Went shopping to London, and all she could afford from Fortnum and Mason was an individual Christmas cake.
Yes. So
With a
now
bit of ribbon on.
and keep the ribbon.
And keep the ribbon. Yeah. Sorry, I have got them in here. I'm just rooting around trying to find.
There might be one in here, you know.
Is there?
Oh no. There you go.
Use that one.
Oh, this was brilliant, by the way. This is the Simplicity 5-in-1. I launched this the other day with Stuart, if you've got that, Ben, because that's really good. It's got
I
little
thought you were
scissors.
going to pull out a corkscrew then as a
I think it has got a bottle opener as well in
drink
there.
and unpick.
It hasn't got a bottle opener.
Okay.
It's the
So
5-in-1 Simplicity.
if you want to spin your seams, so what we've done, we sewed that seam and that seam first, and this seam here is the last one that we've stitched. So we can just unpick those 2 or 3 stitches there, and that should just unpick it there. And then open this and press.
Ah, I see, yes.
I'll do it with my fingers first because that iron is a little bit.
Oh, that's going to be so flush and flat.
But that'll be nice and flat, no matter how you decide to quilt it. Plus it looks really pretty. So you've got options. You can either press to one side, press open, or spin.
There's the magnifying glass, by the way. I say magnifying, seam ripper, magnifying glass, tracing wheel, scissors. What else has it got? Oh, a retractable tape measure, chainsaw. That's not a chainsaw, Ollie. It's a tracing wheel.
It's a tracing wheel if you were doing dressmaking, isn't it?
That's really good though, isn't it? Your 5-in-1 tool.
It's quite good, actually.
It is really good to be able to take to classes and things with you. Oh, that's actually a really good... I noticed that was really good. I know you've got big writing here now, but it's a good little magnifying glass there. If you need to look at any fine print.
Scissors. Very
Little
nice.
snips. Very nice, just £9.99 for that. Loads of these sold last week. We've only got 15 left. We sold about 100 of those last week with Stuart, so yeah, grab the last of stock.
So we'll set those to one side for now, and we can do a set of
half square triangles.
half square triangles. These are the same. No, I need just a slightly longer ruler. The same as we did.
So draw through the centre.
Draw through the centre and stitch on either side. I'll just do a couple, perhaps. Oops. Press down as well, so it doesn't shift.
So you won't be standing at a desk that is half.
No, I think there's a bit of a warp, perhaps on the mat. It's just not. I'll just do 2 for now, but the same procedure as before. So right sides together, I'll just pop a pin in each corner. Those done.
And then you're sewing 1/4 inch either side.
Either side, yeah. Just that drawn line is going to become the cutting line. So just sew down one and then just feed another one through. Just lift the presser foot.
Do you find that saves on thread, Amanda?
I do, and it just keeps things neat and tidy as well, because when you're finished, you can just, take it away from the machine as one continuous length.
And I suppose it works as like a leader follower, so it's not going to chew up into the bottom machine when you're starting on a point.
Yeah.
That can often happen.
Yeah, so when you get to the end, just raise the needle, just grab that thread there.
Oh, and go back the other way.
Yeah, put your presser foot down.
So you're not even cutting your thread at that point?
No, and I'll hold on to that so that it, again, doesn't gobble up anything and create a bird's nest. And then it's just nice and neat to, if you're moving from sewing machine to another area to cut, it keeps everything together. So I'll just snip those off with scissors and separate them. And then same again, so pick a line on your mat, put the drawn line on that line, ruler on top, press firmly just so that nothing shifts. And then splice through. There is just a tiny bit of a kink on that mat. So press these.
Do you want me to do that? I could be a pressing assistant. So
okay, yes, please.
Press to the...
So we're going to do half press to the dark and half press to the light.
2 to the dark and 2 to the light.
Please. Just so that it becomes easier then to nest them when we start to put the block together. So if I bring these across... And actually we'll make a half one, I think, just so that you've seen a difference.
Right, just that side.
Thank you.
How are we doing for time, Ben? Are we okay? Yeah. Yeah, we're fine. 7 minutes-ish. We can do it. Right. So then you've got your quarters. What are these blocks called?
Just a 4-patch.
4-patch.
4 patches, just a real, sort of straightforward.
I actually really enjoy pressing. I hate ironing.
It's different to ironing.
Oh, it's
isn't
so
it? It's
different.
not. Thank you. So we're going to make a half, one of the half blocks, if we do one of those. So all we need to do is just pop that right sides together. I'll put a pin at the end, but this is nice. There's nothing to match other than both ends. So that top can just go through as it is.
Sorry, the graphics haven't been on screen. Have a look now underneath us on the web and you will be shooketh with the amount of amazing goodies and deals that Ben has put underneath us. So if you did manage to get your instructions on their own, you now have so much choice in terms of collections and fabrics and all sorts to be able to build up your own Down Tinsel Lane quilt kit. Or if you just fancy a bargain, honestly, there's some really good deals. It's the last day of Christmas, that's why we're doing it today. Last day of Christmas, last day to be able to get your pin badge, last day to get your embroidery machine on 5-way split pay. There are some brilliant deals underneath us on the website. That is definitely one of those not to be missed. There was a full demonstration with Sandy, and who was on air with Sandy? Was it John? Oh, Bex. It was Bex.
So this one, this is that full sort of flying geese unit. And because you pressed for me one way and another way, these are just going to slide together really nicely. Like that. So just a pin in there.
It's worth taking the time, isn't it, to make those points match?
It just makes it easier as the quilt block then starts to build up, and you can sometimes get a bit frustrated if there's too much bulk and points don't match. But if you just take a little bit of time at each stage, in theory it should come together really easily. How are we doing on time? So,
Main Graphics is the one for the cream behind us. We're over allocated, we're in single figures on the kit. So if you love Amanda's choice, the one on the back wall here, it is on split pay at $59.49 a month, $59.49 two-way split pay, and we are oversubscribed once again on baskets. Look at the size of it, it's amazing. Have a proper look at it, Ollie, look at that. Honestly, it is gorgeous.
So what I'm going to do with these ones here, I've just pressed to one side. Doesn't really matter. I've just chosen to go to the darker fabrics just so that I don't get any show through. So I've just done that same top and bottom. On this centre one here though, I'm going to press this open to reduce the bulk. And then, I don't know if you can see, but you get a tiny, tiny little triangle appear there, and what we're aiming for is to just have our stitch line miss, just literally by a thread, miss that triangle there. Right. I'm going to sew with that piece facing up.
Does that mean that you're definitely not going to miss your point?
Yeah, and then you should get your point, sort of maintain your point there.
So a scant quarter inch.
Hopefully. And what I will do here, actually, fold this block. It doesn't matter that much, but fold the block in half and then just crease with a fingernail, and then you can match up
that's so
that there. But there is no seam line to match, so don't be too concerned if you miss that a little bit. It's not the end of the world, but it just helps keep, if there's any sort of stretch or distortion, it just helps keep things all lined up. So pin at the top, pin at the bottom, and a pin at the middle, and we're aiming to just hit that or just miss that little triangle there. and just leave the pin in as light as you can without actually going over it.
It's one of those days today, isn't it? It's very, 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 very busy. There's a lot of people watching. I know if you do want one of these quilt kits, we are oversubscribed once again. Everything has been selling out. Ooh. Perfect. Oof. Perfect. It's very satisfying when you see that point so perfectly.
So what I'll just do it with a fingernail for now, but I'm going to press towards the pattern fabric just because that's flatter and less busy, and it's just got a better chance of laying flat.
Okay.
Ready for when we're going to quilt it. So all it is now a case of, and this one's going that way, that's going the other, so we'll just piece that together. But it is literally, you're just going to make full blocks, half blocks, and another one would be just that quarter. Let me fold that under.
Where's the quarter block? Is that one that's in the bottom?
The borders.
Yeah.
So at the top there, that is just a half block.
Yeah.
So that would be...
So that isn't a full block that you've cut a corner out of. You actually construct it like that.
Yeah, so I've made a half block. Obviously, I've not stuck that bit on there yet, but that's just a half block on there.
Right, I'm with you.
And
That's
just a
quarter
on the other border.
Yes.
And they come together.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah. So it really is, you know, there is nothing tricky about getting this quilt together. So just quickly pin. Oh, put that in the wrong way. And then when you're matching up, just, I mean, you can trim off your dog ears if you want, but I'm a bit lazy, I tend to leave them on. So just pin top, bottom and middle, and we'll just whiz through, try and get that on. And when you come to put your sashing on, your different sashings, we're going to put two sides on, so you've got a blue and a brown side, you put those on, and then you've got a blue and a brown top and bottom, they go on second.
Okay.
Then you'll do the same, cream side, cream top and bottom, and then you'll do red and green side, red and green bottom.
Lovely.
And you get that asymmetric effect, and then they all just knit together really easily.
I do love that double or triple sort of border effect.
I think it just lifts it a bit,
Yeah.
it gives it a bit of a different look. Okay, so we've got one on, so you tidy it up.
We literally got
And then
that
seconds. And then this one will be the same. So it's going towards the four patch, but going towards the motif panel. Pin in the middle just before the junction. Match up those corners. And then the only thing that you need to be careful of is when you're cutting out and when you're starting to piece, depending where that block is, the orientation of this motif panel is important.
Yeah.
So this will be a vertical one.
Yeah.
But when you're doing top and bottom, just be aware, it is in the instructions.
Okay.
So if you follow them through, you'll be okay. But just be aware, sort of, when you're cutting out, you might think like, oh, why is she asking me to cut a whatever inch strip and then a half the size
There is method to your madness.
Yeah,
Go
I've
to the
not
instructions.
lost it. Yeah. So it's...
Are you at festival this week at all?
I'm not. So normally we would be on... We've gone on holiday early this month, and it was lovely because we had decent weather in Scotland. But I'm also going on holiday again next month.
Oh, lovely.
So no, I'm not doing festival. Plus, I don't know. I've got so much stuff that I really need to try and finish my own stuff before I buy new stuff.
Yeah.
So no, I'm safer kept at home with purse under lock and key. But no, it is a good show.
Oh, it's
Where are you
brilliant.
gonna go?
Hopefully, I'm hoping to go and have a mooch around on Friday. Yeah, hopefully. Thank you ever so much. We have run out of time, but everything is in the instructions. Please, please, please do check out Of Your Baskets. Once again, I know that we love, you know, watching Amanda's demo, but please don't forget, if you've put something in your basket, to check out, because it is very, 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 very busy. Thank you, Amanda.
You're welcome.
It's been so lovely to see you. Also, don't forget, follow all of Amanda's tutorials, because you're going to be doing lots of YouTube.
Yes, so I'm going to backtrack all the patterns that I've done in the past for Sewing Street and the new ones. I'm going to do full tutorials, you know, rather than having to just do little bits. So if you like my patterns, if you want to see them from start to finish, sign up to YouTube.
Thank you very, very much. We will. Just a quick mention again. Please do, we've got to mention, because I think this might be the last time we get a chance to mention it, 5-way split pay on the embroidery machine. It is £599. You can see it in action. I launched this and it sold out about 5 times. Every single time we bought it in, it completely sold out. And then it sold out, and it sold out again. 5-way split pay. It was never supposed to be on 5-way split pay. That is why it's today's early bird. It makes it just £119.80. That's only for Christmas and July week that we can do it on 5-way split pay. We're thinking that anybody that is making to sale, anybody that is embroidering any of their Christmas projects, now is the time to check out on that amazing deal. If you have a look again on the Brother website at how much the embroidery machine is, we have got such an amazing relationship with Brother, and that is why we've got it at such a brilliant price. There is so much scope in terms of being able to put your own personalisation, your own embroidery designs on there, as there's a USB port, as well as all of the built-in designs that you get with it. It's $599, but 5-way split pay is only until midnight tonight, and then it will be taken off split pay if there are any available. We've got less than 10 of those. Have a serious think about it. If you're watching on a replay today, call the call centre, speak to the team, and check out Of Your Basket on the web. Just to remind you, Ben has ran through so many cheeky items, lots of Christmas fabrics for you as well. So during the break, whilst we get Sandra all set up, there's a William Morris quilt, there are amazing fabrics, there's Lewis and Irene fabrics, which would be perfect for this. So have a bit of a look, a mooch over the next couple of minutes. But just to remind you, it does come off 5-way split pay at midnight tonight as we come out of our Christmas in July week. I've got a feeling Ben's going to get into trouble with that. There's over 12 of you who've got it in your basket, and there's now only 8 of those machines available. Please, please, please do be quick for that split pay option. Do not go anywhere. We will see you in just a couple of minutes.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines, and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Not only is Sewing Street live from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. on Sky 670, Freeview Channel 73, YouTube and the Sewing Street app, now Virgin subscribers can watch on Channel 754, which means there are more ways to watch your way with Sewing Street. Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire, and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making. Oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Marie Curie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye-bye.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletter. Go to sewingstreet.com and scroll down to the bottom of the homepage. Type in your email address and click the envelope. That's it. You'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Did you know at Sewing Street that on various products we offer split pay? That means on certain items you can spread the cost over 2, 3, 4 or sometimes even 5 interest-free monthly payments. Just pay the first instalment when you purchase and you're away. So shop your way with split pay. Every day our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £4.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £6.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Never miss a show by watching on the go with the Sewing Street app. Head over to your app store now and search Sewing Street and simply download to your smartphone or tablet. You can watch the shows live and see your favourite presenters and guests. Click on the Today button to shop all of the products that are featured in today's show. Want to know what's hot? Then click here to see today's bestsellers and highlights. Have you missed a show or want to watch one back? Then click the schedule button and you can go back 7 days to watch and shop, and you can also see what's coming up over the next 7 days. Want to say hello or ask a question to our guests? Then send a message to the studio. You can also keep in touch with all the latest news, events, product launches and much more by clicking here for our social media pages. Never miss a show by watching on the go with Sewing Street.
Oh, welcome back. The last show of Christmas in July at Sewing Street. Now, very, very quickly, check out on your brother machine. Well done if you checked out over the break. If you got it, brilliant. Last chance to get it on 5-way split pay, £119. There are 4 left. 4 left. If you're watching on a replay, check out now. I don't say this lightly. I think this is my favourite thing you've ever done.
We've saved the best for last. Do you want me to come over?
Yes!
I'll go over.
Oh, my word. Sandra,
Look at this.
This is
Look at this.
amazing.
Yeah.
So, tell me about this. This is your 5-inch square panel, but
It
it's
is.
not just any 5-inch square
It isn't, no.
panel.
If you follow me on Facebook and you do the lives,
Yeah.
you'll notice that you'll recognise some of these.
Yeah.
Because these are hand-drawn. And not only are they hand-drawn, you can actually go onto YouTube and you can see the video of how I drew it, so you can copy it if you want to.
But so what makes me excited is that this is literally all, you know, hand-drawn.
They are, yeah. And
I don't need
know
to do it.
what I've done, and I've put your pictures on here and I've mirrored them. So I know Sanntangle HQ is the wrong way around, but I think that's so cool because that's the kind of thing I'd do anyway. So don't think it's a mistake, it's not, it's meant. But you've got your little gnome or your gonk, I don't really mind what you want to call it. Look at the scene.
Oh,
look at this one.
Beautiful.
And then you've got your presents, you've got your little wrap. And if look, this has just been done with pencil and white chalk and drawn with a pen. You know,
I love this as
this
well.
one, I know. Look at that gem at the top.
So do lots of these have demonstrations on your YouTube live
Every
then?
single one
All
of
of
these.
them?
Every single one, yes.
Look at
You will
this.
find an instructions for how to make. Look at the angel, but then it doesn't stop there.
Absolutely. No, I mean, this is absolutely huge. Now, how many squares do you get?
Oh, gosh. Now, I'd have to count because I forgot. I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that way. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 that way.
6 times 11, 66.
Look at that, yeah. And do you know what I've done? I've actually...
66, hang on, in a charm pack you get 40.
2, 3,
This is a
6.
designer,
1, 2, 3,
amazing charm pack. You get 60
Yeah, yeah.
squares.
I couldn't help
A
myself.
couple of each.
Yeah, a couple of each, yeah, more or less.
Yeah.
Now, what you've also got as well is because I really thought about this because you've got all these lovely pictures, and then I think, well, what you're going to do with them?
Yeah.
So I've actually done a brand new pattern that you can't get the fabric for anywhere else.
Okay.
That'll actually go with it.
Coordinating.
It will go with any of them because I've done them in various different like monochromes.
Oh.
So it means that not only have you got an exclusive fabric, but it will go with any of it. I've given you seam allowance around each one, so you're not going to like lose your image.
No, that's
And these
lovely.
you can pattern match them because they're all swatches.
Oh, fantastic.
They're lovely, aren't they? And all the monochromes, so you can pick and choose whatever you want to do. And I just love this.
Look at this.
Look at that. I mean, imagine, you know, we don't want to imagine that we're not feeling very well, but you've got a bit of a cold. You've got a snuggly cushion cover.
You got pockets
You've
for
got
your
your
tissues.
remote, your tissues, your pills, a bit of chocolate.
Snacks.
And
Absolutely. Oh my god.
And look, I've actually pinwheeled all of those swatches in the background, and then I've used my features to actually put on front of the pockets, and that's literally just 4 of the picture panels.
£25.99. Your price per image, your price per artwork, I mean, is just amazing. And then there's so many patterns that call for 5-inch squares that, like you said, you can patchwork. You could make a quilt with this
If you wanted to, of course, absolutely, yeah. And everything works. I mean, even look at those,
39 pence a
those
square.
bells there. Look at those bells.
I would
Look at
be
these.
getting 2 of these and making a quilt. I mean, less than £50.
It's just everything.
Or £50,
I mean, look at the reds in that. Look at the shading in that. But then on the other side, you've actually got these here. Look. Look, you've got your little birds, and you think, is that Christmas? But look, you've got little bits of holly in there as well. You've got your wreath. So many things, and it depends what you want to do with them, doesn't it? And I know there are always options with a panel, and you don't necessarily get instructions because there's so many things you can do. But you've seen the bag, you've seen the little pocket. It's just beautiful.
Honestly,
Absolutely.
amazing. There are people multi-buying. I'm not surprised because this is something that we've never done before.
Imagine this. Imagine beading it up.
Yeah. Well, that looks like it's
Little
got
bits of
pearls,
yeah.
doesn't it?
So you take that, or even just a little bit of glitter on the little fairy.
Now, I need to remind everybody, because you're watching this on television, these aren't card. This is printed onto fabric.
It is. I know.
And beautiful quality fabric. It's 140. No, sorry, it's not. It's 150. I'm so used to saying 140 because our fabric printers in our warehouse are 140. Yours are 150. So you're getting, that's why you're getting 60. Because
Exactly.
that's even bigger. The
Yeah.
quality is amazing and the detail
Yes.
isn't lost at all.
I think that's the main thing. I mean, if you look here, you can actually see my pencil shading on there. Every single little line. And then you've got all your little bits of shading in here. Every little detail. I mean, look
Well,
at
your quality, your sort of quality control at Sanntangle must be very strict because you have a standard when you've drawn these, you want them to come across as well.
It's
Exactly.
me. I mean, look, even this is an inked background. You can see all the detail in the ink. Every little one of these dots I've drawn, and you can see that.
Yeah, you can.
And you can go, and if you wanted to, you could use this as a feature, and you could then draw this yourself because there are videos. But they just, look at this one.
Beautiful.
I mean, how lovely. You just pick, and then, of course, you've got your owls. They're so cute, aren't they? I know. This one looks frozen, absolutely frozen. Then this one, like his little droopy hat.
Super cute.
It's just
Super cute.
adorable,
I love the
isn't it?
wreath. I mean, again, imagine embellishing that. You could make that as a Christmas decoration.
Of course.
You could have this as the front, use one of your other squares as the back, fill it with toy stuffing, make it
course.
three-dimensional.
I know, there's so
sort of ribbon with bells.
I just love it. Absolutely love it. Really, I've enjoyed doing this
Look
one.
at the presents all stacked up like a Christmas tree.
This is it, and they look a little bit precarious, don't they? Like they're about to fall. Look at the angel. Any moment she's falling over, look. But this is just a lovely thing, isn't it? There's lots of fun in there. But again, look at the detail in this one. Look at this one.
60 squares, remember? Right, over 40 already in baskets and gone. Well done. If you've managed to get it already, please don't wait. Your Christmas tile panel. Are your tiles always 5-inch square, or have you had to do a bit of jiggery pokery resizing these? You haven't lost any of the quality?
No, I tend to draw squares, and when we're doing it on papercraft, we tend to use 8 centimetres.
Okay.
But we know for fabric, we like to go just a little bit bigger if we can. So we've made sure that, you know, I mean, this scanned in to the nth degree. And then we check everything. I mean, even here, that you can see the shading and that little bit of an ink spot in the background. How lovely.
I really like as well that you actually have left a gap, which is a personal choice to do that, because then you've got your seam allowance. You're not going to lose any of it, because
not at all.
As much as, you know, I love our panels that they're all joined together, it's just sometimes if you cut with a rotary cutter or if you cut with a pair of scissors and you just wiggle off a little bit.
I know, I've given you space. But as well, if you think some of these, if you've got your Inktense pencils, you can add some more colour in.
Oh,
you can
brilliant.
colour if you want to, and I love my Inktense. But even with this one, if you wanted it not to be monochrome and you're using 1 or 2, you could add bits of colour.
Are these the
to
ones
it.
that you always use?
Yeah, I've actually got mine with me. Yeah,
Because I was talking to, do you know, I was on Hobby Maker the other day and I was talking to lovely Jess from Tilly Victor.
Oh yeah, Jess. Yeah,
And
I do
she
have
was
my own
singing
pencils.
your praises as well.
I do have Sanntangle pencils,
Right.
but they are not permanent on fabric.
These
they
can
are
be permanent on fabric?
These are permanent on fabric because these are Derwent. There you go.
Oh, amazing.
So exactly the same as you.
You've got the big pack there.
Yeah, I've got the big pack there.
This is the one I think to get.
And
if
they
you
last
can afford
ages.
to do it.
Absolutely ages.
So what's different about these to, you know,
you put these
these
on.
are your special colouring pens.
You put these onto fabric and you use a tiny little bit of water or aloe vera gel.
Oh, okay.
Or a little bit of mixed medium. And all you do then is colour with it, bit of water on it, and then iron over them, and they're permanent.
Wow. I mean, that's amazing.
It is. I mean, that's why my Sanntangle pencils are lovely, but they will not stay on fabric.
Yeah.
Whereas with these, if you do it, completely unique to you because you've added your little bit.
So they are really sort of pigmented watercolour pencils.
Yeah, and I'm going to demonstrate with mine a little bit later because, of course, we've got some stencils, so I'll show you how they do.
Fabulous.
But you can colour
That's
onto any fabric with them.
That's the pack of 36, which is the big boy. It's amazing.
It's Christmas.
Treat yourself. It's on 3-way split pay. Treat yourself. Amazing value for money. And they are, I know all the artists within our company. I mean, upstairs, designers behind the scenes. Delphine Brooks, these are the ones
These
that
are the
they
ones.
use.
Yeah, yeah.
These
So
are
my pencils are good, but I can't work on fabric with my pencils because it'll wash out. But these they won't wash out.
So if you wanted to then embellish any more,
add some colour to it. Go for it. Yeah.
Fabulous. I have no idea why they're on 3-way split pay. £28.66.
Yeah, they're honestly they're worth the money. You get what you pay for with these, and they're worth the money.
And
I'm not being commissioned to say that.
No, you are.
I did buy my own. I actually, they are my own pencils, and I use them. So
But that's what I love about you, Sandra, as well, is that you're a fan. You are somebody who buys and watches and gets involved in loads of different suppliers.
Yeah, I do spend money on this channel.
She's got her badge. I've got all the badges.
Yeah.
$85.99 for the Derwent Intense pencils.
Yeah.
We'll see them later on as well in a bit.
So I head back over.
Yes, please. Right. Are you ready? Just whilst you get set up
Okay.
with your demos. I mean, look at this. 60 5-inch squares, 65-inch squares, a couple of each, amazing designs. You've also got those, I don't want to say blender squares, because they are individual artwork pieces that you can't get by the half metre as well. They're exclusive. But you are now at 39 pence a square, which are hand-drawn, designer, beautiful squares. Lots with your Christmas designs. Some that aren't necessarily screaming Christmas that you're going to be able to use for all sorts, but just to give you a bit of an idea of what you're going to be able to make. You'll still have loads of squares left over, obviously, but if you want to make a lovely plush quilted bag, this is patching them together. If you want to do cushions, choose your favourite 4.
No, I love that cushion. I'm gonna keep that cushion.
Pockets. Well, that'd be nice as an advent calendar as well, wouldn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. You could
You've
actually
got enough
You
squares.
could create an advent calendar if you wanted to. Whatever you want to do with it. And I think that's the beauty of it, isn't it? I would probably, because of the size, I'd probably put tiles in one and have pens in another, because I can't live without my pens and pencils. But there's so many things you can do with it. But
well, we've got your pens back in stock. You could literally, have this as your artwork on the move sort of bag, where you've got your pens in there, you keep your tiles in another. Look, you can even just clip those on. Now, if you do want all 3 of the set of 3 pens, are these all of the same size nibs?
I think they are, yeah.
Size 3.
Yeah, I think we've brought 03. The reason I brought you a set of 3 03s is that's because you're going to use the 03s more than anything, and that's what we draw with all the time.
Okay.
Once you've put this onto fabric, you don't have to add anything to it. You don't have to iron it. Once it's on fabric, it won't go away. It's on fabric permanently.
Fabulous.
So make sure that if you
to
want to draw
design.
anything, use a friction pen first. So I've got my friction pen here ready to
Good
draw.
idea.
Friction pen first, and then use those pens because it won't come off once you've drawn it.
And they're also water resistant. So if you are using them with the Derwent as well, so if you draw with these and then add water, they're not going to smudge, they're not going to run.
That's right, and you put them in the washing machine, they aren't going anywhere. Yeah.
There is a lovely message about those Derwent pencils, actually. I think it was Joan who said that she loves them. They are
hi,
brilliant.
Joan. Yeah, they are good, aren't they?
If you're getting your fine liners and your pencils, she says, I have these Derwent Inktense pencils and they are brilliant, from Joan.
Yeah, they're going to last you for ages and ages. I mean, I've used mine. I've had mine a long time, and you can see. Don't worry about sharpening them things, but you can see here that you can see that some of them are a bit shorter.
Yeah,
than the
you
other.
like using your orange and blue.
Yeah, use them. That's what they're for. Use them. Yeah. Anyway, put them to one side.
Thank you. Right, there you fine liner pens. They're back in stock at the minute, just $7.99 for the 3. Okay, so we also have, let me show you all these lovely newbie kits and stencils and everything that we have. Shall we do the baubles and bells, please? So, is this the... No, hang on, where's my baubles and bells?
There we go.
So,
You've
now...
organised you, Vicky.
Thank you for organising me. We have got... Oh, I mean, I love your instruction sets. They are super thorough. For anybody who thinks that they are not an artist, you can be with Sandra's instructions.
You can. That's the whole point. I did spend 12 years in a secondary school as a teacher. Writing instructions is what I did. So, yeah, I don't want to do that again.
Much prefer your job today.
Of course, but a lot of them, I mean, I actually taught product design. I didn't teach art until I think the last 12 months I was there. And you do get a lot, I can't draw. And so from that you think, well, okay, how do we get over that? How do we get it so you can? And you can draw, not just draw a stick man or a woman, but you can draw something really cool. So I created a series of stencils. Now, if you look at the stencils, none of them particularly look like baubles or anything really.
Yeah.
It's the shapes that you need to give you the structure. And if you follow along with the instructions, number your stencil according to the instructions, then you'll find that you're not only creating the images that I've put in that book, but you then start to do your own things. Mm-hmm. So imagine you've got, you brought some of the bauble fabric this morning or the bauble quilt, and you think, well, okay, I'm going to do single squares, or maybe this centre panel you're going to do plain, and then you draw your own baubles.
That would be amazing.
To put in, and then not only is it a unique quilt, but it's a unique to you.
That's really
Then you embellish it, you do whatever you want to do with it, but you've drawn it from a basic stencil and some instructions, and they look amazing. And honestly, if you're willing to pick up a pen and a piece of paper, you get a piece of paper, a piece of fabric and try it, you can do it.
I mean, look at them, they're amazing. It
Detail.
isn't just, oh, you can now draw a ribbon or a bow, or, I mean, look, it is the most beautiful detailed ribbons and bells and baubles and bows. They are stunning. So not only do you get your bells and baubles book, and it is a book, you get loads of pages in there, literally broken down step by step. You're also getting the brand new stencil, $24.99. It's made from mylar, so it's one that you can use time and time and time again.
You can, yeah. And of course, you get any marks on it, you know, with your fine liner pen that will rub off, but a little bit of warm soapy water cleans it off, not a problem. So it's very, very sturdy. It's gonna, you look after it like anything, it will last a long, long time.
Different sizes on there as well.
There's even there is a glass on there, but if you think about the bell, you could turn the bell upside down and you've got a different glass shape.
Yes,
You see how it's starting to sort of work?
Yes.
I mean, I've actually got instructions in there. There's a wine glass with baubles in it.
Yes.
But you don't have to do that.
You don't have to have it with, you know, it could be for a celebration or,
Yeah.
Good news. Good news from Ben. Okay, it's Christmas. It's last day of Christmas. It's not $24.99 today. Oh, okay, it's a bit of a peculiar price, but it's because every single pound and every penny is now out of that. £21.85.
Yes, absolutely, yeah, it's a good price.
Very good
So
price.
many things you can do with this. Of course, summer holidays, get the kids involved. During lockdown, actually, we used to have loads of kids watching my live videos.
Brilliant.
Because not only was it an hour of art, where the parents didn't have to teach it, but you've got that mindfulness that comes with this. And we're talking about, it's brilliant, it's really exciting to be able to draw, but the relaxation and the focus to actually create these doesn't really sort of set you down.
Yeah.
Your shoulders drop, your breathing slows, and all of a sudden you've got this wonderful thing. You're like, I feel like I've had a little bit of a nap by doing it, and then it's just fantastic.
I must say that is something that we must remember. I know we're out of sort of lockdown, we're back into the rat race, the crazy of life.
Yeah.
That it is so important to take that time.
Yeah,
and for the young ones as well, isn't it? They're a million miles an hour, screen time, everything. Sometimes just going back
sometimes
to...
you've just got to go back to it, haven't you? And say, just chill for a little bit.
Okay, we're coming back to the panel in just a moment, but let me also show you our lovely snowflake stencil.
Well, every snowflake is unique.
Yes. Right, now these don't look like snowflakes when you look at the
No, they don't, do
they? They don't look like snowflakes at all, but it's how you use your instructions to go along with. Good news about this as well. Today, last half an hour of our Christmas show, everything is going lower. £18.55 for your new stencils. Now, this can be on paper, but this can also be on your fabric.
I've got one actually. If I just bring this over, I've got one that I've sort of started to work on. So this has been done with my fine liner pen, and I've used the Inktense pencils.
Wow!
And that's been done with that stencil. But then just as beautiful as we've got the one that Angie did with the shimmers and the glitters. I'll leave you with that one.
Oh my God!
So, you know, once you've drawn it, if you don't want to just colour it, you don't want to, you know, applique it, whatever, you can actually
there's
bead it
so much
up.
you can do.
Yeah,
And
but
you
you've
bead
drawn
embroidery.
it, see, then it's unique to you, and nobody else has got that particular design because you've created it.
That's amazing, isn't it? That is absolutely amazing. As a wall hanging, as a gift for somebody for Christmas, hang that up. That is beautiful. Angie, thank you so much for sharing these motes with us, because it does give us so much inspiration of what you can do with it.
Yeah.
But I do love the idea. By the way, if you didn't get the quilt kit earlier on, I believe there's literally... I don't even want to promise there are any available. I don't know if there are. I think there's about 2 available. If you want any of those quilt kits, to be able to take that rectangular bauble shape and do your own snowflake on there.
If you wanted to, of course. You know, the options are there, aren't they? So you could take that fabric out, use it for something else, because it doesn't, like you say, scream Christmas, that one, and then put your own planes in and actually do that and do your own embellishments. It'd be lovely, wouldn't it? Bit of sparkle, be amazing.
Whether you're doing this on paper, for journaling, for scrapbooking, or whether you're doing this straight directly onto your cotton with your fine liners, it will be amazing.
Yeah, we'll get around to it. I'm going to show you.
And then also, finally, we have got cushion kits. The cushions. Let me show you this. This is amazing, Sandra. I love the shape. I love the design, the artwork, obviously.
Of course, yeah. It's a really pretty one to do, and it's very traditional. But again, you can use any of the fabrics. And then the main thing, or you know, the the guest appearance is those drawings that I actually go through in great detail, showing you how to do it in the instructions. And of course, you also, because it's a triangle, you need to cut that triangle the right size. I've actually given you an acrylic triangle to draw around, so you've got exactly the right shape.
Excuse me, can I just say, when you're buying, you know, rulers or stencil templates, I don't think I've ever seen a designer that comes in and makes something like this. They'll probably say, you know, you can make your own template out of card or something. You have got an acrylic template that you can use time and time again for all sorts of projects. This is a shape that's actually really, really handy to have. Plus, you're getting your poinsettia and holly stencils. Is this all $16.99? That is so good. That is so good. Plus, you're getting also your construction and your book that will teach you how to not only construct a cushion, but also how to draw these amazing elements within your cushion. $16.99. There's less than 30. This will sell out if you do want it. Check out now. It's £16.99. Okay, where do you want to go first, Sandra? What have you got in front of you?
Panel.
Oh, I do. That is going to sell out.
So cute, isn't it?
Yes,
so I'm going to
please.
show you how I did it, because you've got those lovely sort of pinwheels in the background, and then you've got those little pictures on the front to make pockets.
Yes.
So I'm going to show you how I did it. So here we go. I've cut all my pieces out, so they're all the right size. All exactly the same size. And again, I do buy from this this channel because I've got a ruler here. Look, Jude Taylor half square quarter triangles. And they're brilliant to use. If not, I mean, I know Amanda showed you how to cut triangles earlier.
Yeah.
So you could mark it that way. But please, if you're using a rotary cutter, please be careful.
Yes.
We don't want any damaged limbs or tendons. So what I would do with them is very, very similar to what Amanda did. I've got a line here. Look, I've lined it up at a diagonal. Friction pen. And I've drawn down each side. If, say, you haven't got a rule, it doesn't matter, but they are really good to use. You can see now where I've got a stitch. I've got 1/4 inch either side. So I take one of my pieces, the other, face down, so they're both facing each other. I'd stitch down both sides, and just like, miraculously, like an ex-teacher I am, here's one that I've already done, stitch down. So once you've done that, again, what you could do, you could use your rotary cutter. I'm not ever using a rotary cutter on air. Let's snip down. We've all got our different scissors. I mean, look, I'm using tiny little scissors here.
Oh, these Sanntangle scissors
They're
are back in stock
lovely.
as well,
Look
and
how
they are
sharp they
absolutely
are.
lovely. Oh, well, they even come with a little cover because they are sharp
They
to the
do,
point.
yes, they
Which
do.
sounds really silly, but you do want scissors that are sharp to
You
the
do.
point.
Yeah, they're brilliant for little trimming off and all sorts.
These are ones add to your order. I can't believe they're $2.99 because they are amazing scissors. Seriously.
They're I mean, they're great for
Get a couple of
snipping
pairs.
paper, but they're great for all sorts of things. And well, I'm using them all the time.
Just to be able to have at the side of your sewing machine when you need to trim your threads, if you don't have an automatic thread cutter, if you want to trim off your ends of your fabrics, or if you're snipping into curves, you know, earlier on when you were snipping into that box bottom on the on the
all
pocket
that.
of the cutlery, this is perfect. And it does come with the lovely little protector as well. I'd get a couple of pairs. Have a pair for your paper and your ribbons and things, but then also have a pair for your fine, you know, smaller sewing projects. They're lovely. Thanks for bringing those back.
Right, I've just moved on a little bit.
Thank you.
I've cut it, okay, and then I've used the iron and I've pressed the seam just one side and I've opened it. So I've got now a square again, but it's got 2 different colours on it.
Fab.
Looks cool. So once that's done, what I'm going to do then is stitch them together. So you see, like, I've got a triangle shape like that.
Yeah.
And so if I actually match this one, see, that one's the same, that's fine. That way to that way, because I want them the same. Now, notice I've not actually cut my little dog ears off yet. I'm not worried about that. Okay, it's going to match. It'll be fine. It's all good. You know, Amanda's left the fast button on this. It's great, isn't it? Like, whoa! Okay.
Speed sewing.
All right, so once you've done that, we're going to open that up. I'm just going to do sort of one on so you can see how it works. There we go. So I'd have 2 of those. Now, I've got a couple of others that I've got as well. Again, I've not sort of tried to match fabrics or anything. I've just gone with it to see what happens. And if I stitch them together, now you'll notice, look, let's do it. That
Already is nesting.
Yeah, one go one way, and this one I need to go that way. Because when you put it together to match it, which it doesn't matter too much, but it's nice to know, isn't it? that you can actually match that. And if you think, oh, I'm not sure about this, I don't want to leave it, put a little clip on it.
Yeah.
And we've used them earlier, didn't we? Again, I've got loads of these. Little clip on it, so you're going to hold it in place. And that's, I mean, I know some of us, we know that, but if you're a beginner, you know, you just think, well, how do I keep hold of that and do that at the same time?
These fabrics look like they're really behaving themselves in terms of which way you've pressed the seam allowance.
Yes.
They're really crisp when you press them, aren't they?
They are, certainly are, yeah.
100% quilting weight cotton. Your panel is available, by the way, at $25.99. And because Sandra's printed this, it's 150 wide, which means she's managed to pack in 66.
It's 6 down, 11 across, isn't it?
Wow, 66 amazing 5-inch squares, which you're going to be able to use individually, which you're going to be able to use. I mean, you're only using 4 of those feature squares on the front of this cushion.
Yeah.
This is going to be multiple projects for $25.99.
I know.
Sandra's like, yeah, this is what
We're
we
fun.
do. Because this is what we do.
This is what we
Can
do.
we just
This
step
is good
outside the Sewing Street Sanntangle bubble right now? Because this is not normal. 60 squares. Normally, if you were looking at a charm pack, it would have 40 squares.
Of course, yeah.
So to be able to have 66,
Yeah.
and they're all hand-drawn.
But you need them. you've got loads of Christmas
Love
things
that.
to make. You need them. Simple as. Yeah.
Brilliant.
Okay, right. I've chosen for this one. I've chosen my little presents, and what I've done with this one is absolutely nothing except I've literally folded it over. If you want to use Bonder web on the back so you can then iron it down, that's fine.
Good idea.
But I thought I'd just keep it simple and not do anything crazy. I've cut a piece of like plain fabric that's a little bit bigger. Now I'm going to move that down a touch because I want to sort of fold that over so I've got a bit of a pocket top. This is sort of Sandra's quick way of dealing with Christmas, see? And then from there, let's have a look. I've got a pin somewhere. So I do use pins sometimes. There we go.
Oh, you got the nice little magic pins.
Yeah, just going to put a pin in the middle because then what I want to do here is I'm going to top stitch round it. Now, if you wanted to, if you were, confident, it's straightforward. You could actually come round and use a coloured thread, which would enhance it a little bit. If you're not so sure, stick with white because then even if your stitches go off a little bit, you're not going to notice. And that's the nice thing with having that little bit of white round it, isn't it?
Yeah.
There we go. Stop at the edge. Actually, my mum thinks this start-stop button's brilliant. So she came up the other week.
Oh, okay.
And she was like, she wanted to make a bag. So we made a bag. She's not done any sewing for ages, for years. And she's like, I think I'm in the market for another one. But she liked the fact she didn't have to keep pressing a foot.
Yeah.
And just start and stop. It's so much easier.
Actually, when I went to my first sort of sewing class, it was quilting class, they didn't have foot pedals. It was all start-stop. I know a lot of people get used to using the foot pedal. It's like going from manual to automatic in a car, isn't it, I suppose, getting used to doing the start-stop. But I do know people who have got, different issues with their feet and they can't physically press the pedal anymore, and that start-stop button is brilliant. Also for children, if you're sitting with children, playing, sewing with them, they can't reach the pedal, it's great.
I know. Dobby has problems with his. He's got a sewing machine. You think that? You think I'm joking? I am not.
Dobby's got his own sewing machine.
And he has a problem with the pedal, so we've had to sort of raise it up a little bit. Yeah, if you think I'm a bit mad, have a look on my Facebook page because it shows a picture of him looking through the instructions. Anyway, I've folded over the top bit. You know where I left a bit extra? I've folded over a little bit.
Yeah.
And a little bit more. If you want to sort of make sure that stays, using a bit of Best Press works brilliantly. And it also makes your fabrics smell really nice. I think I've got the cotton linen one at home at the minute. It's really nice. But there's lavender and all sorts, isn't there?
Oh, yeah, there is. There's lavender. There is.
There's one that doesn't smell, but why have one that doesn't smell?
Well, apparently some people don't like the lavender scent, which I absolutely love.
Yeah.
Just relaxing.
I've top stitched just across the top there, and then what I'm going to do now is fold over the edges. And again, if you want to tack these, but when you're doing Christmas makes or things like that, and you don't want to be spending hours, do you? And into that, I mean, I don't have hours. You know what I mean?
But it is also about enjoying the process, isn't it, when you're making things? That's the joy in it, I think.
It certainly is, yeah.
Over-allocated on the panel, over-allocated. Remember, it is a huge panel.
Thank
Look
you,
at all
everyone.
of those amazing...
I can't wait to see what they're going to make with it.
Oh, well, everyone at Sewing
Really
Street has worked with 5-inch squares before.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can make, I've seen people make charm packs into like skirts, you know, garments
Oh,
to wear.
goodness. Yeah, this would be amazing as a shirt, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Patchwork shirt.
Need to do it.
Absolutely. Using them within, like, you know, Hayley West Tallulah jacket, having them as pockets.
I've got one of
and
them.
things. Have you?
Yeah.
Why has it not got 5-inch tangle packs? Because you could applique these onto like backs of denim.
Well, you could use it for pockets, couldn't you?
Pockets.
Anyway,
absolutely.
I'm not going to stitch this on, but you can sort of see where it is because, of course, we want to sort of see how those stencils work. So this is brilliant because you don't need to sort of worry about whether your points have met in the middle.
Yeah.
Because what I'm going to do there, look, is I just put a pin in because I've pressed it all in place, and then I would stitch down there, across there, and up there.
Right.
And so then you've got your pockets.
Your patch pocket, which that technique is so transferable, even if you're not doing your background, like you've just said about doing a patch pocket on anything.
On anything, absolutely. And then, of course, if you've got the
Cycling.
next one here and you've got one on there, you can see then now how that cushion was made up. So I did another 2 up there, or you could have just one. So you could have, you know, little remote in there and phone in there, that kind of thing. But that's as far as you really need to know. It's, again, straight lines, it's stitching a few things together, but using those fabrics in a creative way to give it a little bit different.
I would absolutely be doing that in rows, you know, a few down in a row, and then hang it from the wall and have it as an advent calendar. You could use your embroidery machine to add your dates, or use your dough and pencils if you wanted, and add in your dates and do it as an advent calendar.
Absolutely, yeah. So
love this idea. Thank
yeah,
you,
it's just really nice. It's something a little bit different, but I'm sure you've all got your own ideas.
Let us know what you're thinking. Hi there. Love all of Sandra's item. Is the cushion sold out? Cushion is on screen, the Poinsettia and Holly Christmas cushion. Or it is limited now. There are less than 20 of them. If you want it, check out. It's only $16.99. That's
I
really
know,
good.
and then you've got that stencil, and if you've got a binder, it will actually go in the binder because you've got the holes, but you've then got the design as well, because again, it's a little bit like log cabin, but not quite.
Well, if you think normally, say our instructions are $9.99, you're then getting, you're not having to buy your stencil separately, you're not having to buy your acrylic template separately, you are getting everything that you need within there. And then it isn't just, you know, the patchwork element to it, it is also the hand-drawn, amazing element for £16.99. Isn't it brilliant? Oh, I love this. £16.99 with your stencil, the poinsettia, the holly, different scales of prints as well. So if you want to do smaller ones on cornerstones, if you want to add smaller ones onto pockets, but you have also got that element. Plus your stencil, your template as well. And that's an acrylic template, which is brilliant.
It is. And it isn't blue when you've done with it. It's got a covering on it, so take the covering off and it'd be clear.
Okay.
So that's why it's blue, because...
Brilliant.
Yeah, it's just helping, you know, scratch resistant while you then take
But then
take
you
it off.
can washi tape on it and use it for different markings.
Of course, you can leave it on if you want. You don't have to peel it off. If you want to leave it on, it's fine. Do that too.
£16.99. Honestly, that whole kit, brilliant. Use any of your lovely Christmas fabrics that you've seen today, or any of your stash, and you're sorted. Just £16.99. Fab. Right, what instruction set have you got
Right,
there?
I've got
bells
the
and
baubles, because I think we've had a bit of a bauble theme going on
We
today.
have.
I thought we'd have a look at that because so I think we'll get on with the friction pen, the fine liners, and the pencils. Okay. First thing then, when you get my instructions, you see here, this is a breakdown of all the shapes, and I've got numbers on them. Okay. Take yourself a permanent marker like a Sharpie or something, and actually put those numbers in. Okay, it's really important. Having said that, I haven't got them on mine, and I'm not going to use them, but I drew it, so I should know better.
Yeah, it makes life easy.
So, a little bit of fabric. You can use any fabric. It doesn't have to be plain, whatever you want to do. But what I have done is put a little bit of freezer paper on the back. Okay, ironed it on, and it's given it a little bit more of a sturdy feel to it. Easier to sort of draw in. Okay, friction pen. So my first one says here, creating a simple style perfect for drawing on darker piece, blah, blah, blah. Draw shape 25, okay? Shape 25 is one of these, okay? And when I say one of these, you've got 2 sizes.
Right.
So if you've got something smaller, you could just use something smaller. So let's draw that round, okay? All right, friction pen, I'm drawing it round. There you go. That's my
Don't
first
go
bit.
straight in with your fine liners.
Yeah, don't straight in if I friction pen. And then it says, all right, shape 16 for the top. We want a little bubble on the top. Let's go. I'm going to go with any. It doesn't matter for now for our demo. I think it might be one. Okay. So we've got that. So far, it looks like a bauble, doesn't it?
It does.
All done and sorted. And then I'm going to go a bit rogue. I'm going to bring the fine liner pen in. Don't do this until you're comfortable. If you think, I'm not sure about it, stick with the friction pen. You can always draw over the top with the black pen after, okay? So step 2 says draw a curl, and it shows you a picture. So it starts here. Having said that, you could start wherever you like. And I'm going to come in and draw a curl, like that. Oh, everybody's gone quiet. Let's put a bobble on the top.
We all love this. We all love this mindful show.
And then it's going to do that. Let's do another one this way, look. It's just a curl. Just a curl. Okay? So step 4 says draw more. So draw more. So let's do one here. And you can follow the picture because it shows you where you can put these. And I'm going to do a little one here. I'm going to bring one out here. Now, of course, if you did this with friction pen and then hand stitched it, and then took away the friction, could you imagine what that would look like? So just because I'm using a pen doesn't mean you have to stick with a pen. And let's put this one on here.
I'd be using these bells as well, the big bells, for quilting
absolutely
ideas. Yeah. So you could just draw over a cushion or whatever you want to quilt, and then you can, or the big baubles, and you can use that as an outline to quilt.
Yeah, absolutely. So many things you can do with it. I'm just going to put a few little dots around. And again, imagine little French knots. You could come in with a bit of paint here, a little bit of glitter. And it'll sort of make sense in a minute why I'm doing it sort of round one side or one edge. Remember that friction pen, that red, isn't going to stay. Okay, so let's do a couple around here. Because sometimes you don't want a solid line. You might want something a little more sort of contemporary. Let's do a few of those. Okay, remember we've got this sort of little hole here, so I can put some of that in now. I'm a bit comfortable with that. Let's do that. And I'm going to do
only not the whole
side.
Not the whole circle.
No, because what I'm going to do, look, is I'm going to come around here and put some swirls in. Round and swirls. Okay. And here we go. I'm going to double up those lines. You see why I've left gaps now?
Yeah.
But again, if you're using a friction pen, you don't need to leave the gaps, do you? You could just come in and do your own thing. Round we go. Round we go. And it doesn't have to be neat. You know, again, you could go on your machine and you could bring this in, you know, and just machine it round, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Let's put those bits in. And then into there. See, like so. Yeah, of course you could scan this if you wanted to. You've drawn it, it's your design.
What, so that means that then I could use that as an embroidery pattern to
Yeah.
embroider. Oh my gosh, this is exciting.
Here we go. See, I've done some little loops. So if I just take away that line now, you ready?
Yeah, magic. Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
So now whether you've embellished this with stitching or...
Let's bring a bit of colour in.
Brilliant, these Derwent pencils. Now there's two different selection packs. There is the 36 one, which is the one that Sandra's using. There is a smaller variety of 24, but go with the 36. This is the 24. And I'm not just saying that because I'm wanting you to spend more money. The smaller pack, one isn't on split pay, and two, the bigger pack, the value for money is brilliant. Oh, hang on, why is the smaller pack on split pay? We were told it wasn't. There you go, you can get it on split pay today. You can get the smaller pack if you want to try.
Oh, they're lovely. I mean, I'm being very quick here. You'd take your time and you'd pick more colours. But you can see how they're just going on. Now, when you use your water, if you're going to use water with it, a small amount. Because what it will do, it'll go in, and because it's fabric, it will bleed across your fabric. So be very careful with it, a very small amount. I do a set of brushes. I don't know if you've got them on the website.
There's little water.
Yeah, and there's a size 2
Okay.
in there. So really fine, really detailed.
And so
But-
then would you just dip a bit of water and then put it directly onto the drawing that you've done, like this, at
Yeah,
this point? Yeah.
yeah, that kind of thing. But I say you can use aloe vera gel. That's a little bit more forgiving.
Right.
It smells nice. And you've also got, you could use fabric medium as well, and that works a little bit easier. So, now the one thing I wouldn't do with my pencils is I wouldn't put these straight into water.
Okay.
Because you don't want to be doing that, and you don't want any water getting on the wood.
Yeah.
Right, what if you wanted to go in with just the pigment of the pencil, you use a very fine brush like the 2 I've mentioned, dip your brush into water, dry it off a little bit, and then take your brush to the actual pencil edge.
Yeah, just
not on
right
the
to the
wood,
end.
just the edge of the pencil, then you'll have that pigment on your brush. And
Yeah.
I do apologise, I haven't got any. Have I got brushes with me? I don't think I've got brushes with me today. Oh, I have. I've got brushes with me. If somebody can get me some water, I can show you exactly how to do that.
We can get you some water.
So we can sort that, because I want you, you know, if you're going to create something where you want a little bit of detail. So you see, you colour with these just as you would with anything else. You can, you know, mix 2 colours together. Thank you. You see, I can mix a bit of yellow and a bit of orange there. So let me show you. If I actually just bring a bit of that colour down onto here, yeah. And then I use a slightly bigger brush. So this is like my size 8. And just whack a load of water on and go like that. See, it's not really going to...
Oh my gosh, the
I mean,
pigment is amazing.
Look at the colour difference, but you see how the water's bleeding and it's spreading across.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah, but you don't want that.
No, you don't want that.
You don't want that. Use a finer brush. Use a finer brush. Yeah. Here we go. Use a finer brush. Dry it off a little bit. I always dry it off the back of my hand because you can see how wet it is. And then come in and add little bits. I always tend to go just slightly inside the line, because as it bleeds, because it will do, it's going to go towards the line. Yeah. Look at this, bit of a masterclass in doing pencils.
Oh no, this is brilliant.
See? So just a little bit. Yeah. And then, of course, as I said, if you want to come in with just the colour, so say I've got my red here. And then again, nice and not too much water. See, I'm pulling it off with my hand.
Yeah.
A bit more actually. And then I come in here and see I'm just touching the nib.
Just the tip, yeah.
And I'm going to go around and completely fill the edge of the brush. Yeah. And then if I show you sort of here, rather than on there so you see it better, you see that I've actually got fine lines that I can control exactly how much I'm using. Yeah.
That means these pencils are going to go a really long ways.
Yeah.
Like they're going to last for ages
wide.
if you're using them with water.
Yeah, so it depends what you want to do with them.
Okay.
I mean, that's just a quick one, and they work brilliant with the stencils and that kind of thing. But don't don't do this.
Okay.
Take your time with it. Okay, stick within just a millimetre or 2 inside the lines and let it bleed to the line. You'll be fine.
I love that you can transform any fabrics in your stash with just this, you know, stencil set.
Yeah.
And your pencils. Whatever you have, you can completely personalise,
Absolutely.
transform.
Yeah. Do you want to see the snowflake? Have we got
Yes,
time to see
please.
the
Let's do the
snowflake?
snowflake, the Christmas snowflake. You've got a brand new stencil here that comes with. Oh, I've got your. Do you want this one?
Oh, yeah. We'll see if we can draw a bit of that one.
Thank you. So here we go. You can see step-by-step instructions. No. So someone's asked, can you use watercolour pencils on your fabric? These are specific ones, aren't they?
Yeah. With watercolours, they move and they are reactive with water. So if you do a watercolour, it'll bleed a bit, but then put it in the wash.
Right.
You won't have any picture anymore. It'll have like gone in the wash. So no, these ones completely different. I mean, I don't work for Do It. I don't know. So I don't know what the secret is, but I do know that once you've had a little bit of water, so once if I was to iron that and put it in the wash, then none of that would come out. It would
Amazing.
literally be stuck in there.
Crazy.
Yeah,
really
they're
good.
brilliant. They're really nice pieces.
Right, we've got your snowflakes
Okay.
in, £18.55, discounted price today. You get your stencils, 3 different sizes, and then you're also getting your instructions. I like that you've done them in 3 sizes for us. You haven't just given us one.
No.
You said, right, you might want to do smaller projects, you might want to
Yeah.
do bigger. These would make great baubles as
They
well.
would. And you know, the other thing as well, you can think, if you want to go even more detailed, you can use the larger one, then you can put the smaller one in the middle, and the medium one in the middle, and then you've actually got even more detail in there, so you can just keep going and going and going with it. Well, I'll stick with one for now. And looking at this one, this is what we're going to have a look at. So
Brilliant.
let's see if we can work it out. Again, piece of fabric, and I've got a bit of freezer paper on the back. And first thing I'm going to do, friction pen, is I'm going to draw around it. So I've got somewhere to sort of work from, and I'm going to put my centre dot in. Okay? From there, you see I've got these little dots around it,
yeah.
sort of positional dots. So you can either draw the dot in, or you could put a line there. So you can see that as I'm working my way around, I've got a little mark where each of those dots are. Okay, like that.
Right.
So I've got that. So if I take it off, I can put it back on and I can still find those dots again. So let's focus on the centre. Now in the centre you think, okay, how's this going to work? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shapes. That means you've got 5 potential designs.
Okay.
So let's go with the one I've used there is this one here. So let's use this one. So if I draw that one in, okay, and then I'm going to keep hold of the middle and I'm not going to do the next. You see I've turned
Spin
it.
to the next dot,
And
spin
I've
to the next line.
Yeah, so I've ignored one and gone to the next one. So then if I put this one in, and then same again, look, ignore one, go to the next one, make sure my centre's in position again, draw it in, turn it round, turn it round. It's almost like I planned this, isn't it? I'm hoping I'm going to get to the end, it's going to work. Okay, and then again, line it up, draw it in. You see I've got that?
Yeah.
And then I'm going to turn the stencil over.
Oh my gosh, this is such great. I mean, you design and make all of these stencils as well, don't you, Sandra?
Yes, yes, we do. We make them all in-house. We do all the written instructions. We print them all. We put them all together and we pack everything and send it out. And there's a small amount of us. So we're not a huge company at all, but we get the job done, you know. And
Yeah, I love that.
Like
You work
that.
so hard. And you
Yeah.
can tell you're passionate about it.
Oh, we
This
love
is
it.
your-
Yeah.
this is your
yeah, well, the
love.
bag at the front here, this one that Sarah's done this one. Sarah, actually, do you want to see it?
Yeah?
Sarah's
these
the
are
one
with
that's
the panel.
Yeah, it's with the panel, but it's with the fabrics as well. So,
Yes.
so she comes to work with me all day, and she makes sure all the parcels go out and all that kind of thing. And then in an evening, she goes home and she makes things.
Hang on.
She's like, I'll just have half a metre of that one, Sandra.
I love it. So look, she's actually embroidered over the top of
Yeah,
it.
she's got an embroidery machine. She's a little bit addicted at the minute.
Oh my gosh, this is brilliant. Look, she's embroidered all the snowflakes along as well.
Yeah. Anyway, let me just show you the centre bit of this. I've just finished that off. So we're getting carried away now. There you go. See, look, you've got holly in the middle.
Yeah.
So there's my holly in the middle. And then all I've done with that is I've drawn in a centre dot, and then I've come up and I've put some little loops in. 1, 2, 3 loops. You see?
Right,
So I've
yeah.
done exactly the same there, look, as I've done there.
Oh,
You
yes.
see? I've actually put more holly in there, but I thought I'd just do a few so you could see how it looks. And that's how I've done it. Like so. And that's, I suppose, as much as we can do, really. But you can see then that I've got marks and I've got different shapes.
Yeah.
Draw in the little shapes and then use curves and lines to join them together, which is what I've done here.
And then have you erased all of the...
And then you
your
erase
actual-
all of the,
yeah,
all of the
outside.
friction pen, colour it in. It's still got a little way to go, that one has, but it's just beautiful in its own right, isn't it?
It's lovely to be able to pick it up and put it down and just do 10, 15 minutes each evening. It'd be amazing. Thank you so much.
It's just gone so quick, but
You
it's
bought
been
us so much.
brilliant.
Honestly,
Thank you, everybody, for watching.
The quilts behind Sandra, the fabrics by the half metre, the panel of all those place settings and gifts, table gifts if you missed that first hour. This panel, stencils, it's been a whirlwind of a day, so thank you for your company.
Has.
But have a look back through the website and see what is available. The Brother machine, 3 left, 3 left, 3 left. Check out now if you want it. Embroidery machine, oh, it's a game changer. You will love it. Very addictive, very addictive. There's, I think, literally 5 left. That's it. If you want to see tomorrow's day, it is the Dukey launch with, is it with Stuart? Bex. Bex is here at 10 o'clock. Wow. Please do be there. Also, you've got Tula Pink launch, you've got William Morris, and you've got We Love Granny Squares at 12 o'clock with lovely Bex Reed. Thank you all ever so much for your company. I can't stress enough how important it is to make the most of that 5-way split pay deal on your embroidery machine, as well as everything else. But we will see you tomorrow bright and early again at 8 o'clock. Bye.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier.